Hello and good morning, my fellow Alaskans. How are we all doing today? This is our first broadcast from our studio, and as you can see, we are live and on the internet. So thank you guys for being here. You can find this on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and on our website at politadick.com. While we are live, I will work to get this put up onto Rumble. I wasn't able to get the connection for some reason. It's off in the background there. I'd like to thank you guys all for being here today, and make sure you like, share, and subscribe to us if you haven't already done that already, and so that you can never miss a notification. If we're live streaming something, I'll guarantee you it is important to be watching and listening to. Today we're going to get to listen to them talk about the Bill SB140, Alaska Schools and Internet is what the title is. Clearly, this is not what this bill is about. It has been hijacked and subverted by the schools out there and by Tobin, Senator Tobin, and you can see all the names that have signed up on this, Matt Clayman and a few others, Bryce Edgman. This bill is completely not what it originally was intended to be. They are using it as a vehicle to be able to increase the BSA, Base Student Allocation formula within the schools, adding roughly around, we'll say $90 million. If you look at what the press is putting out there, they're saying $300 per student increase for the BSA. If you do the math, you've been following along with how the BSA works and the increase that is involved with that, it is clear that they do not tell you the actual truth. Whatever number they throw out there, $300 per student, you can take that number and you can triple it in most cases. In this case, it's usually double the triple of what the actual dollar amount that they say is there. Looks like they are getting started. Don't hesitate to call in and give public testimony today. You will be able to see by the people that are in the room, this place is packed. The teachers and school board administrators and anybody involved with that BSA increase are all lined up, ready to call in. Don't miss out. You need to be a part of it too. They are getting started, so here we go.
Cell phones. I don't want to be interrupted, and I don't believe in donuts, so I think it needs to be some kind of apples or something. If your phone goes off, you bring everyone apples. Present today, other legislators: Representative Ortiz, Representative McKay, Representative Hamshoe, Representative Story, Representative Prox, Representative Tomaszewski, Representative Hannon, Representative Dilbert, Coombe, McCormick, Edgman, Cronk, and McKay. And did I miss anybody? Just McCormick and Ruffridge. Did I miss anybody? It'd have probably been easier just to say who isn't here, but the interpreter is Astrid Barrett. We do have a sign language interpreter because we will be dealing with some of those issues today that hopefully we can correct in our educational system, and I think it's important that everyone knows about that. In terms of order of business today, we're going to finish up the invited testimony. We have with us Commissioner Dina Bishop, who will start us off. We will take that invited testimony, ask any questions of her, and then we will go to public testimony. And so that everyone knows how we're going to do this, we're going to go to the off-net, not the LIOs first, and people in the room, and then we will go off-net. Remind everyone who may be out there listening that the sign up to testify, if you're not signed up by noon, I'm sorry to say you will not be included, so scurry on down and go to an LIO and get signed up. And today we have Lori Rowland and Zach Lawhorn, is that correct? As our trusted and able assistants today. There's only one bill on the agenda, and that is SB140, Internet for Schools. So at this time, I would like Commissioner Bishop, if you would join us at the testifiers table, put your name on record, and welcome. And I don't think that we've ever officially met, but welcome. Thank you. looking forward to it.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dina Bishop, and I'm the Commissioner of Education. Thank you, Chair Johnson and members of the House Rules Committee. Again, I serve as the Commissioner of Education. It's an honor to have the opportunity to speak to you today as the educational policy presented in the bill before you, SB140. I'm speaking in my capacity as a commissioner with 3 decades of experience. I've had the privilege to serve in numerous education positions, from classroom teacher and coach to Representative Sumner's school, to a school principal and district administrator, most recently serving as the superintendents in the 2 largest school districts in our state. My thoughts today begin with our foundation in achieving our constitutional promise to establish and maintain a system of public schools open to all children of the state. Alaska's system of education has been grounded in schools that meet students' and families' needs. Our Constitution did not speak to common, uniform schools, as many states do. Rather, our state from the start acknowledged and supported multiple and varied school types as vast and varied as Alaska's geography and people. The legislation before you will strengthen the commitment to students and families as they seek the best public school for their children to become intelligent problem solvers, responsible citizens, and diligent individuals. As I listened Wednesday when this bill was introduced, and as you will most likely hear in testimony today, some of Alaska's public schools will come under fire as harming the system. I ask the 33rd Legislature to know and to understand whom our system of public education serves. It's young people, not itself. Alaska's foundation in choice will have an opportunity to grow by expanding the process for review and authorization of charter schools. Harvard University found in 2023, in analyzing the National Assessment of Education Progress, or NAEP, a national assessment of all 50 states, when they looked at those student achievement data, Alaska's charter schools students outperformed their peers in all other states. Again, Alaska is #1 for student achievement outcomes in the country for our charter schools. In speaking with the researcher, he shared that the most successful charter schools in the nation had state authorizing agencies, as Alaska's charters are designed. This bill simply expands the processes for approval at the state board level. Many public charter schools in Alaska often operate on a lottery system for enrollment, as there is limited space. Expanding the state authorization process is an investment in our students and families to grow learning opportunities. Representative Fields shared a concern for outmigration of families as he spoke to the present legislation. I too have this concern as young families leave Alaska. As an educator, however, I know that school choice is a favorable construct in Alaska's parents. I believe all school choice puts our parents in the best position to engage in their child's education and builds the stability in our state that we desire. Thank you. The bill before you has the potential to bring families back to Alaska, not push them away. Additionally, this bill provides for the needed adjustment to Alaska's correspondence school funding. Our school funding algorithm builds investment in both geographical location and school size, as well as provides for multipliers to support student learning. Presently, the multipliers for student learning exclude the special needs of homeschool students. This bill corrects an outdated funding provision by assigning the student needs multiplier to all Alaska students. Specifically, the student needs multiplier actually invests in special education, career and technical education, gifted education, as well as gives additional funds for English language learners. The special needs factor should support all public school students who exhibit these needs. Additionally, I would like to speak to Governor Dunleavy's steps in this bill to prioritize recruitment and retention of Alaska's teachers. This legislation is designed to be a study on how additional payments to teachers who finish their contract year impacts recruitment and retention. The amounts range from $5,000 to $15,000 annually based on geographic areas and needs. It is essential to note that this initiative concentrates on the vital individuals closest to our students, who are classroom teachers. And it's grounded in a comprehensive study by Dr. Adams on teacher retention and recruitment completed in August of 2023. This study involved thousands of teachers' voices. Moreover, as we discuss investment in public schools, many advocate for a simple increase in the base student allocation. I endorse a strategic investment approach. My current viewpoint has evolved through the years of being an educator and extensive research. I am convinced from my experience in the classroom and as an education leader that we must strategically target funds to achieve the academic goals that you, the legislature, the department itself, and our state and local school boards have established for our students, rather than simply increasing the BSA. As stated earlier, the existing BSA formula is actually designed through multipliers to advocate funds to your educational priorities. Geographic location and school sizes are two investment multipliers. However, funding through the BSA does not ensure that money gets directly into the classroom to support better outcomes for students. This approach finds backing in the 2019 report titled, "How Much Does Alaska Spend on K-12 Education?" This was a research designed and carried out by the Institute of Social and Economic Research, ICER, here at the University of Alaska. And it was presented to the Education Funding 101 for legislators on January 9th of this year. In it, Dr. DeFeo shared the research recommendation that in funding schools, quote, "A shift in our focus from how much we spend to what we buy with our dollars should be considered." Let me share that again. ICER gave the suggestion that we should shift our focus from how much we spend to what we buy with our dollars. Another example is found in the Anchorage School District's contracted report by Picus Auden, titled "An Evidence-Based Approach to the Basic Student Allocation in Alaska." It identified specific improvement strategies implemented by schools and districts that have positive effects on student learning. That's what we want. Through an extensive review spanning over 2 decades, this evidence-based approach considers impactful practices that matter most. While it shares a BSA number, I believe looking at and specifically funding the practices we desire in our schools gives you, the legislative body, an avenue to invest in the best, rather than do a blanket investment which may not address the priorities. As commissioner, my stance is clear. Investments in education should be directed to areas that generate the best outcomes and prepare students for a successful future. As example, the READS Act law, which you prioritized last session, speaks to a highly valued school function for which financial investment would benefit our most underserved and below proficient students. Another example could be providing funding that connects students to their career interests and our state's workforce needs. Investing in opportunities for students to earn trade certifications before leaving high school helps to accomplish this because it prepares them for living wage jobs immediately after graduation. Addressing broader challenges that impact school districts, such as energy and health care costs, may also be crucial to your conversations. In short, a prudent approach to funding is imperative to focus our time and money on preparing students for success after high school. SB 140 invests in public school education. This bill builds upon Alaska's foundation of choice by expanding public charter school authorizing, as well as provides for the true learning needs of correspondent school students. This bill invests directly into teachers and supports school districts in their work to attract and hire the best teachers. And finally, thank you for prioritizing K-12 education by hearing this bill early in the session. Education funding that results in the improved outcomes in our students desired by the people of our state is paramount. SB 140 gets us one step closer to that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any questions of the Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rules Chair. And through the chair, first, I just want to thank the Commissioner for highlighting the fact that this bill has been prioritized by the legislature, and I think that that is a step forward. I'm appreciative of the fact that this is being heard, and appreciative of the schedule that you've set out. It's my understanding that you'd like to move this out of the committee quickly, and I'd just like to reiterate my support for quick movement of this bill and hope to see it on the floor in the very near future. But for the Commissioner, and again, through the chair, you have quite a bit of experience with local school districts, in fact, the two largest in the state. And you spoke about the importance of making sure that funds get into the classroom to benefit student outcomes. Can you talk a little bit about your experience as commissioner in getting funds successfully into the classroom and some examples of that, if you could?
Before you start, and it's my inexperience of running a meeting in a while, I just gave you a nod, but so for the record, Representative Schrage was the person that was asking the question. So
Thank you.
I'll try to be more prudent next time. Thank you.
Is key. And so you could take reading investment. I shared some others, career and technical investment, just investment in the types of programs that you desire.
Okay.
Is that?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Additional? Representative Sumner?
Through the chair to Commissioner Bishop, Representative Fields had previously raised concerns that the committee substitute, at least in regards to charter schools, does not support public schools. Are Alaska's charter schools private schools or public schools?
Through Chair Johnson to Representative Sumner, all charter schools in Alaska are public schools.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rules Chair. Thank you for being here with us today, Commissioner Bishop. On that question, just following up on what Representative Sumner had just asked, could you just give us an idea of who can attend charter schools?
Through Chair Johnson to Representative Tilton, all public school children, and that speaks to really our state constitution, that public schools are open to all Alaska students. Anyone can attend a public charter school.
Just a follow-up.
Follow-up.
Thank you. So I want to follow up on that. So you're saying that all students, I mean, I think I've heard some discussion that perhaps charter schools aren't available to kids who might be of a single parent or children who might be in a lower income. Would you say that would be a correct assumption, or would you say that a charter school is open and available to those individuals, and just comment on that a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you. Through Chair Johnson to Representative Tilton. There's experience of that, of students that may be in a lower, or families in a lower socioeconomic status attending charter schools. One of our charter schools in Anchorage is actually a title charter school, and title funding is provided for students of, it's actually qualified by students that receive free and reduced lunch. Now, many charter schools may have a lunch program, may not, so I think it's an assumption to say if we don't have the data behind that, but there are many schools and many families that, of different abilities, if you will, that can attend charter schools. In fact, in the Matsu Valley, they've actually designed a system a busing system to move students from parents who want to attend a charter school in Palmer that live in Wasilla, a school bus that picks up and drives and can assist families. So I would say that that's a very generalized assumption.
Thank you.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, and through the chair. Dr. Bishop, you had just spoken in regards to the lower income, perhaps, and the other day, Representative Fields had brought up that Chugach Optional School basically caters to more of upper income individuals. And as a minority myself, and as a low income child, growing up. It says here that charter schools have historically served proportionately more students of color and more students from low-income communities than districts, schools. And this is from publiccharterschools.org. Would you agree with that? And if you could elaborate a little bit?
Sure, through the Chair Johnson to Representative Allard. I don't have that specifically in front of me, so I would have to look into it. But I think nationwide, certainly, there's very varied supports of all students. In our Chugach optional, first off, is not a charter school. That was referenced. That's actually a special mission school. It's in a neighborhood that is adjacent to, I believe, Chairfield School in his area. But to your point, expanding school choice allows for more access to charters, if that's what families would like. So the goal here is to expand the choice so that more seats are available, because presently, right now, from my recent experience, probably the 25 special mission or choice schools in Anchorage all have waiting lists. So there's a desire to enter schools for which parents desire, and those could be neighborhood schools, comprehensive high schools, or charters.
Chair, may I do a follow-up, please?
Chair Johnson, this is Zach Fields. Could I get in the queue, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide some clarification. This bill actually doesn't increase school choice. All it does is eliminate local school district accountability for charters. So it allows a charter to get approval directly from the state instead of going through a local school board. So students have school choice today. They would continue to have school choice under this bill. The difference is there would be elimination of local control. And I would just point out that a charter that had problems in Anchorage recently, illegally buying religious curriculum, was identified and corrected by our local school board so that they followed the law. So this is purely an issue of local control and accountability. I also wanted to point out, Ms. Bishop's earlier testimony that we can support our schools, but support them to different degrees, really reminds me of the old phrase, separate but equal, which I think has been, at this point, widely discredited.
Thank you. And Representative Fields, in the future, if you just wave at me, you are on Teams, and I can get you in the queue, and I'll let you know if you just raise your hand.
Oh, yes, sir. I apologize.
That's quite all right, and I'll let you jump ahead then, but that's okay. But just let me know when you want to speak, and I'll make sure you're on there. Representative Schrage.
Did Representative Allard have a follow-up?
I did.
Oh, a follow-up.
Is that
Yes,
okay?
I'm sorry. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. And through the chair, Dr. Bishop, do public charter schools promote any sort of religious academics within the charter schools?
Through the Chair to Representative Allard. No, that would be against the Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, Representative Schrage, for the record and through the chair, thank you again. So I wanted to follow up just a little bit on the line of questioning from Speaker Tilton, which I appreciate because equity is certainly a concern for myself. I have a district that, while has many higher income residents, quite a few residents as well that are on food stamps or otherwise need assistance. And I've heard a lot about the benefits of the opportunities afforded through charter schools, and I think there are tremendous opportunities there. But I am concerned that the local data does not support the idea that charter schools adequately provide means to those that are lower income. And while they are open to everyone, I think transportation is a major challenge. Can you address that? Do all students have access to charter schools if they don't have transportation or a parent that's able to transport them to school? And can you talk a little bit about whether there is any local data that addresses whether or not charter schools truly are serving the population equally, or at least relatively equally, across social and economic classes? Thank you.
Sure, through the chair to Representative Schrage. I will have to provide data to you at another time because I don't have that in front of me. But certainly transportation is a concern, and school districts have addressed that in different manners. It is a choice of a school district to address that, and some do provide transportation and others do not.
Follow up, if I may.
Representative Schrage.
Thank you, Representative Schrage, through the chair and for the. So just. You said that it's a choice of local school districts to offer transportation or not. I guess one question I have is, if we were to look at maybe increasing access to charter schools to lower-income students and addressing transportation through the school districts. Wouldn't that require an increased level of collaboration between the local school districts and the charter schools? And doesn't that then warrant retaining the structure that we have currently, where local school districts have a direct connection to the approval and management of charter schools? It seems to me that that would be most conducive to actually creating a system by which students could get to school in an efficient manner and have access to these tremendous charter schools that we have heard many success stories of.
Through the chair to Representative Schrage, of course that would take collaboration, but our state has precedent, in fact, through legal means, that transportation is actually the benefit of the child, and transportation has been provided for students outside of a school district. This occurred in Fairbanks, Alaska many years ago. And so the state level can collaborate as well as local level on transportation issues in our state.
Thank you.
Speaker Tilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Bishop, you in your testimony talked about outmigration of families from the state of Alaska and indicated that school choice is something that would be helpful to stop that outmigration. Would you just expand on what you're saying about that with the school choice?
Through the chair to Representative Tilton. In regard to school choice, it is not just about a choice of a charter or a homeschool. It is a choice of any school. And the goal for education is to have our parents and children love in their school that they go to. And as you'll see, Alaska is really, many areas have wonderful school choice, and they design them around a particular interest that they believe can be valuable to families. So whether that's, we have optional schools, which was mentioned, Chugach optional. We have immersion schools. We have Yupik speaking schools where we're learning our first languages. So basically, the goal is to have parents and students love the school that their child goes to and attends, and having a personal choice to attend that school and the ability to do so is our goal.
Thank you.
Representative Allard?
Thank you. Dr. Bishop, you've gotten some public blowback in regards to, at one time as our superintendent, you clearly supported an increase of the BSA, and now your thoughts have changed on that. Can you, I know you had said targeted funding as part of that when you came up here to first introduce yourself. I would like a little bit more detail on your viewpoint and why that has changed, please.
Through the chair to Representative Allard,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would just like to say, when you know better, you do better. That's one of my mantras. And as an educator of 34 years and a superintendent for more than 12 and an assistant superintendent for more than 5, I've learned and I know better about our systems and how we support students who should be our paramount focus. Lou Holtz once said, I'm a sports fan. If you're not growing, you're dying. And I want to grow Alaska schools, and I want to share my experience with what I know can support families in our state. And so, yes, I've worked through issues with the BSA, but as I said, it doesn't always land in the classroom where the value is added in public education. There's a Japanese term called the Gemba, which means, at the front lines, where the value is added. Classrooms and schools are where the value is added in public education. And I believe by targeting funds to these areas, supports students and supports our families, and will create more learning, better student outcomes, and the state that we want. Keeping our kids home, increasing the workforce, all those good things.
I beg the indulgence of the group and the committee, but it seems that the signer is only available, the back can be seen, which is somewhat counterproductive. So if there's a way we could adjust that to where, well.
I don't think so. Can I take a moment?
Yeah, we'll just take a minute for technical difficulties, and we will make it very quickly.
Oh, wow. What a beginning to this already. You can hear the experts sitting there giving their testimony on why they think this should be increased and why we should be doing it for them. They're trying to claim that this is a step back, as Deanna Bishop just kind of declared there. This is a step back from what they were doing to what they're currently looking to do now. I've read through the entire bill. When it first started out, it was a paragraph that was no more than about that big. And it had everything to do with the internet and providing accessibility to all of the regions within Alaska to be able to utilize the education system and have access through the internet and high speed, offering at least 25 megabytes per second downloads or upload speeds. It's really confusing on that. I think it would be downloads or upload speeds that they were talking about, because download speeds are hitting over 200 megabytes per second on the slowest connections that we have currently. I don't understand why we're not using Starlink statewide. Completely get rid of the GCI overpriced connections that we have going on there for an equivalent price or just slightly higher depending on the plan that you choose. I mean, the biggest plans are $240 a month for a business, and that business connection is big enough to be able to handle all of our school systems and the needs that they have for internet speed. Starlink could be providing that for them right now. Whether or not they're going to actually do it for us, it is really hard to say. I doubt they will. In fact, I know they won't. There's no financial incentive for them to do it. If it's not broke, don't fix it, they say. Well, it's been broken for decades and decades, and they want to claim that we shouldn't be able to do this. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here absolutely floored. Looks like they've gotten back going again. I am going to go ahead and switch back to the screen for gavel.
Testimony in the last meeting, he indicated that this bill would promote a voucher system. Can you elaborate on that, or speak to that, or quantify that, or not? Yes or no?
Yes, Chair Johnson. Voucher school programs are unconstitutional in the state of Alaska. Charter schools are not voucher programs. In fact, charter schools employ teachers in Alaska that have Alaskan teaching certificates. They're district teachers, and many of these teachers move in and out of charter schools within a district. Money is not vouchered to parents in a voucher school system, and it's simply illegal in the state of Alaska.
Kind of a follow-up to that, to kind of take some of the things off the table. Representative Field also said that there'll be no oversight under this legislation of charter schools by the Department of Education. Can you address that as well?
Thank you, Chair Johnson. That's an excellent question. And in fact, charter schools, whether they're moved through a district or could possibly be by the state board as presented, all charter schools are already authorized by the State Board of Education. And there are high standards for developing a charter school. In fact, in law right now, I think the data and information needed is quite extensive, more than any other district just beginning a school. And so of any schools, I think charter schools actually have high oversight. And at the state level presently, Mount Edgecombe High School has oversight by the State Board of Education. So this opportunity is not outside of what the State Board of Education already does in its present role.
Thank you. Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Johnson, and through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. So I want to follow up just quickly on the oversight question. With the bill changes, would there be any local oversight remaining? I understand there's strong oversight currently, and that through these changes there'd be strong state oversight, or at least that's what's being reported. But would there be any local oversight remaining?
Through Chair Johnson to Schrage, if there is a statewide authorizers, I believe that the state would have the oversight.
Through the chair, so
Follow-up.
that's a no, is that correct?
At this point in time, and understanding without regulation being developed, I would say that I don't know until regulations would be developed.
Thank you. Chair, if I might.
Follow-up. Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. A follow-up and just an additional question. So I guess that's just a little bit concerning to me, given the Constitution's mandate for strong local control. So it's something I'm wrestling with as I think about this bill. But I want to move on to a different topic because we talk about what creates a quality classroom environment. And I think teachers being able to focus on the lessons at hand and the student problems in the classroom is paramount. But I've spent 6-7 months back in district now. Education's been a huge issue. I've talked to many teachers, former teachers of mine that are now in administration as principals or otherwise, and they have voiced a tremendous level of concern over challenges that have been that already existed but have really been exacerbated through the COVID experience of recent years. Mental health challenges in the classroom come to mind, career planning, college planning, and the availability of counselors and support staff to really be able to take students that have some really severe needs, again, whether they're mental health needs or otherwise, and be able to intervene so that the teacher can get back to the rest of the class and continue to provide instruction. Can you talk, again, you have quite a bit of experience in our schools. Can you talk about the value of school counselors, paraprofessionals, special education support staff as it relates to educational outcomes? And can you talk about what elements of this bill would help us to increase the level of support provided to school districts to be able to hire more paraprofessionals, more mental health counselors, and the like?
Sure. Through Chair Johnson to Representative Schrage, within this bill, if, say, schools, when we're talking about charter schools, which is what we're in this bill, you actually set out your charter and you design it with the features that you'd like at hand in your school. So certainly that is just a decision of the charter specifically. Of course, a school is made up of lots of individuals that offer support, but the primary function is that education. And I agree with teachers. Allowing teachers to focus on education and to teach is key. Within a school district, however, you would have to, if there are issues that you see, you have to identify those and then prioritize your resources to those items. A lot of times, in my experience, when I had the experience in Anchorage to reprioritize to the classroom, there are so many, like I said, just competing interests that it's very difficult to address the needs because you would have to not do something that isn't as important to do something else. And I believe that that can be done with strong leadership in support of a school board. But certainly the design of schools is at that school district level. And prioritizing what you would like to see in your schools should be paramount to you and get the public feedback that you'd like. And then create a budget around that at your school level.
Follow-up, Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. I appreciate the kind of managerial dilemma of robbing Peter to pay Paul. There's so many priorities to balance, very difficult to do. It just seems to me that additional resources would really help in this instance. If I was looking across the state of Alaska and I was seeing some school districts doing really, really well, well managed, able to take the resources at hand and make those prioritization decisions well to improve student outcomes, I would think that there'd be, something maybe that other school districts are doing wrong. But I think what I'm seeing today, and I'm glad you said that you listen to teachers when I look at the, huge stack of testimony from teachers in the state of Alaska. They say that across the board, no matter what school district it is that you're looking at, there is a lack of resources to be able to put towards the paraprofessionals, to put towards that in-classroom instruction. So is there, I guess I'm just confounded if the problem is prioritization. How is not one school district figured out how to take the resources being provided to them and prioritize those as you envision, or maybe you could do yourself to really improve those outcomes? It seems to me the problem is really a lack of resources. And I think the question I asked you was, what in this bill allows us to have more paraprofessionals and more in-classroom instruction? And the only thing in this bill that I think does that for the students that are in school districts now, not in charter schools, but for the many, many students in public schools now, the only element of this bill that provides that additional support is that increase to the BSA. Is there something else in this bill that helps us to provide more of that support or more of those resources to be prioritized in the education system?
Through the chair to Representative Schrage. In fact, my reasoning for changing my idea on the BSA and just blanket I guess, investment were exactly the reasons that you shared, that you look for the investments that you'd like to make in public education, and then you fund those things. There's no guarantee that that BSA that you increase will go to those paraprofessionals that you're talking about, or will go to counselors that you're talking about. Being very directive and supportive of the type of education we'd like to see in our state should be part of this legislative body, as well as goals, education goals of our governor and our state board. And so specifically speaking, that doesn't necessarily happen either with a blanket BSA and just more investment from my experience. I do want to say, however, that through investment in our work through Grow Your Own and supporting paraprofessionals, and through the READS Act, that there has been extensive investment in paraprofessionals through supporting them and then growing your own as teachers. And we are excited to move forward with that, to build competencies. It's not necessarily paraprofessionals as aides, it's paraprofessionals as tutors and higher level. And so we look to engage with that because certainly in rural Alaska, our aunties and moms and uncles are generally our teachers, and who really have spent the most time with our young people and care the most for the young people. And so I am highly supportive of engaging paraprofessionals and supporting them to become teachers as well.
One last question, if I may, Chair Johnson.
Really?
Yeah, one last one here on
Last
this.
one ever.
I think for the time being, this will be my last.
Thank you,
With
Representative
your
Schrage.
indulgence?
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. So, I look at the compare and contrast between charter schools, which again are having some great success in our state today, and what our school districts are doing. And I think I follow your rationale for your change of position on the BSA. But when I look at the differences between the charter schools and my public schools, and I visited both this year, I haven't really noticed a lot of difference in their approach to education. What I noticed the big difference in is the type of students that are showing up to the classroom. I notice a big difference in the level of need, the fact that they don't have as many priorities to balance. They don't have to worry about student transportation. What they do have to worry about is the line of 100 cars outside the door and people having a hard time getting into the classroom at the start of the day. But they don't have all the high intensive needs that our public schools well, they're all public schools, but our local public schools, our neighborhood schools are dealing with. And it just seems to me that until we identify what administratively the charter schools are really doing differently with their approach to classroom instruction, I don't know that just throwing more money at charter schools is really going to help anything in public education in our neighborhood schools. So I'm just very concerned that the level of need in our charter schools is less, that they're being provided more resources to distribute amongst fewer competing priorities. And when we look at the neighborhood schools where, again, I think of that student just across from Abbott Loop Elementary that's low income that now has to go to Cassoon. Thankfully, they have public transportation, but the local neighborhood charter school is an equal distance, and they have no access, no reasonable means to connect with that charter school. And so just concerns me that we seem to be adding more resources to those that are able, and for those that aren't, they're left with the pickings, and it's problematic for me. Thank you.
Representative Aller and Representative Fields.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, and through the chair. First, I just wanted do a couple of comments, and then I'm going to probably follow up with just a quick question for you. But I just want to reiterate to the public that charter schools are publicly funded charter schools that children attend. So when we keep saying that public funded charter schools do not deserve the same funds that our neighborhood local schools get, the public brick and mortar, that's an unfair comment. Our public charter schools are located in neighborhoods. I know. I live in Eagle River. We have them there. We have them all over the state. Some may be where you have to transport. That is a parent's option to be able to take their children and move them there. Do I think it's fair that those public charter schools are not having transportation and busing system? Absolutely not. Those children deserve the same education as anybody in a brick and mortar or correspondence schools. So under this bill, accountability is required. If a charter school fails, according to this bill, and have you read, do you believe that there is an incentive that when the charter schools fall under, public charter schools fall under the state, there's an incentive for their scores to be high because we have the ability at that level, shut the school down. When we don't have that ability, what we see is money being moved from public funding charter schools and correspondence schools moved to a system in a neighborhood local school that continues to spend money and continues to fail. They get to just keep their doors open and continue to fail. What's your perspective on the charter schools falling directly underneath the board, the state board? Thank you, Chair.
Through Chair Johnson to Representative Allard, I'd like to also just share some thoughts. We are specifically talking about students and the needs of students, and Representative Schrage shared that when he goes into a charter school, he just notices the children. I would invite you to go to charter schools in rural Alaska. I would invite you to go to the charter school that you mentioned is in Abbott Loop. These are children of Alaska. So we have to ask ourselves, if we want to serve all children, then why isn't in the process right now to be able to serve lower income students by charters? Are they not being approved? Are people coming forward to do that? And so I would like to say that when I go into a charter school, I see that the focus on their mission is paramount, no matter whether, some of them are kind of a back to the basics, some are immersion, others are, Alaska Native culture, to name a few, because you write that into your charter. And I would say that mission is loved and believed in by the educators, the public school educators that choose to teach there, as well as the parents. There isn't a lot of fluff because they spend their money on the classroom. So when I go into a charter school, many times they don't have a nurse every day, or they won't have a counselor all the time, and they'll contract with the local school district or other entities to provide that. So I would just, to your same point of the why, I would ask just the flip side, well, why not? Well, why aren't we doing this? And I see that this provides additional opportunity in charters at the state level. Generally, charter schools, for your interest, are designed by teachers, innovative teachers. It's our own teachers that come forward generally in partnerships with parents to create these schools. And why not have additional opportunities for them to serve Alaska students through public education? There are some teachers that are fearful of going to their local boards because they have a different idea. And I think that if any school, I really don't care what we label schools. If a school is good for a child and they're learning, I think the state of Alaska should support it. That's what our Constitution supports, public schools for all children for their success. I hope that answers your question.
Representative Fields?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make the observation that, if we're going to go down the route of stepping away from the BSA and individually directing funds to counselors, paraprofessionals, nurses, maintenance staff, I wouldn't be able to make those decisions for the Anchorage School District, which I follow pretty closely. I definitely wouldn't have the information to make that for the Fairbanks North Star or Lower Kuskokwim School District. And, that would be a very radical departure from our longstanding policy of local control and respecting our local school boards. I did just want to mention, in terms of statistics, there are 0 charter schools in House District 37. only one in House District 38 and one in House District 39. So again, charters exist now. They are important for those students who can attend them. They do support families who are traveling, who have kids in sports, and that's great. I think my point is we don't want to divert funds from neighborhood schools that are attended by 80% of kids to schools that serve a small number of kids. Every kid is important. We should support the charters that are out there. They have good local oversight right now. Thank you.
Do you have a response to that? Or is there a response? Was there a question in there, Representative Fields, or was that just a statement?
No, sir, just a comment. And I'll be quiet now to help get on to public testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions for the commissioner? I would encourage you to stick around because I'm sure they will come up. Any additional questions from the committee? With that, we will go ahead and open public testimony. As I mentioned before, we're going to take people from the LIOs and the people who have braved the weather to get to those, and the people who have taken the time out of their busy Saturdays to come here. We're going to take those up first, and then we'll go to the off-net. Little on the off-net, once you have, if you don't pick up, I'm not going to give you a lot of time to take yourself off mute. I'll try to remember to announce who's up. And once you've testified, we will ask that you free up the line and you will be disconnected. So there are other ways to alaskaledge.org you can watch. We don't want people just sitting on the line tying up some of our limited resources so other people can't get in. The deadline for signing up for testimony is about 1 hour and 7 minutes from now. If you haven't done it, I encourage you to do it. That is going to be a hard deadline. We are going to try to get through this today. So with that, I will begin in the room, and I would like to start with Lisa Parody. I'll also like to state that you will have 2 minutes to testify because Ms. Parody represents a fairly large organization. We have granted her 4. If you also are a member of that organization, and there's no need to hear testimony over and over again from different people on the same topic. So I'd encourage you to put your testimony in writing. And for those who can't get in by the 12 o'clock deadline, anything that you send to us in writing will be included in the packets and passed out and distributed to the members. So your testimony will be heard whether you're able to speak or not. The same is true with someone who doesn't want to speak and wants to write it down. All of those will be included in the packets and available for everyone to read. And I assure you that the people on the committee read those and take them very seriously. With that, Ms. Parody, would you begin? I put yourself on the record and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Dr. Lisa Skiles Parody. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Council of School Administrators. As Mr. Chairman said, we are a 50-year-old private nonprofit representing all superintendents, all principals, elementary and secondary, all school business officials, and the many other dedicated education leaders across Alaska. Initially, SB140 was a clean, straightforward approach to addressing critical broadband needs in our most rural areas who are currently artificially capped at 25 megs. It's a glaring equity issue in our state right now that we need to address. It also addressed transportation costs that have not been funded since 2016, although our costs have increased almost 40%, and an adequate increase in the BSA. All of these addressed core needs, which are essential to schools and students. Now, SB 140, as amended, is instead somewhat of a hodgepodge mishmash with some misguided partisan policy ideas that strike at the heart of public education. You have a constitutional duty to fund public education. It's a duty that has not been met for a better part of a decade. I turn your attention to our joint position statement handout, which I appreciate Mr. Wright getting to you this morning. Please draw your attention to page 2 and 3. Here you will find our pencil charts that we've been producing for the last decade. I do want to thank your Legislative Finance Office for providing us the data that is used in these charts. Our chart 1, page 2, It shows inflation adjustment to the FY12 value. The BSA of 5,960 in FY24 has an FY12 value of 468 when adjusted for inflation. The red line reflects the governor's veto, which you failed to override and which would have given immediate support to our students. This chart clearly shows the magnitude of the loss of purchasing power, particularly against fixed costs like health insurance, energy, and transportation, to mention just a few. On chart 2, page 3 shows that the BSA would have what the BSA would have been if inflation adjusted since 2017. FY25 would be 73.73, a difference of over 1,400. All of the above demonstrates clearly, mathematically, that the BSA amount in this bill is woefully, arguably, unconstitutionally underfunded. Facts are stubborn things. We fully support public charter schools and note that the proposal to move charters to the state is the wrong direction, and it betrays the conservative principle that government governs best when closest to the people. And it disrupts the policy framework that has enabled our Alaska charter schools to earn their high ranking that Commissioner Bishop just spoke of. The system is working as is. There is no need to change it. And I'll just add that we adamantly oppose any effort to backdoor introduce vouchers. And moving to lump sum payments to teachers. We share your attorney's concerns regarding equal protection and negotiated agreements. We note that the governor's task force on teacher retention and recruitment, which I served on and many of my members served on, actually said that Alaska needs competitive salaries and a public pension system that fairly compensates all district staff who devote many years to Alaska's children. And as I come to a close, I will just remind you that the vast majority of our students go to their neighborhood schools, the bricks and mortar neighborhood schools, so that the focus on the small number of students who don't in this bill is a little bit disproportionate, although we also support all public schools. Your duty is to support all students, and public education does just that. We thank you for your time and for your service, and I want to echo the comments of Commissioner Bishop in thanking you for your timing. The timing of this is really important. Getting these issues out front early in the session is a really great thing, and we stand ready to assist you to navigate this bill forward in a way that does work for all of our students. So we appreciate your service and appreciate your time and the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not going to let him ask them anyway. Thank you, Ms. Parity.
Thank you.
Next up is Carol Bookless. Are you here present?
Can you hear me through this mask?
If it's, yeah.
Well, I
State-
could take it down.
That's fine.
Carol Bookless I live in Douglas, Alaska. I'm a teacher. And this has been very interesting to me because one of the things I came to talk about was, you might want to write this down, a bill I found in the National House of Representatives in 2005 called Dollars to Classroom Act, HR 182. And it is addressing kind of what Dr. Bishop said and kind of what something I've been seeing. I am a teacher. I'm a special education teacher, and I don't have enough pairs. I've got 3 pairs for 4 classrooms. I teach K1. I've got 2 students who take almost all of a whole para. And I'm trying to get a 4th one. I keep putting, the buzz in people's ears. But then part of the reason that those students are so intensive is because of their behavior, and they're just not ready for kindergarten yet. Okay. So sometimes, they need to go down to the principal's office, and this last fall, sometimes I send them down there, and it's like, oh, he's not here. Well, where is he? He's in Anchorage attending a conference with all the other administrators. Oh, okay. So I deal with myself. Next thing you know, another week down the road, where's the principal? Oh, sorry, he's in Washington, D.C. now with all the other administrators. Then a few weeks later, okay, I need to talk to the principal. Where is he? New Orleans with all the other administrators. So we've got all these administrators going off to these conventions, and I can't get a para. It's kind of upsetting. It's something I've seen over and over again. When I started in the district 17 years ago, we had about 5 people in the spec ed administration. I think we have about double that now. And we have fewer students. So yes, we need to do something about the fact that we're top-heavy in administration. And this Dollars to Classroom Act, if you read it, what they're doing is they're saying, we're going to fund you, but 95% of that has to go to the classroom, not to administrators. Is that my time's up?
Can you wrap up? Yes.
Yeah, I also want to be sure that for politics, that the charter school thing, if the state takes over the charter schools, are we going to see 2 years from now that, oh, look, the state's running the charter schools and they're doing so well? Well, of course, you took the schools that are already doing well and put them under the state. So I don't like this charter school idea at all.
Thank you. Are you finished? Thank you.
I could say more, but
Yeah,
Does
2
anybody-
minutes is, I understand 2 minutes is very short, but the numbers are many.
is there any questions? Are you allowed to ask questions?
I am, but you're not. David Francis, are you available? Yeah, I don't know, take the battery out of it. It's not working.
Good morning. Thank you for listening. My name is David Francis, and I'm from here in Juneau. Please give today's students the opportunities that I had, the opportunities that I came back to this town that I love to support. I'd like to share my perspective as a student teacher and first-year teacher working under an initial certification. I see students craving stability, but subjected to the chaos of high staff turnover and slapdash funding in our state. The fact that my students have a relatively inexperienced teacher such as myself this year is a consequence of over 1,100 experienced teachers leaving the profession in Alaska. We need a permanent and significant increase in the purchasing power of the BSA in order to give students the same robust education that I received here in town, not bonuses that forget support staff needed to make this project work. I need paraeducators in my classroom. I need administrators and lower-level office staff to cooperate with. Before I pursued teaching, I worked as support staff for $19 an hour. I'm here to tell you that without an increase in the BSA, it will soon be impossible to hire and retain office staff, paras, and other support staff. I don't want a bonus. I want to work in a state that supports its students. In a society that hasn't given up adequately funding education should be the top priority. Thank you for your service and for this opportunity to speak.
Lou Garrison?
Lon.
Is it Lon?
It's Lon, yes.
The ink quit writing and I can't read, so it's very bad.
That happens frequently with my name, so don't worry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Lon Garrison, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Alaska School Boards. ASB's legislative priorities include sufficient and predictable education funding, retention and recruitment of teachers, staff, and administrators, and student wellness and safety. Using the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Alaska Urban CPI data, ASB has calculated that the necessary BSA increase to account for inflation since 2016 would be $1,413. The proposed $300 BSA increase falls significantly short of represents only 21% of that difference. School districts across the state are facing unprecedented budget shortfalls that are creating an opportunity cost for our children and the state that they cannot afford. ASB has consistently supported and worked with Alaska's public charter schools within local districts and fervently opposes enabling the State Board of Education to be a charter school authorizer. This move blatantly disregards local control and sets the stage for an adversarial relationship between a charter school and the district. AASB feels that state charter schools may in time circumvent local control and funding altogether. In a recent podcast, the National Charter School researcher had an interview with Commissioner Bishop and she noted that the success of Alaska's charter schools are in great part due to the strong relationship between school districts and charters. In her words, the teachers and principals are our colleagues and the students are all our students within the district.
Please wrap it up.
Yes. The last point I'd like to make is the application of the special needs factor to correspondence school students seems plausible. The current funding of these students may not fully cover the expense that are often required for special education services or access to CTE courses. Thank you.
Dennis Robinson. And following that will be Bridget Smith, so kind of get a heads up on who will be next. Put your name on the record and start your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Dennis Robinson. I'm speaking in behalf of the citizens of Unalaska. I'm speaking in support of portions of 140 and in opposition of SB 140. The original language in SB 140, I believe, should be amended to provide either 25, 50, or 100 megabytes per second of dedicated service, the key being dedicated service. Unalaska finally has broadband delivered by fiber optics. The Unalaska City School opted to only have 50 megabytes per second rather than 100 megabytes. If they chose 100 megabytes down, then they would lose the entire bag grant. As it is, they took 50 megabytes and it cost $150,000 of that bag grant to the school. I support an increase in a BSA. As you know, there hasn't been any increase in any significance since 2012. Excuse me. The increase I support is one passed by the Senate of 1,400 or over 1,400. In the past 5 years, Unalaska City School has lost 60 students. And the costs of keeping the school open have remained the same. Unalaska's been lucky in the fact that it has been able to, the city has been able to provide the maximum amount of money. So I disagree with the thought that increasing the BSA is not going to fix the problem. It will. We have proof because for 34 years plus we've funded that school to the maximum amount we could, and therefore that's what allowed us to achieve a blue ribbon status in both our elementary school and high school. It does work. So I do oppose the portion of this bill that is a charter school. I think that is going to put an undue burden on the local control.
Please wrap up.
Yes, thank you. And I do not support the lump sum payment to teachers without an increase in the BSA, because once that goes away, the schools are going to still be required to end up paying that. And thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Bridget Smith. And just as a heads up, I'm going to take Bridget and one other testifier, and then we will go to the LIOs and take a few from there. Would you please put your name on the record and begin your testimony?
My name is Bridget Smith, and I live in Juneau, 2 blocks from this building. Both of my children, now in their 40s, went through the Juneau school system, kindergarten through 8th grade. I now have grandchildren entering the system. I am here to support an increase of $1,423 to the Base Student Allocation funding as recommended by the Association of Alaska School Boards. Governor Dunleavy has stated that he wants Alaska to be a family-friendly state. I agree. For families who are moving to the state, one of the first things that parents look for is good schools for their children. For families leaving the state, poor schools may be the reason. And yet, a year ago, the Legislative Finance Division Director testified to the House Finance Committee stating that, quote, "Today, the base student allocation is the lowest it's been in 20 years, adjusted for inflation," unquote. We're a year later now. Well-funded public education is an important part of what will make this a family-friendly state. None of us are served by underfunded schools that deprive our children of their right to have a good education. We want a well-educated workforce. We need our teachers, our medical personnel, our state workers, our lawyers, our legislators. We need all of our workers to be well-educated to work for the benefit of all of us. Only a well-funded public school system guarantees us a well-educated workforce. And a well-funded public school system is an integral part of the family-friendly state that we all want. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you. Emily Terry, or Ferry.
Good morning. My name is Emily Ferry. I'm here representing myself. I'm a parent here in Juneau. I have to say I'm actually really happy with a lot of my school options. My children go to the public Montessori school, and I feel like here in Alaska, we have a number of options. I've talked with homeschool parents who are very happy here in Alaska, where homeschool is also much more supported than it is in other places around the country. So I'd say, first of all, let's not fix what's not broken. That's a part of our education system that's working well for us. What is not working well for us, as we all know, is the funding scenario. This is a graph that I think is really important to consider. Probably can't see the details, but you can see the downward trend. It's from the Alaska Commission on Post-Secondary Education, and it shows the percent of high school students who are pursuing their 2 or 4 year degrees after high school. It's about 34% right now. If you are a high school senior, about 1 out of 9 high school seniors will have a bachelor's degree in 6 years from now. 1 out of 9. So if you think about what our workforce needs are, and think about where the trajectory of our state is going, it's not great. And we're going to hear and have heard, that our system isn't working, we need to fix it. We've had a decade of cutting the budget, and that hasn't fixed it. It's made our outcomes worse. And so, I think the only alternative here is to invest. We've heard about families may leave the state. I'm hearing from my peers, my friends, like, we want to leave the state. We do not want to come back to Alaska. We do not want to be in Alaska if we are not committed to our children and to our future and to our workforce. So, for all of those reasons, for the workforce of tomorrow, whether like immediately tomorrow, we need families here, and then we need to invest in our children so that they're ready for the jobs that Alaska needs. Thanks so much.
If you would leave that chart, we will print that and circulate it to the committee.
Great, thanks. Where would you like that?
I'm sorry?
Where would you like me to put?
He's coming to get it right here. Thank you. At this time, we'll go off net to Valdez. Kathy Todd.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
I can't hear you, but can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to start speaking, and I hope somebody will, wave at me or something if you can't hear, because I can't hear you at all.
Yes, we can hear you.
I've been a family physician in Valdez for 43 years. I'm a member of the Valdez City School Board for the last 15 years, but I'm speaking for myself since the timing of this public testimony didn't allow my board to officially weigh in. In the interest of brevity, I've chosen a few specific points about the bill to comment on. This bill has some good things in it, modern digital connectivity standards, but I want to speak to one of those. A school for the deaf as an option is important. It's important to have a language, and for adults and peers that can interact with you in that language, for intellectual as well as social. You're not hearing me?
No, they can hear you.
Okay. As well as social development. Individual kids in far-flung schools won't have that, those peers that and teachers that can interact with them, no matter how much money we pour into trained aides or training parents. I would love to share more details from my hearing daughter's experience as an ASL interpreter in the Hawaiian schools, a state with just as many flying problems, but maybe better weather. With any of you who are interested and any who are doubting that providing this option to parents is a good idea. I'd like to speak to the idea of state-authorized charter schools. Charter schools are purported to offer choice, but in districts our size, they will do the opposite. We have 2 or 3 classrooms per elementary grade, and parents sometimes choose one teacher over another. That choice might be less if we had 2 separate systems. Simplistically, for the sake of the math, perhaps the charter school would take a few students from each grade, so that we would have, say, 40 students at a grade level instead of 45, so that we still need 2 teachers, and we still have to heat the building and run the cafeteria, but we would have 5 fewer BSA allotments, requiring something else to give, lessening choice for all of the students in the public school in other areas.
Ms. Todd, can you wrap it up? If you can hear me. If not, we'll,
okay.
Don't be
I've already
insulted if
gone
we
2
cut
minutes.
you off.
I really don't think so. I'll skip then. What brings us to, of course, the local control. There's no way that someone who has never even been to a specific size place, let alone a specific place, and let alone have lived there.
Thank you, and I apologize for that, but it was 2 minutes. And so at this time, we will go to the Fairbanks LIO and Sharon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, we have quite an echo. First off, thank you for your service to Alaska. I am Sharon Hansen. I'm on the Academic Policy Committee of my children's charter school. I'm also the chair of the nonprofit associated with the school, the founder of the Neurodivergent Support Group for Parents at our school, and my husband is a high school teacher. I would like to know, why is charter school oversight in with this SB140 instead of other current pieces of legislation that will go through the full committee process? One of the missions of our school is to generate a sense of community, the community being the local community, like going to the food bank, inviting elders to our classrooms, but also a sense of community within our school itself, inviting parents and grandparents and other family members in for our festivals and for our events. I appreciate our charter school's partnership with the Fairbanks School District and the relationship that the charter has with the school board. I have never been fearful of approaching our board. I think having boots on the ground is extremely important, and having people in our school district that can come into our school if there is any sort of situation that needs to be addressed is very important. And I think that having my principal have a district boss is also extremely helpful for her to be able to collaborate with different problems that the school may be facing. I fear that having state oversight of charter schools has potential to seriously affect the diversity, equity, and inclusiveness of our charter schools. 22% of our students at our charter school are currently on individualized education programs and receive special education support. We've been trying for 3 months to get a new special education teacher that retired in October. The district is who has been helping us to cover the needs of our school right now while we are going through the process of trying to hire a new teacher.
Sharon, could you wrap it up, please?
Yep, okay, I support a raise of the BSA. Outside funding formula, the charters did not get the same amount as the rest of last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staying in Fairbanks, Don Gray.
Sorry.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Can you reset the time? I'm sorry.
I didn't start it.
I moved to Fairbanks to teach high school in Lathrop High School in 1970 and taught until 1993. At that time, we had some of the best schools and the best teachers, and the results for the students were excellent. And that's changed quite a bit because education's closely tied to the cost of education. And of course, the legislature is concerned with spending. We used to have a state income tax, and that's gone away. I'm afraid I'm kind of old, and so I can't remember all the titles on everything. But the funding was asked for by many educators, parents in Fairbanks, that they asking for the increase to $1,200 for the SBA, I guess it's called. I'm sorry. That was changed to about 660, I believe, and then that was halved also, and then the governor vetoed, and the veto requires 75% of the legislators to support this, and obviously that doesn't appear to be around. I think that as a grandfather of two students who are in the school system who've done very well, they happen to live in Anchorage instead of Fairbanks, but they've had good education, they work very hard, and I think that the governor and the legislature are hurting the future of our state, excuse me.
Mr. Gray, could you wrap it up?
Representatives must look to the future, and we must fund education to help the students of this state. And that has not happened in...
Mr. Gray, can you wrap it up?
The veto by the governor, nor the absence of the legislature.
Thank you. I apologize for having to do that, but it's a necessity of time. I want to now go to the Petersburg LIO, and I am not even going to try to pronounce your last name, Cindy, so if you'll put it on the record for me, I would go to the Petersburg LIO. I'm not even going to try. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Lagodakis from Petersburg, Alaska, and I'm representing myself. My comments to the chair and members of the House Rules Committee. I wish to comment on provisions of SB140 and specifically the base student allocation of $6,260. Higher allocation is desperately needed. Rising costs around the state, school districts have been alerting us to shortfalls in the millions of dollars. Funding education, or the lack thereof, are putting our children and our communities at risk. Our school has reported that increases in education funding not even covering the rise in the cost of utilities, and that teacher salaries are being kept low in order to attempt to cover all financial bases. This obviously poses challenges in trying to fill vacant positions. In the past year, prior to retiring as the local museum director, I was even asked to substitute for staff at the elementary school on an emergency basis, required me to take time off of my regular job. Knowing school staffing has been a challenge here as well as elsewhere, it was a choice I felt I had to make to support our local schools. You have all heard the recent news addressing the aging of Alaska's population. Planning our school system by continuing to underfund, as well as prioritizing charter schools and reducing local control, will not encourage young families to remain in Alaska or relocate here. We must address the financial burdens school districts are under. I encourage you to support an increased BSA over that in this bill as an investment in our young people, future as well as our own. Pension bonuses, as outlined in the bill, don't address staff critical to keeping schools open and functioning as well. I am encouraged by other provisions in the bill addressing tribal coordination, internet services, transportation, accommodating deaf students and those hard of hearing, education for students in juvenile detention, vocational ed, and early childhood ed. Face enough challenges in their future. Not make education one of them. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. We will now go to the Kenai LIO, Luke Herron.
For the record, Luke Herman. I am a secondary high school teacher at Soldotna High School in the KPBSD, but I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of my students. My seniors engage in a semester-long research project where they have to independently identify what they believe barriers to their own success are, and the results are across the board what has been discussed here. They find that there's a decreasing number of opportunities, and this is in the largest school in our district. This means extracurricular opportunities, academic opportunities, vocational opportunities. Reporting high classroom sizes, no infrastructure for mental and physical health, decreasing numbers of paraprofessionals. One survey that my students did for the student body found an alarming increase in the number of students reporting severe mental health issues. They surveyed nearly 200 students in the building. I believe it was about 180. And the majority of them were reporting moderate to severe mental distress, anxiety, and depression levels. And what we're seeing is a rapidly deteriorating school system, rapidly deteriorating communities, and as a result, rapidly deteriorating outcomes. We need resources to address this, or this will continue. We need proper funding. This isn't an either-or issue. This isn't just public charter schools or just public neighborhood schools. We can fund all of them. And to not is a violation of our constitutional mandate to provide education and is a disservice to the people we serve in education, which is the students. Thank you for taking testimony.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to the Anchorage LIO, Rebecca Caldwell.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Caldwell. Please pass SB140 along with sections 3 and 9 regarding charter and correspondence school approval through the state. I believe the students and parents of Alaska deserve the opportunity to choose a program that best fits with their learning styles and abilities. It seems as if the school districts have gotten too large and too arrogant, and they wield their power upon the public. And they are unwilling to approve any new charter or correspondence schools. Charter schools come in many different forms. You have brick and mortar, you have homeschooling, you have remote learning, and you have a hybrid of both. Hybrid of both of those. Do you believe children have the right to be safe while being educated? Are you aware that charter schools serve the students who are being bullied and feel unsafe in their neighborhood schools, students who have health concerns, students with mental issues, home situations that are unique to the students where they are unable to attend their classrooms, students who travel with their parents, students who do sports out of state? Are you aware that your neighborhood schools do not support these students? If students are not in the classroom, they are not enrolled in their neighborhood schools, homeschooling provides the opportunity for these students. They deserve this. And it is silly to believe that any new homeschooling program or correspondence program would not follow any of the state laws or regulations that are put forth through the state of Alaska. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lynette Marcellus?
Yes. My name is Lynetta Marcellus. I'm a teacher, and I've been part of a charter school. So I support the parts of this that the charter school would directly be approved by the state. There's many times in our state where charter schools have been denied by the school district or closed down, hence in the last situation here in the last year. There's competition directly. The districts see it as competition, so why would they want to go ahead and bring more competition by approving more charter schools? So I also agree with the correspondent study funding because we're actually discriminating against children that go to a charter school because we are not allowing those multipliers to follow them. So you're saying some kids get this and some don't. This will provide more charter opportunity for Alaska's children who are disadvantaged from low income or socioeconomical issues, because if there's more charters being approved by the state, there's more in the neighborhoods, more in various neighborhoods closer to those kids to get to those. Please, as you're negotiating this and going forward, please don't strip out the school choice. My colleague once said, the regular schools in the district cut the kid to the suit instead of the suit to the kid that charters do. I appreciate Dr. Bishop and her statements earlier about authorizing them under the state. I listened to Representative Shrug, and he has his information correct about our recent charter dissolving. Currently, Mat-Su, Anchorage School District, and Alley Peak do fund religious private schools as part-time, so that had nothing to do with the charter. Local control of the district, specifically in large districts, are really not local control, as has been people have mentioned. The true local control is when you have an academic policy committee of parents and the people on the schools in charge. So if they really wanted local control, the districts do, then they wouldn't have dissolved the local APC.
Mrs. Marcellus, can you wrap it up, please?
Yep. Also, I just want to let you know, as a homeschool teacher, we have a lot of special needs that are coming. I started with one, and now I have 20 to 30 at a time of special needs, intensive needs students that come and homeschool now. So charter schools, choice schools are getting the needs of those intensive students.
Thank you. We'll now go to Barb Clark at the Anchorage,
Yes,
Ohio.
sir. Thank you. My name is Barbara Clark. I've been an ASD high school teacher for 24 years. I'm here to urge passage of an unencumbered increase in the BSA, substantive and enduring enough to reverse the damage that many years of flat funding have done. Over the last decade, Anchorage schools have steadily lost exemplary programs and excellent educators, and not just teachers. The proposal to give a one-time bonus just to teachers is not a fix. To be clear, though some of you, I guess, might recognize me as a union person, I'm speaking here only for myself. I'm sure we do have teacher members who would be happy to take the money and run in a year or two. It's what they were planning to do anyway. Because of salary, because of retirement, because of support, because of professional respect, because of a voice in curricular design, is that what you want? A teacher bonus is an insult to security staff, office support, teaching assistants, counselors, nurses, mental health professionals, and custodians, and it's an insult to our teachers who want a robust staff support, well-maintained buildings, reasonable class sizes, adequate curricular resources, and a secure and sufficient retirement, as much as we want competitive salaries. We teachers have a mechanism to raise our salaries. We bargain as equals and in good faith with our districts. We would very much like for those districts to be able to come to the table as worthy negotiating partners without multi-million-dollar deficits. They're the people we elect to make decisions about staffing, programs, curriculum, chartering, and facilities. The Alaska Constitution charges the legislature and the governor with establishing and maintaining the public education system. Letting our schools slide further into deficit and disrepair is not maintaining public education. Losing more programs, buildings, equipment, and staff every year is not maintaining public education. Micromanaging decisions that belong to elected school boards is not helpful. Please step up and do your constitutional duty and just generously raise the BSA. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to come back into the room. And I think the next person is Emily Terry. And behind that will be Cheyenne Kohler. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed my check. Cheyenne. And following that will be Chris Heidelman.
My name is Cheyenne Quayler. I am a middle school teacher and have taught for over a decade in the Juneau School District. What brings me here today is the proposed reduction to the proposed BSA increase and the discussion of targeted funding. What I am extremely concerned about is the continual eroding of the supports I need to be an impactful teacher. I keep hearing of the need to direct funding to the classroom, but in my 12 years of classroom teaching, as efforts have been made to not cut teachers, I have experienced the eroding of support staff that weaken my ability to do my job. Cuts in office staff, school nurses, custodians, teacher mentors, and coaches. Payroll and IT. A cut I keep coming back to with our statewide issue of chronic absenteeism is the cut of truancy officers, who made those home visits that helped to get students back into the classroom. Yes, those cuts were all the decisions were all made by our local school board, but those cuts were made in order to keep the money in the classroom. Finally, in regard to the teacher retention bonus, I would be in support of this if it is made available to all the paraprofessionals, office staff, custodians, nurses, payroll, and all staff who do help maintain education in our states.
Thank you. Chris? And following Chris will be Mary Haddock? Hadlock? I'm terrible with names, by the way, guys.
All right, good morning. My name is Chris Heidemann. I'm from Douglas. I'm a parent, I'm an educator, and I also represent about 300 educators here in the school district as president of the Juneau Education Association. First, I'd like to speak to two things that I think are secondary to the main issue at hand right now. First of all, removing charters from local control would violate a long-standing Alaska tradition of having public education decisions in the hands of locals. Second, I believe the teacher bonus provision is misguided. I do not believe it would influence many decisions for folks to stay in the state. And additionally, it did not escape my attention that the education commissioner mentioned that it would do nothing to help the education support professionals and staff that make the running of our buildings possible day to day. Nothing short of a substantial, permanent, and inflation-proof increase to the formula would be adequate at this point. Alaska's public schools are being strangled due to lack of funding. From where I sit, our schools are stuck between two crises: a lack of funding from the state and a deepening shortage of qualified educators willing to work in Alaska. The state has a constitutional responsibility to maintain a system of public education. The state maintains public education with dollars. The state is currently failing to maintain education, which means to uphold, make whole, and keep in good working order. The lack of funding from the state has also resulted in an inability to attract and retain enough quality educators. Simply put, your jobs are not competitive on the open market because our districts are broke. The state also boasts the single worst public employee retirement system in the country. As a parent and an educator, I am outraged at where we find ourselves today, but there is hope. Alaska's educators are resilient. If you provide us with the funding and tools we need to provide every student with an excellent public education, I assure you we will deliver.
Thank you. Mary? Hadkala? Going once. H-A-K-A-L-A is what it appears to be spelled. Okay, we will move on. Yes.
In the overflow room.
In the overflow room.
Maybe we could go to
Yeah, we will move on. Taylor Baird. Following that will be Casey East. Can't read the writing very well. Taylor? I would ask that you be in the room. We are going to take these, and we have many people to testify, and we don't have a lot of time.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Beard. I have 2 children that are in the elementary school system here in Juneau. There exists a simple maxim: behave as you expect your children to behave. Straightforward, yet we, the state of Alaska, consistently show them that their education is not a priority. My children will be fine. I am intelligent, innovative, and driven to ensure they have a rich, well-rounded education. But I'm not just concerned about my children. John Donne eloquently states, "No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee." This suggests what I strongly believe, that we are infinitely connected, impacting one another directly and indirectly. The children affected by your choice will someday have volition capable of influencing the lives of others. They need the best tools available to make sound, informed decisions. I keep hearing the word hope regarding them, and while everyone has it, at the end of the day, it's hyperbole and not a plan. This administration prioritizes public safety, very understandably, and yet there is substantial evidence correlating poor education and the propensity to commit both petty and violent crime. Imagine you're adrift in the ocean, you've run out of drinking water, and your thirst is beyond words. Continuing to underfund education in favor of public safety is akin to drinking salt water to quench that thirst. Sure, it provides brief instant relief, but it magnifies the issue. Funding good public education has lasting ramifications, creating contributing members of society who are less likely to resort to crime or rely on public assistance. Funding good education is, at its base, funding public safety. Further, we exist in an arena of consequences, and I promise you that whether you vote to fund education or not, your choice will come back to you. You will feel it. In the annals of history, how will you be remembered? As someone who enacted real change, rectifying public education and public safety? Or as someone who allowed our youth to wallow in mediocrity, exacerbating the issues we currently struggle to resolve? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Casey, and the best I can do with the last name is BRT, KURT. I apologize for not being able to read your name. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Casey Parody. I'm a freshman at Juneau Douglas High School, Yada Akle. I am testifying on the lack of investment through BSA in schools. Marjorie Finlay once said, "Never be so kind you forget to be clever, and never be so clever you forget to be kind." This reflects on the legislature. I feel like you have forgotten what is most important in this state, its students. The kids in schools now are the next generation, the next workers and employers, and the ones to take your places. With improper funding, students are suffering to get a quality education, and many families are moving away. Students need to be able to expand their knowledge during school. A full increase in the BSA would benefit all schools significantly. The next generation are inheriting the problems from previous years and are the ones who will do their best to solve them. If we want to have students do their best to find the best solutions to problems, why don't we provide them with a higher quality education now? I and many of my friends have seen several classes where teachers have been unable to get school supplies this past week. In my science class, we were doing an experiment using eggs, and when our teacher went to go buy them, he couldn't and had to use his own money. $5.93 for a material that would increase our understanding of a science unit. If we can't afford to help our students learn, we can't afford the future. Basic school supplies for classrooms are essential for our schools, and we are starving education and rationing the amount of creativity. Large classrooms, due to inadequate funding to hire enough staff to bring the student-teacher ratio down, tend to leave students having trouble focusing and teachers dealing with multiple students at once. Please think of the students, and thank you for hearing my testimony.
Katie Green.
Thank you, Chair Johnson and members of the committee. My name is Katie Green. My family moved here 13 years ago, and we have raised our 7 boys in the Juneau School District. Our school district has found themselves in an unprecedented financial deficit. We are in a unique position to fast-track our request directly to these proceedings. Without an immediate increase in BSA funds, our district is facing consolidation and school closures. Educators will lose their jobs, and our children will be left with what the board describes as, quote, the least amount the district can legally provide in an education. Ms. Bibb has provided my son an engaging environment where he taught himself to play the guitar, which is now a new passion of his. Mr. Creel played an integral part in guiding my son to graduate with honors during COVID. Ms. Ridgway goes out of her way to reach out and praise my middle schooler. This gives him confidence that he so desperately needs. Mr. Filardi and Ms. Bookless show love, support, and compassion to my autistic child above and beyond their duties. Nurse Peterson monitored my diabetic son and provided aid to my other children during medical needs. I could go on for hours with examples. These school district employees provide a safe and nurturing environment for our children. The least amount the district can legally provide. Do my examples sound like the least amount? No, what they are providing now is what our children will offer the future of Alaska. You take that away and what do you have? The employees and most of all the children deserve more than forced retirement, downsizing, and overcrowding. They deserve a fighting chance at a successful future. They deserve this committee to not be flaccid in their response. I urge you to restore and increase the base student allocation, and please be mindful of inflation over the last 2 years since the original numbers. Thank you.
Jessalyn Gillum. Jessalyn Gillum is not here, or not testifying. Rexanne Finley.
My name is Brenda Taylor, excuse me. I live at 995 Mendenhall Peninsula Road here in Juneau. And I'm here to advocate for amendments to this bill, specifically to increase the increase to the BSA and not to shift approval of charter schools from local to state decision-making. I'm the parent of 2 children who went through Juneau Public Schools here, K through 12, both charter and neighborhood public schools. And in all of those schools, I was very involved both as a member of the site councils and academic policy committees and the chair for most of that time. So I've got, I think, a pretty good perspective from both of those types of public schools.
Can you move the mic a little closer?
Yes, sorry. My daughter went to our neighborhood public school, Auk Bay, for 4 years. But at the end of those years, it became clear that because of who she particularly is, not because of the school, she needed a smaller school. And so we moved to the Juneau Community Charter School, which had 66 students. And there she learned how to become an active member of a community. But I think what's really important is that she also understood that we were still part of the greater Juneau community. And so I think that the charge to all of you is to figure out not only how do we do choice for families and students, but how do we recognize that that's within the context of a greater, whatever that school, whatever that community is, and how does that charter school impact the rest of the community. During my time on the APC, we were involved in a lot of momentous changes. We expanded from K5 to K8. We began renewing our charter. We were involved in decisions about moving into district space. We were very involved in increasing funding for small charter schools, which at that point was really, really, really crazy. And the only way that we were able to do that was through collaboration with our local school board and specifically as well the local principals, so that we could really understand how this charter school would be complementing the other opportunities that were in our community and not at odds by taking away students or doing whatever happened. So I want to do a real shout out to our local school board, who were the first ones to say that our lottery should include not just age and gender, but also socioeconomic status and IEP. In contrast, last comment, which was some schools up in the Matsu, for instance, had volunteer hours as one of the requirements for parents being there, which I don't think was appropriate. So I think there should be guidance from the state, but it should be local control. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will go to the Kodiak LIO. Scott Arden, Mr. Mayor, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. My name is Scott Arndt. I am currently the Kodiak Island Borough Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm a 60-year resident of Kodiak this year, and I have 45 years elected local government participation as of this year. One of my severe problems with this bill is it's a catch-all. And what started out as Senate Bill 140 is being diluted and trying to be rushed through. The internet service for school districts should be separated out and passed on quickly. The intent, my understanding, was by the end of February that needed to be enacted. Problem is, with the catch-all, we're putting a whole bunch of other stuff in here that needs a whole lot more discussion and debate. For instance, the BSA increase that's being proposed is $300. It's a dereliction of duty of the legislature to fund education in the state of Alaska. It's killing the local boroughs that are obligated to help fund education. The second thing is the lump sum payment to teachers. Basically, it's a proposed 3-year experiment. And what are you going to do in 3 years? It needs to be included in the BSA. So, but I agree that there are these other issues: student transportation, charter schools, boarding school increase, correspondence school increases, and fixing stuff. That needs to be debated. It's in different bills. Please pass the internet service on and work on these other things over time rather than trying to rush this all through. So thank you for your consideration. Goodbye.
Thank you. Cindy Micah.
Good morning, Chair Johnson and Vice Chair Tilton and members of the committee. My name is Cindy Micah, and I am the superintendent in Kodiak Island Borough School District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Senate Bill 140. I am very much in favor of increased internet capacity within the BAG grant, but I think we need to take it as a separate bill as originally written and not part of this bill with all the additions. There is a need to increase the cap on the BAG grant for our rural schools for equity. Our village schools here on the island of Kodiak deserve this, and our students deserve it as well. While I was pleased last year an amendment was put forward to raise the BSA to $680, it truly still wasn't enough for our students to continue to receive the educational opportunities they deserve. To now see it lowered to $300 in recent days is a travesty. KIBSD last year faced a $3 million deficit. As a result, we cut many, many positions. This year, with increased costs and only a 1% raise to our valued employees going into next year, we are facing a $5 million deficit. And as a result, we are facing the need to cut about $3 million in teachers, counselors, classified staff, administrative positions, as well as funds for some activities and student and staff travel. But even these cuts will not be enough unless the BSA is raised to compensate for the high inflation and raising costs we have seen over the years. To keep up with inflation, we need a $1,400 raise to the BSA, and every single one of our students deserves this. I do not support the lump sum to teachers for the 3 years of this edition. We have many certificated teachers that fill important ancillary jobs that are not in classes that wouldn't receive this, such as counselors, special ed teachers, and instructional coaches. But even more so, we have classified staff, custodians, maintenance workers, food service workers that work hard to allow our teachers to teach. We have administrators that guide and focus on the vision of KIBSD. The best way to get money in the hands of the teachers and all of our staff is through an increase to BSA. In fact, in KIBSD, we wrote that into the association agreements that all employees would receive a raise if there was an increase to the BSA.
Could you please
wrap? Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you allowing me to testify.
Kathy Simpler.
For the record, my name is Kathy Simpler, and I'm calling from Kodiak. I'm calling with grave concerns about the newly proposed version of SB140. Many have commented on the need for additional public school funding, and I echo those comments. All of the public schools in my community are suffering from underfunding, educator turnover, and a lack of investment in our infrastructure. The notion that we can expect better outcomes for our students without making the needed investments in programs and staffing is demoralizing, and our kids deserve better from the adults making policy. Our public schools deserve every public dollar that the Alaska Association of School Boards has proposed for the BSA. Districts across Alaska are having to choose between heating the building and hiring personnel, which leads to larger class sizes and a reduction in the course offerings for our students. We need to be able to offer classes beyond the core subjects because our elective offerings are essential for increased student engagement. Now is the time to invest the resources into our education crisis through the BSA to support hiring quality employees who will make Alaska their home and sustain quality programs that can strengthen our communities and economy. I want to remind everyone that today's students will be tomorrow's leaders and will be taking care of all of us in the future. We want our students to receive the necessary resources they need in order to do that. Teacher bonuses are not going to solve our public education crisis, but if that stays in the bill, the bonus needs to include everyone who works for our districts. Next, I urge you to reconsider dismantling 3 decades of local control, oversight, and accountability for our charter schools. Our school boards are members of and are elected by our community, people who know our communities best. My understanding is that this section has not been vetted by any education policy committee or finance committee and unnecessarily complicates our very successful statewide charter school program. As you probably know, Alaska was recently recognized as having the best charter school system in the nation. Why are we messing it? Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to go to the Anchorage LIO. Susan Ritter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, my name is Susan Ritter. I am an experienced 17-year Tier 3 special education teacher and have taught all grades K-12 in Anchorage. Prior to being a teacher, I was a special education paraprofessional. I'm speaking as an individual. I live in House District 15 in the Sand Lake area. Thank you for hearing my comments on the changes to the committee substitute for SB140 and act relating to funding the internet services of school districts and providing for an effective date. First, I urge you to raise the BSA back to at least the compromise of $680, but would prefer $1,600. The $300 increase proposed is an insult and represents a 56% reduction from the compromise achieved last session. Next, you must keep local control, oversight, and accountability of our local charter schools. We have a system that works, and this provision is a solution in search of a problem that has not been reviewed or vetted seriously. Finally, the teacher bonuses are great if you expand them to include all the hardworking folks who work in our schools, and if they are coupled with a significant increase to the BSA. A recent article from Education Week dated July 27th states that given a choice of different ways to increase compensation, teachers say the prospect of salary increases to keep up with inflation are more likely to keep them in the classroom other than other perks, including generous one-offs of just a stipend of some sort. The iterations of the bill waters down this bill waters down the original intent. I am asking this committee and the entire legislative body to return SB 140 to increase the permanent BSA to a number that will allow our students to thrive. I ask that expensive programs such as the correspondence study for funding be examined. I urge legislators to strip SB 140 of the attempt to seize local control of school board districts and boards. Please stand by the Alaska Constitution and support all Alaskan students, educators, and administrators. Provide the necessary funding for us to continue teaching our students in a safe and inclusive environment. In reference to the quality of education in Anchorage, my daughter graduated from West High School in the top 10 of her class in 2013, where she received an excellent public education. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. Rebecca Vano.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Vano, and I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm the parent of a recent graduate from Anchorage School District who had phenomenal support from every single one of his teachers as he went through K through 12. I am also a 22-year veteran high school teacher at a high school in Anchorage. And I would like to start by saying we were reminded in the opening remarks that this is about the students, not the adults in the building, as if those of us who are teachers don't recognize this. We became teachers because we believe in the importance of educating our students. And that's where our advocacy is coming from. Please hear me when I say, I don't want a bonus. I want an equitable raise for all our staff. We are not losing teachers, hemorrhaging teachers in our state simply because we are not paying them well enough and we are not offering a pension, though that is part of it. We are hemorrhaging teachers because we are also losing support staff. My high school currently has 5 open positions for paraprofessionals, which means that our special education teachers, our life skills teachers, cannot always meet the basic needs of their students, things like bathroom functions, and also teach the curriculum they are here to teach. We were asked to let teachers teach. That is what we wish to do. We cannot do that if we come to our classroom in the morning and find that due to lack of custodial staff, our floors have not been vacuumed. I have purchased my own vacuum. I often vacuum my room in the morning. We simply do not have enough funding for the support professionals we need to support the teachers who are passionate about educating our future students. This misguided proposal to provide a wildly inadequate increase to BSA along with a small bonus is not going to do what we need to retain the dedicated professionals that we need to support a thriving public education system. Thank you for your time.
Janelle Walton.
Hi, this is Janelle Walton. I'm an English teacher, but I want to talk to you about math today. At the end of last year, I received an email telling us, all of us teachers, to prepare for 36 students per class. That did come to fruition this year. So, math-wise, that's 36 students in a class. We have about 259 minutes per week for each class. That comes up to 7.19 minutes per week per student. That averages out to 1.4 minutes per student per day. That's not teaching. That's crowd control. It's going to get worse. School districts have suffered cuts for more than 10 years, and they have stripped and stripped all they can. Now they have had no choice but to continue to increase class size. Though legislators seem to think that they should not be giving money unless test scores increase, our ability to increase scores has been hampered by larger and larger class sizes. Despite obvious evidence that 10-plus years of cuts have not caused a raise in test scores, this legislative body continues to make poor choices that hurt children. You're hurting children when you don't give them fair time and fair access to their teachers. Please raise this BSA so teachers are not hired for crowd control. Let me teach. Alaskan youth deserve a better educational environment, and increasing the BSA is going to accomplish this. Thank you very much.
Margaret McDonough.
Hello, my name is Margaret McDonough. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage. I am a graduate of the Anchorage School District, and I am a 26-year employee of the Anchorage School District. I am testifying against the passage of this bill as it has had this other thing added to it. I think the original intent of increasing the internet access for all Alaskan communities was a good one, but I am against the pathetic level of money being added into the BSA. Funding the BSA needs to be much, much higher. And I'm also against the bonus for teachers. I think that if you want to really work on attracting and retaining quality educators to the state of Alaska, you will increase the BSA and you will fix the retirement system. Those are the only ways that you're going to really keep the quality educators that the students of Alaska deserve in our state. I also am against the part that deals with giving up local control over charter schools. I think that the Anchorage School District, which is the district I know best, has a wonderful collection of different charter schools and programs that are available for Anchorage's families to choose from, and that the process for letting those should be in the hands of our community members because we know best what our community needs, and that would be true for any community in the state of Alaska. It shouldn't be in the hands of the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tasha
Mstislavsky, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tasha Mstislavsky, and I want to first of all say thank you very much for taking public testimony today for SB140. I'm here as a parent of 2 children in the Anchorage immersion programs, actively currently matriculating. One child of mine is in 3rd grade, and one is in middle school in the 8th grade. And I'm here to represent for our family the importance of the immersion program choice for families in our community. It's an excellent choice for our family. We are multilingual, and the immersion programs are what our family thrives in and needs. And I would like to request that these options are still available for families. Not necessarily second to this is definitely my unequivocal interest in the increase in the BSA, not at $300, something definitely north of $700, if not, as others have mentioned, over $1,000. The increase in the Base Student Allocation is an important part to maintain our community school infrastructure, our public school infrastructure, to continue to support families and the needs of the children in our community. Thank you very much.
Ben Elbow.
Hi, my name is Ben Elbow, and I live here in Anchorage. I'm here to ask for a significant increase to the BSA, much, much larger than the current $300 per student proposal in SB140. I'm frustrated by the short-sighted logic I hear from critics of increasing education funding. I hear people say our schools are failing, so why should we spend more money on them? This logic has many flaws. It wouldn't make sense in any other sector. Anchorage snow removal. When the streets don't get cleared in enough time, we wouldn't refuse to increase the city's street maintenance budget until the snow and ice was removed more quickly. We wouldn't demonize and demean the drivers. Public safety. When we see violence or have issues of safety in our communities, we wouldn't tell the troopers or the VPSOs that they're failing. We wouldn't freeze those budgets for 7 years until people stop breaking the law. Our business community is telling us that the health and vibrancy of our workforce and our economy requires more young people who are educated and prepared. To underfund education is to harm our state's economy and the health of our businesses. Our schools aren't failing. They're being asked to do so much more than teach kids how to read and write and add and subtract. Our students are coming to school hungry and traumatized and isolated. Look at how we're struggling as a society. Our families can't get registered or qualify for public assistance. They can't find affordable places to live. They can't get to work because the streets aren't plowed. They see and hear violence and anger in their homes. Look at our state's rates of domestic violence. When all those things happen, our students pay the price. They bear the brunt of those problems. And yet they walk in our school doors every day, and our teachers and our teachers' aides and our nurses and all our support staff do all they can to help heal those wounds, while at the same time teaching the students how to read and write and add and subtract. To say that our schools are failing because not enough kids are scoring proficient on tests is to ignore the fact that our schools are being asked to do more and more with less and less. Our BSA hasn't been raised in 7 years. Please give our public schools the money they need in order to do the work that we so desperately need them to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This time I'd like to go to Kotzebue. Margaret Hanson.
Oh man, I lost my written presentation.
Before you start, Margaret, I'd like to remind everyone that if you've written their testimony down, that if you'd send that to us on don't have the email address, but I'll get you the email address. But if you'll send it in, we will be happy to submit that, even though you have testified, would like to see it in writing. Thank you. Margaret?
Hi, thank you. Margaret Hansen. I'm currently on the Northwest Arctic Borough School Board of Education here in Kotzebue. I've been on the board for 22 years and want to speak to the BSA. We have shown through our finance and record retention of we need a BSA increase of 1,423 working with the AASB. Our children need your support. With the schools across Alaska facing a budget crisis through the years of flat funding and high inflation, we urge you to stay the course to fight for our increase to the BSA. Our public system has provided options to
Hi. Chair Johnson and Honorable House Rules. Good morning. My name is Terry Walker, or it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking this time to listen to my testimony. I'm the superintendent for the Northwest Arctic Borough School District and also am a lifetime resident of this district. So Senate Bill 140 is a start in working towards providing support for our students in Alaska. The proposed increase from 25 megabits to 100 megabits will greatly benefit our schools. Currently, the existing bandwidth of 25 megabits falls significantly short in meeting the needs of many of our schools. This limitation of this bandwidth forces students and staff to refrain from using the internet so that a small group can take the mandatory test 3 times a year that is required for the READS Act. In today's world, where testing, online curriculum activities, and various processes heavily rely on the internet, a bandwidth of 25 megabits is insufficient. Step is conservative in its impact on school districts. It fails to address the lack of funding increases over the past several years, particularly in comparison to the rising cost of living. With no substantial increase to the BSA, our district faces the daunting task of making a $14 million cut to our FY25 budget. So in conclusion, I cannot support the bill in its entirety. While SB140 addresses the pressing issue of bandwidth, it is crucial to consider the broader financial challenges faced by districts. Adequate funding is essential for
Welcome. Can you wrap up, please?
Of our educational infrastructures, curriculum, and technology needs and staffing. Thank you for your attention to these critical matters.
Craig McConnell, I'm sorry.
Good morning, or afternoon. My name is Craig McConnell. I'm a retired 35-year employee of the Northwest Arctic Borough School District, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 140, and primarily because it underfunds our students, continues to underfund our students. $300 does not even keep up with this year's inflation. Never mind the 7 years of no increase. And I want to say first, it's real interesting to hear every because we don't receive enough funding to recruit and retain teachers from the lower 48 or within our state. We're forced to go out of country and hire teachers from the Philippines. Now, they're good people, and we enjoy having them, but it's not our preference. We would like to hire people from our state. We would like to hire people from the rest of the United States because they're more like we are. To give you an idea, you know, if you go back in time, if you went back 20 years and somebody said that in 20 years we're going to be outsourcing our education to a foreign country, we would laugh at that thought. But that's exactly what's happening. It's going to have to, unless we get an increase in funding, that trend will continue, and it's not.
Connell, can you wrap up, please?
Trend. I want to say this too. I want to point this out.
Can you wrap up, please?
Legislatures last year received a $34,000 pay increase, and we're asking for $1,400 per kid.
Can you wrap? Thank you. With that, it's been a long morning, and we're going to take a brief recess until 12:30. It will be promptly at 12:30. We will start if it's only me. So let's take a break, do our necessariums, and get back here as quickly as we possibly can. We'll stand in recess. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. It looks like I got my volume back on again there. Sorry about that for a second. They have stepped out and working their way to take a 15-minute break. They will be back at 12:30 today. And if you haven't liked and shared this video, please do that right now. They are discussing the BSA formula and increasing it here. Do not believe the title of this broadcast when it says Internet for Schools. It was hijacked by the education system. And obviously we're having problems with their video feed coming from them, and which is really sad. They've made it so that it is nearly impossible to keep connected here. And so please take a moment again, like and share this video. They have stacked the public testimony, and here's how it was done. And it emphasizes the point that Alaska has one of the most corrupt governments in the United States. And the way I mean they are one of the most corrupt governments is public testimony today. They're supposed to be taking testimony from the public. Well, what they did was they contacted the school districts. They coordinated behind the scenes. They made sure that the legislators out there and the people that are benefiting from the BSA increase all found their money going directly into the pockets of those who are testifying, and made sure that only those that went to the LIO offices get to testify first. We've now heard 2 hours of testimony coming from them in Juneau, from all the different LIOs. They've only touched maybe, I wouldn't even say a quarter of the people that are sitting there in Juneau just to give testimony in the LIO office. Now, they only have so many phone lines available that you're able to call into. People like me who are currently sitting at home that didn't have a chance to go to the LIO because we have other priorities within our life. But we're more than willing to sit on a telephone and give our public testimony that way, enjoying the public process that is supposed to be available. Well, when you only have, say, a certain number of phone lines available to call into, 50 approximately, I'm guessing here, and 50 people all call in first thing before 10 o'clock, which is very common when it is a school bill, something that increases their money, something that lines their pockets, or something that gives the rights of parents to the parents and takes it back out of the hands of the schools they are in. Now, the phone lines have been stacked and filled since 10 a.m. I tried for an hour and a half to call. Every single time it would go directly to a busy signal, I would hang up and I would hit redial. I would hang up and I would hit redial. I'd hang up and I'd hit redial. I can't get through. As long as they're not taking testimony from the folks that are calling in, those phone lines are packed solid. There is no more lines to call into to be able to have gotten on the list to be able to testify before the 12 o'clock time shutoff. This was done intentionally. Will they even get to the public testimony from those who are on the phone lines? It is really hard to say right at this moment. I doubt that they will. It shakes my head. Let me switch cams here real quick, and so that we can trying to get things to work a little bit better so that there's a little less work on my part having to do things, and it looks like it's not adjusting for the other cam yet. It looks like I got a little errors there yet still to get fixed. And my first time setting up the broadcast for this year, and I was behind the gun. I literally started on it this morning. I should have been working on this for the past week, trying to get the in-shop or in-house studio up and operating. I just got my Christmas tree removed. My kids are moving today. They're moving into their own house, and so it is amazing. I'm becoming an empty nester, and my children went through the Alaska school system, and boy, I thank God every day the pandemic happened for one reason and one reason only. It opened up my eyes to how bad our school systems really are throughout our nation, and especially here in the United States, in Alaska. Alaska is ranked number 49 right now out of 50 as being one of the worst places in America to get an education. And oh, by the way, it's at double to triple the cost depending on what region in Alaska you are looking at compared to the rest of the nation. When they say they have not received an increase in decades, they're lying, outright lying to you. There's something called inflation proofing that they do every single year. If you look at the inflation proofing that they have done over the last couple of decades, they've received, going by the different sources out there, between 20 and 30% increase to the overall budget over the last 2 decades. Now, if you received personally, working somewhere, a 20 to 30% increase over the last 2 decades, you would be going, oh man, the cost of inflation right now really doesn't mean squat. I'm high on the hog. My cost has increased 30%. My base pay, my paycheck, 30% over the last 2 decades. And if you are starting out on a high-paying income job to begin with, just to begin working in that field that you're in, you know a 30% increase would be phenomenal. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal to have received. I mean, especially right now under the Biden economy and the Bidenomics, the trickle from the lower poverty middle class up into the hands of the 20%, and that's how Bidenomics works. It's not building up from the bottom, from the middle out. It is literally taking from the bottom in the middle and handing it straight up to those that are in the elite. And they just don't want you to know it. I mean, it's like the carbon credits and carbon capture package that they passed last year. That is nothing more than a giant pyramid scam. Tell me why. Mary Patola's husband at the time went and started up his own carbon capture, carbon credits company. And he capitalized, they are capitalized, she is capitalizing directly from policies they are passing here in our state and throughout the United States, and they're down in Congress in DC. But the student base allocation, raising it up, this bill started out as an internet bill. This bill was supposed to be about talking about expanding internet access, 25 megabytes per second speeds, and that for uploading, and 200 to 400 megabyte speeds for download per second. And honestly, you know, that's the lower end of the spectrum. I know, because I am using internet, and I'm on high-speed internet, and I'm on the top packages that you can purchase out there for the business plan to keep things up and operating. So I know it's not my system that was crashing the gavel feed that I'm restreaming to all of you. Nope. That is directly a cause and effect of something that is going on at KTOO's own website, making sure this video does not say smoothly up and operating. This has been going on for years. I can watch any video out there that is live on any other platform but theirs and keep it up and running without it stalling out a single time during the entire broadcast. But theirs, on the other hand, theirs constantly stalls out. You saw it here. I'm having to keep a monitor on it. I'm sorry if parts of the testimony that were given by some of those out there today was cut off while I was getting it to restart. But that is, like I said, that's intentional on their part. This has been done by them to make sure that feeds do not keep operating. And it just makes me shake my head that this public process of participation is constantly being censored or unintentionally disrupted while it's in its proceedings, so that we cannot stay educated and informed as we need to be. So if you haven't called in or weren't able to get to call in because the phone lines have just been going beep, 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 beep every time you've redialed up until noon, write up your testimony and send it to Alaska Ledge. This would be the House Rules Committee. So direct it to their website. It's usually like AKLEG or house.rules.committee or House Rules Committee. I'm not sure how their emails begins at alaskaledge.gov. And to get it directly to them, or Alaska House, I'll look it up here real quick. So I'm just stop guessing, you know, making things really easy and for us all to be on the same page. Nothing unusual for me to just try to ad lib when I don't know the exact thing. But we've got to listen to them talk, and the testimony over and over and over again was, give us the money, show us the money, show us what we have and give it to us. We want that money. Give us our money. You must give us our money. I mean, I'm just sorry. I'm just shaking my head here because it just... What do you do? I mean, just what do you do? It just... I can't understand how they keep getting away with what they do and how our government is operated. They're constantly breaking the law. They're making sure that public testimony coming from us just isn't available. That it's always stacked with their specialized voices, the ones that they want to talk, the ones that they want to make sure are the only ones that are heard. And it happens over and over and over again. I'm shaking my head. And looks like they may be getting itself going here again. Let me start it up, make sure. No, they're still there in recess. And it is live. We're just constantly waiting and waiting. It never seems to fail. But we need to do something to change the public process, and one of the biggest things that we can do is force their hands to actually move the capital, or leave the capital where it is, but move legislation to the road system. I don't care where it is on the road system, but where the majority of Alaskans live, need to have direct access to our government and our legislators. They can't go and hide in a remote community that can only be gotten to by boat or plane. They need to be able to, the majority of us, the 500,000 of us that live on the road system approximately, we need to have direct access to them. Not those sitting in Juneau as being the only voices they ever get to hear from. The lobbyists, the ones that can afford to go down there using our taxes that's been given to them in a form of a budget that they return around and use to fly down to Juneau to lobby against we, the people of Alaska. And the process really does need to change. It really does need to go a different direction. And we need to get them out of Juneau, and we need to get them onto the road system so that days like today we can put direct face in front of them and not be hiding away in their chambers right now for this committee, listening to our testimony vicariously over the telephone. Is no better than the town hall that the Matsu Democrats, Republicans, the Matsu House and Senate members, the 9 majority there, minority, whatever you want to call them because of whose committee or which house they sit in or Senate they sit in, on whether or not they're even in committees or part of a majority or even have a minority. They can't even have a minority in the Senate because they just don't exist. Poor Shower and Kelly Hughes. Seriously, this just shows how deep level this corruption is. And again, this is a bill that's supposed to be about the school's internet, and that got hijacked by the education over in Senate. Senator Tobin, she completely subverted this and made sure that the BSA got added into it. And you still look at the short version title of what they have for this particular bill, and it does not read the same way as what they've got. It just doesn't. Public testimony on this bill, and let me pull it up here. I want to read it to you just because it's where is it at? There it is. An act relating to the funding for internet services for school districts and providing for an effective date. This is what they're supposed to be presenting to all of us. And you go to the initial bill when this all started out, and it was just not even 2 paragraphs here. An act relating to funding for the internet services for school districts and providing an effective date. Be it enacted of legislative of the state of Alaska, and then they cite an as code as amended to read, each fiscal year a district in which one or more schools qualify for a discounted rate for internet services under federal universal service programs is eligible to receive an amount for each school that is equal to the amount needed to bring applicants' share to 125 in brackets megabytes of download a second for internet service. This to take effect immediately under as code AS 01.10.070 section C. So you can kind of get the idea here. That was just a quick, brief synopsis. Oh, it looks like they're back live again. Let me get them back up on the screen here and unmute their audio, and we can all participate. Thanks for tuning in. Like, share, and click that bell to be notified every time we go live.
Manner, teachers are less stressed because they're not worrying about possible layoffs, and this means kids learn more. I strongly support an increase to the BSA of $1,400, at least the $680 figure that was agreed to by both House and Senate last year. The BSA has not seen an increase since 2017, and a cumulative 24% inflation over that time period has meant districts are strapped. In Sitka, we have seen the loss of key positions, programs, services, and even more difficulty with teacher retention and recruitment. We need more than a $300 increase to the BSA. Ironically, despite the fact that I am a teacher and could really use an extra $5,000 or $10,000 right now, I am not in support of the teacher bonus pay that is being suggested in this substitute bill. The biggest problem with this bonus pay is that it only benefits one echelon of our team. Our secretaries, prayer professionals, janitors, maintenance folks, and bus drivers
all deserve to benefit from an increase in state support. If teacher retention and recruitment are the goals, then I see three effective and important ways of achieving that goal. Forward funding education, adequately funding Alaska school districts through an increase to the BSA, and even though it isn't in this bill, providing a defined benefit option for teacher retirement. Finally, I believe that local control of our schools is essential. Local school boards should be the place where charter schools are approved and supported. Alaska's charter schools are not a problem, so they should be left in the hands of those they impact. Thank you for your time. As you consider these important issues, please remember our kids are worth all of the money you put towards education.
Aubrey Brand?
Yes, my name is Harvey Brandt. I am a retired educator from the Kansas public schools, and most of my career was in the Sitka public schools. This bill is an omnibus, Bill 140. It contains a lot of things, assuming everybody's going to be happy. Not true. A number of things need to be separated into different parts in different bills. I support more support for the more dollars for the student basic fund. And SB 140, as far as I can tell, does not provide enough funding to offset 6 years of inflation. You've heard all those numbers. I support a retirement system for teachers, a real retirement system, which I currently enjoy, which is the reason I stayed in the public schools, got a master's, took all kinds of graduate courses to improve my teaching. And so we have nothing now. Mississippi has a better retirement system than Alaska. It's disgusting. The third thing is that we've got some idea that somehow or another centralized control of charter schools is better. If there was ever a concept that Republicans opposed for years, it's concentration of power at state or national level. It's unbelievable. So please, leave charter schools and other things under local control. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Kathleen Brand. Kathleen?
Kathleen Brandt from Sitka. I am a third generation teacher, educator. I am married to an educator. We have 3 children, all of whom are educators, and a 5th generation is at university right now. We support significant increased funding in the BSA. I am particularly interested in the more consideration of education for students experiencing deafness and hearing difficulty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now go to Wrangell. As soon as I can
Hi,
find
Chair Johnson and Vice Chair Tilton and the members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Burr, and I'm the superintendent for the Wrangell Public Schools and a 27-year Alaskan educator. I'm speaking on SB 140, and as previous testimony has stated, this is the Internet for Schools bill that has had a lot of other sections added to it. It's incredibly important that our BAG grant goes to from 25 megabits to 100. I serve on the COSN Superintendent Advisory Panel as the Alaska representative, and some of those school districts are talking about adding to their 100 megabit per student in their schools. It's absolutely essential, and the timing of this is very important, especially with E-rate processes being filed now. The second, in Section 10, in previous testimony, we had schools should plan on what will give us a high education for our students, and then we budget that. But what we're being asked to do is then take those goals and fit them in a budget that keeps shrinking every year, which is impossible to do. In Section 15, education throughout Alaska is local, and isolating funding to one area is counterproductive. It doesn't pay for supplies, curriculum, especially the Alaska Reads Act, facilities, activities, opportunities for our students, and non-teacher staff. None of these are included in this section, and it's useless if the expectation is that teacher salaries are then going to be cut to offset this so that school districts can run. Thank you for your time and opportunity of speaking, and I encourage that SB 140 is returned to just Internet for schools. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the Homer LIO, Alex Copland.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having this meeting today. My name is Alex Copland. I represent myself. I have taught for 35 years in Alaska, special ed and regular ed. I am 100% against SB 140 the way it is written. If passed the way it is, it would dismantle the public education system that we now have. This is a dangerous bill. The override vote was 33 to 26. Majority voted to get the money now. Minority rule sucks. I think we all agree that public schools are the hub of our communities. They are a lot more than test scores. When schools in our communities are healthy, then the community is healthy. Move past test scores, which are just scores. As you've heard, and I'm going to abbreviate my testimony because it's all been said already, charter schools, we have success with them. Taking them away out of local control is a huge mistake. Putting education in the hands of the state school board, whose members are appointed by an anti-public education governor, is a recipe of disaster. The BSA of $300 is an insult to all the organizations, schools, communities, students, and people of Alaska who came out overwhelmingly in support of an increase. Today you're hearing the same message. We need to listen to these people if we're going to be a united Alaska. The lump sum fund of $15,000 for Bush, $5,000 for urban. Again, it's been said the support staff don't get anything. That would be just contentious and ugly, and that's not the way to retain teachers. You retain teachers by forward funding, a healthy BSA, and you give us what we need because we are crucial to the whole development. I have 20 seconds. In closing, this bill is rushed and has more holes in it than a slice of Swiss cheese. It is disingenuous to all who worked last year to get more help for public education. Let's make this year in June one where legislators can cross the aisle, have meaningful conversations, socialize outside their settings, and start work with a common ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravana Stadding.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Ann Stating from Homer. I'm speaking as a solo parent with 2 public school students, one of whom I homeschool due to special needs. My students need a significant increase in the BSA. SB 140 is not the answer to educating my kids and our students throughout the state. The last increase of any significance, my youngest child was in kindergarten. She's now in 7th grade. So yes, if you have an elementary kiddo in your life as a child, grandchild, great-grandchild, neighbor, niece, they've been educated with the same funding their entire school career. We all know inflation is a bit different now. The dollar doesn't go as far, am I right? I'm seeing that in schools. I'm seeing that in my kids' classroom. Besides, we continue to be influenced by COVID and its closure of our public schools. Our schools and teachers and the incredibly valuable support staff are working so hard to meet my children and their peers' academic and social needs that the whole swath of elementary students in our state have missed out on. Our local schools need the increased financial commitment of the state. In my opinion, this discussion of charter schools and the other additions to this bill is a disrespectful waste of time and a smokescreen to the true issue that my children's constitutionally mandated public school education is underfunded. An increase to the BSA is the point in this bill that can possibly help her and her peers across the state. The BSA increase also gives me and my school district more for my homeschooled child. Thank you for the opportunity to share my family's perspective. I appreciate that the legislature is taking on education funding this year. Alaska families need the support of our state for education. Thank you.
Winter Marshall Allen.
Winter Marshall Allen, Homer, Alaska, speaking as an individual. I am a 17-year public educator who was transplanted here from Oklahoma. When I came in 2015, I had the privilege of experiencing what I believe to be some of the golden years of education in Alaska before we started to fall what is now 24% in the cost of living and let alone the cost of education in our state. I am currently teaching on the Kenai Peninsula and have been for the last 7 years. In that time, I have seen a significant loss to pupil-teacher ratio. I have seen a significant deficit to the services that I'm able to offer my students as a special education teacher due to the fact that we don't have the ESPs to support the service minutes that is legally written into their IEPs, which then puts us at a legal deficit within our districts to meet the legal obligation of the IEP services that our students are entitled to and deserve. As an experienced educator here within the state, and having had the experience here on the Kenai Peninsula, just this last year here on the Kenai Peninsula, we lost 65 certified employees. The number of our classified employees is over the hundreds. Over half of that 65 employees didn't just leave the district or leave the profession. They are not just district hopping. We are pushing educators out of being able to even provide services for our community. And I don't think that that is the value structure of our legislator. I don't believe that you have gone into public service to then provide more holes or create more holes to the services that you say you're here to advocate for within legislative policy. The internet and the needs of our deaf students is detrimental and needs to be addressed, but they should be done in separate bills. This bill does not meet that needs, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you. LaDawn Drews.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair Johnson and members of the committee. My name is LaDawn Drews, and I'm currently serving as the president of the Kenai Peninsula Education Association, representing the certified educators in KPBSD. Just a minute to give you a few facts regarding the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District, because these facts are important because of the funding that it takes to fund our students here on the Kenai. We are made up of 42 unique schools. 4 of those are charter schools. We cover a mile radius of 25,000 square miles. We have approximately 8,400 students and over 1,200 employees. My personal story briefly is I've been here for 30 years on the Kenai. My husband, a retired educator, we came from Southern California and actually took a pay cut to come here. We came here to raise our 3 children for quality of life and a sense of community, which is what all of our schools provide. To be clear, in going through the points of this bill, education organizations such as ours are recommending an increase in the BSA of $1,413. In regards to the board authorization, the Alaska Board of Education authorization of charter schools, I agree with the AASB president who spoke earlier, Mr. Garrison. In regards to the internet speed, totally in favor of that, increasing the megabits. I also worked up in North Slope as a long-term sub a couple of times since retiring, and that is greatly needed, and I agree with the superintendents of the Northwest Arctic and Wrangell who spoke. As far as what is being proposed in this bill regarding a one-time, I'll call it bonus or incentive or whatever for teachers, this is not a path to retention of teachers. It's in some ways an insult because it does not, as others have said, include other educators within our schools that are vitally important. In conclusion, we need to invest in a meaningful increase to the base student allocation to stave off a mass exodus of teachers and families and our future workforce. I agree with Commissioner Bishop
Can you
earlier
please wrap
when
up?
she said retention of our employees to maintain and create great public schools in our communities. Thank you.
With that, I would like to go to the Fairbanks LIO, if I can find it again. Sharon Hansen.
Sharon Hansen here.
Would you please put your name on the record and begin your testimony?
My name is
Lily Meisel, and I am here in Fairbanks. I'm a parent of a student at West Valley High School, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm very concerned about Bill SB140. This bill should be broken apart. The internet bill obviously is very important to rural areas and should be addressed. However, the BSA as it's currently listed should be addressed separately, and I urge you to raise the BSA to $1,400. At this point, our schools are under pressure to do more with less, and it's damaging the work environment for our teachers and staff and impacting the education of our students. This is unfair to our Alaskan students, teachers, and families, but will also have a detrimental effect on the future of Alaska. We need a vibrant and educated populace, and without investing in our K-12 system, we will be negatively affecting the future of our state, as well as the ability to hire and retain teachers. Investing in our students and their education will ensure that our children have a bright and productive future. I would also ask that the charter school management needs to stay with school districts. I believe that moving them outside of the local control will be detrimental to the current system and students. And just as a parent, I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I graduated from West Valley High School, and to see what the students have now to compare to what we had in the past, it is really just dismal. I mean, there is packed classrooms, there is teachers who are very stressed and not able to focus on the education, and that I think is really, it's not good for our state, and I think we really need to focus on putting more money into our teachers and our system to make it a vibrant and a place where people want to work and to be able to learn effectively. So thank you.
Lila Meisel?
That was me. That was Lily Meisel.
Oh, sorry. Carolyn Fisher?
Bryn Quincy, or good day, members of the House Rules Committee. My name is Dr. Charlene Fisher. I represent myself here today. I'm a voter in Senate District R and House District 36. Thank you for increasing the megabytes to 100. I support this part of the bill, and for the transportation funding by $7.3 million. I've lived and worked as a single-site principal teacher in my home in Beaver, Alaska, and other sites in the Yukon Flats School District for many years. I've also worked for the Fairbanks North Starborough School District. The state of Alaska is failing students and communities by underfunding the BSA, the Base Student Allocation. Please fully fund the Base Student Allocation. The cost of living in rural Alaska has increased, and we have major facility costs looming with our aging infrastructure. For example, the cost of fuel does not decrease or fluctuate with the market. Rural costs do not decrease, they only increase. Fully funding the BSA can help our students, rural students, all students, have equitable and competitive educations with a bright future for our workforce, and fulfilling our constitutional duty, and by passing a BSA that increases at a minimum of $1,400 or $1,413 $13 would minimally meet the requirements to run our schools. Rural schools are beyond cutting the fat. There's no excess in our communities. We do without on a regular basis and have for many, many years. My mother started teaching in a BIA school, and now the state of Alaska REAAs have responsibility to our students to effectively provide educational services.
Ms. Fisher, can you wrap up?
Underfunding. Masih Cho, thank you for taking my testimony today. Thank you.
Patricia Lee.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today and early in the session. I am in opposition to any increased control of local schools by the state-appointed school board and the inadequate, paltry proposed BSA increase of $300. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a teacher of 25 years and not with any other hats I may wear. How will the limited number of persons in state DOE cover the oversight that is needed to do the best job for our students? So many times when state government is positioned to take over decision-making and oversight, things have not gotten better. I'm thinking of SNAP benefits, a public entity with federal funding, public advocacy for seniors and disabled, public health, revenue sharing, and more. One example is the very, very bad air quality in Fairbanks. It's serious non-attainment. Local control and oversight was voted out, leaving the state in charge. Things haven't gotten better, and we have not met attainment. Indeed, our federal highway dollars are now in constraint. The state has regularly cited lack of staff and resources to do the job that would be more effective. Local control is best. They know our communities and they know what we need and want, and we have access. This bill doesn't supply enough money to make up for the shortfalls or any significant boost to charter or public schools, and doesn't address the fact that special education or special needs students are not in charter schools in representative numbers, if at all. How will charter schools work in rural towns and villages? In many cases, more damage will occur. Please more clearly define success versus failure. Testing is one point in time. Parents want rights, but where's the bill that outlines parent responsibility? We need children to come to school with adequate rest, well-fed, and good physical health, being able to see, hear, and focus. How will state oversight do a better job at preparing students in this way? All staff are needed to run a school, all staff. More nurses are needed. In Fairbanks, our students have grown up breathing polluted air for now a generation, and we know that it impairs cognitive ability. I don't understand why this hasn't been discussed or considered when talking about falling test scores. It could be part of the situation. Boy,
could you please wrap up?
Yes, if I tried to feed my family now on my 2016 food budget, we'd be very, very hungry. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to come back into the room. Nyla Hood, Josie Ethers, and I'm sorry, you guys are all together, and I understand this is somewhat of a class project, and first of all, I want to thank you for doing it, and the young people, which is what we're here for. So thank you for doing it, and put your name on the record, and continue with your testimony, and you won't have 6 minutes, guys. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bella Piare.
My name is Josie Elfers.
My name is Nayeli Hood. We are students from the Zonta Kahini Middle School, and we are here to talk about the BSA. We need more funding than the bill provides. We are the future of Alaska, and we need a proper education.
The base student allocation must be raised. The schools need more than just the bare minimum amount of money. The schools deserve more than the bare minimum.
The bill already wasn't enough to support the school, then it got even lower. We do need funding, but this bill won't help us get the funding that we need.
There's also the problems with classrooms, kids in rural areas, and class days being discontinued.
Some of the classes that were discontinued were life skills,
Spanish,
and my makerspace class was almost discontinued last year because we didn't have a makerspace teacher. But luckily one of the homeroom teachers was able to step in and do it.
And with less money, classrooms might have to be combined, which means there's less one-on-one time for students and teachers. This makes learning much harder.
Kids in rural areas are also getting less internet access. This is not fair. There are also students who need to learn.
Please support all our public schools.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you guys for doing this. Back in the room, Todd Speech, I before E.
Hi, I thank you for letting me speak. My name is Todd Speech. My students used to call me Mr. Todd. I'm the president of the Juneau Education Support Staff. I've lived in Juneau for 30 years. I have 2 decades plus in the Juneau School District. I'm here to urge this committee to significantly raise the BSA. I understand some reluctance in some of the rhetoric we read in things like the Juneau School District in a $9 million deficit. But consider that the classified staff didn't create this mess, and certainly the students that we represent or serve didn't create this. Many of our members work 2 and 3 jobs to live here and stay in Alaska, yet Jess has supported through donations to high school hockey. We supported Battle of the Books this year, and we made a pretty significant donation to after-school food programs. So again, I just would like you to significantly raise the BSA Thanks.
Thank you. Lena Merrill. And following Lena will be Beth Weldon.
Hi, my name is Lena Merrill. I am from Juneau and a resident of Alaska since I was 8. I'm a dental hygienist and my husband is a commercial fisherman. I'm here to advocate for my 2 children and all the kids in our state who don't have a voice. Asking you to raise the BSA not by $300, but by the recommended $1,413 on an annual basis and not make us do this every year. Since 2016, when my son entered the Juneau School District as a preschooler, cuts to education funding have affected us each year, and my involvement has increased. I'm active on our site council and learning new acronyms about class sizes, funding equations, the BSA, the PTR, the ADM, etc. I didn't know these before because our school board was able to balance the budget despite cuts, thanks to hard choices and funding from the cap from our city assembly. This is no longer the case. We are looking at having to close multiple neighborhood schools, restructuring the entire district. The idea of our schools closing caused my child to cry, and I cry when I public speak. I'm sorry. There will be many tears shed due to a lack of funding this year across the entire state. Human decency to take care of the needs of the many above the needs of the few is what is the truth. And Governor Dunleavy says that he supports families. Gutting public education does the opposite. Commissioner Bishop's ideas and parts of this convoluted bill add loopholes and overly compartmentalize education, which will require expensive oversight when basic needs are still not being met. I beg you to trust the systems in place, publicly elected school boards, superintendents, principals, teachers, paraeducators, and support staff. They know what our kids need better than anyone in this body ever could. They have generations of knowledge, tens of thousands of degrees, access to the current research on how to best educate our children. I trust them, and they just need to be adequately funded. Please look at the budget as a whole and fight for Alaska's best resource, not our fish, not our oil, not our gold, but our children. Thank you.
Mary Marks.
I'm sorry, Chair, I thought Mayor Beth Walden was next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I checked too soon.
Good afternoon. Those 3 young ladies are a little hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. So good afternoon, Chair Johnson and Vice Chair Tilton and the members of the committee. I am Beth Weldon, the Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Assembly. Although we support other aspects of the bill, especially the pupil transportation, as Juneau is a very linear town, as you know, I'm here today to testify about the importance of an increase in the BSA. Juneau likes to be the first on many things, but being the first to have a massive deficit in our school district certainly was not one of our goals. But we are just the first. We definitely will not be the last, and there is more to follow next year. The Juneau School District is in a deficit of $7.5 million for FY24. There is no denying this, and even if there had been a veto override, we still would be in a deficit. So to be perfectly clear, I'm not here to blame the legislature for our deficit. The school district owns the lack of accounting and errors that resulted in this surprise deficit. But I am here today to advocate for an increase in the BSA simply because the cost of providing quality education has outpaced state investment. To quote one of your own, an increase in the BSA is just a Band-Aid. But frankly, the Band-Aid is needed right now until the legislature and governor can figure out a plan for education reform. As more school districts fail, not only are we hurting the students and our future leaders, but we are also sending a message that Alaska is not open to business and not family-friendly, as families will not want to live in a state that has a failing school system. So today I ask for an increase in the BSA, but I also ask that we continue to work on education reform so that schools can not only survive, but thrive. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the long day you have today.
Thank you. Would you state your name one more time?
Beth Weldon.
Well.
Thank you.
And now Mary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Johnson, Vice Chair Tilton, members of the committee. My name is Mary Marks, M-E-R-K-S. Thank you for this opportunity to give a testimony in regards to this bill. As you've heard an earful today of many different levels of how we're voicing our opinion in regards to this bill is an urgent, and I agree that with the other testimonies that the SBA needs to be increased. Although we do know that Band-Aids do help, but the wound is big. And right now the Band-Aid is only just covering a small portion of that wound. And how big of a Band-Aid do we want to supply for our education? I'm a former school board member of Anchorage, and I've seen many Band-Aids on this education bill since I've been in existence. I have 4 children and a couple of granddaughters, and this bill is important to me. And I'm also reading in page 5 in regards to 19A, B, and C. It talks about tribal compacting and other programs. And also in B, it says, shall discuss support. Well, I feel that this is like a slap to me because we can all discuss with supporting for the reading of the Alaska Native languages and non-English languages. I'd rather have a conversation, a collaboration with our tribal sovereignties. In our tribal education compact that has been recently passed, we're going on the 2nd year of this compact. I haven't heard of this discussion at all in regards to this bill. So there's some holes in this, as mentioned, that it's like holes like a cheese, Swiss cheese. So I urge you to bring this back to the table for more deliberation and serious conversation, and having our tribal compacts sovereignty is brought to the table as well. Gwyneth Chish.
Stephen Hutchinson.
Hello, I'm Steve Hutchinson, a resident here in Juneau. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Can you put your mic a little closer, please? Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. I'd like to support or voice my support for an inflation-relevant raise to the BSA of $1,400. I am speaking on this matter as a first-year educator in the Juneau School District. As many, and we've talked about it already, there's an enormous deficit in our district right now, and that's due to various factors, of course, but a major reason is for the shortfall is the degradation of state funding for public education and the insulting current level of the BSA. With the shortfall, our district is now in the process of making hard decisions about the future structure of our district, and layoffs seem inevitable. This will lead to fewer class offerings, larger class sizes, and fewer support and resources for classroom teachers and students. This is bad for young people and our community. Earlier, I heard the commissioner say this, that the provisions in this bill will help to recruit and retain teachers and families in the state. In my opinion, that idea is severely misguided. Continuing to inadequately fund education will only cause more teachers and support educators and staff to be laid off, and will result in more hiring freezes in districts around the state. That's the opposite direction from what we need. That's not retaining and keeping and attracting educators here. Personally, as a first-year teacher, I will be amongst the first to be laid off in this district. My wife and I just moved back to Alaska this summer after getting education to become a nurse and a teacher. And our dream is to stay here. We want to raise a family here in the future. My dream is to be develop my teaching practice over decades and support students here for decades. If I'm not able to keep a job here because education's not funded well enough, we will not be able to do that. We will be forced to move out of state, as many other families are doing. The lack of funding for education hurts teachers, students, and families in Alaska. As many other people have said, I think the internet portion of this bill is good. We need that for the rural communities in Alaska, so please support that in a separate bill, but not with all these other poison pills added to it. Please, yes, please continue, or please improve funding for public education here in Alaska, for our students, our teachers, and our families. And yes, thank you for your time.
Callie Comerson? Connerson.
Thank you, Chair Johnson. For the record, my name is Callie Connerton. I reside here in Juneau. I was born and raised here in Juneau and went to public schools here, and currently teach first, second, and third graders at our public Montessori school. In the beginning of the year, I talked to my students about how everyone has different needs and the tools that we give them to support them. For example, if someone has a cut, you would give them a Band-Aid. And if someone has sore throat, you might give them tea or a cough drop because a Band-Aid won't fix it. Raising the BSA by only $300 is like giving someone who's jumping off Mount Roberts a cocktail umbrella for safety. As you know, inflation has skyrocketed, and the BSA has not kept up with this. The governor's vetoes were horrific to education last year, and the fact that it has not been raised really much since I was in school is huge. We need you to help the students, the families, and the teachers of Alaska by actually meeting the need. In my experience, to get all the students reading at their grade level, which was the goal of the Alaska Reads Act, and meet their needs, we can't have classrooms that have higher than 25 kids. We can't have 30 or 40 kids in a classroom, an elementary school classroom. My first 3 years of teaching, I had a group of students who had bigger behavior problems and needs than I could actually meet alone in the classroom, but due to staffing, I didn't really have much help, and it took away from the learning of other students. The Juneau schools and all over Alaska are continuously short on paraeducators because the district cannot pay them enough, meaning less supports for the classrooms again. The district does not have enough funds to hire administrative assistants, counselors, vice principals, to help carry the load and actually allow the teachers to focus on the students in the classroom. The teachers are leaving because they're continuously asked to do more with less, especially with the Alaska Reads Act and the zero funding that comes with it. Again, the $300 is like a cocktail umbrella. Would you like to jump off Mount Roberts with that? We need to have an adequate BSA. 1,400 is the minimum that's needed for the parachute to jump safely, and not just a one-time need. Thank you. I also want to clarify that I did not know you were on the committee when I wrote this, but thank you. Clarification.
Morgan Mitchell.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morgan Michaels. I live in Juneau, but grew up in the Mat-Su Valley. I have friends and families across the state still. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for taking my testimony. I believe that we're in agreement that students in Alaska communities deserve to have a full and robust public education system that can serve their diverse learning goals. I'm a new teacher. I'm in my second year. Sorry, I can talk to a room full of students, but it's very intimidating to give public testimony. I'm a new teacher in my second year. I went through the Alaska public education system and was very excited to return the service I was provided by becoming an educator in our state in a time of need for new educators. It's been a much more tumultuous and fraught experience than I ever could have imagined going into it. Educators are increasingly asked to do more with less and less support, and I wonder often at the impossible job I have of adequately supporting students in my classroom when my school is not supported. My partner and I are young professionals who would like to have the opportunity to raise a family here and continue our careers here in Alaska with where we would feel confident that our kids would have access to a good public education system. My friends expressed the same concerns. The state is already facing a declining population of working age constituents, but it's impossible for us not to consider the benefits of working and raising families outside of Alaska with so much uncertainty in the future of Alaska's public education system. As a new teacher, I can say that a one-time bonus is going to do nothing to address the recruitment and retention issues, the reasonable student-teacher ratios, fill the vacant special education and support paraprofessional positions, or address the lack of specialists that make up the community of people who work in a school to ensure that students have a safe and supportive environment where they can learn. It takes much more than just a classroom teacher to do this. I ask you to make the following changes to SB 140. Please increase the BSA by at least $14,000 to meet inflation. Address the turnover and hardship to all educators and professionals who work in public education equitably, and follow a public process allowing review by the Senate Education Committees and further public input. Thank you again for taking my testimony and for considering the points that were made by my colleagues across the state today.
Karen McKay.
The greed and the entitlement is astounding to me. I just don't fathom it.
Karen. Going once. Marilyn Rosine.
Good afternoon, Chair Johnson and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Marilyn Rosine. I live in Dillingham, and I've lived there since 1982. I was able to serve as a classroom teacher and elementary principal. I retired in 2014, and I was honored to serve as Alaska's Teacher of the Year in 2000. I encourage you to return to the original form of SB 140. Thank you. Internet, a lot has already been said, so I don't need to repeat it. And then please get to work on the BSA, and let's have it be a meaningful conversation. And I appreciate all the comments people have made today. Dillingham has 2 schools, elementary and a middle school, high school. Both principals are currently, the current principals are both graduates of rural Alaska, one in Nome and one in Dillingham, and I'm very proud to work with both of them. And Dillingham is a hub community, and we also have hiring difficulties, as have been mentioned. The cost of living is something that's astronomical. I should have gone to Fred Meyer and gotten a can of beans and compared with the price from one from AC in Dillingham. It's amazing. Housing is also a huge issue. There are 2 educators in Dillingham who have acquired some rentals, small apartments like a little captain's quarters on a boat, and they rent to 18 educators. One of the landlords told me, his teacher, he said, 2 of them have left mid-year, and it might be partly because of housing of our teachers. And I also would like to mention the status of some of the numbers of educators in our high school, middle school. Currently, there are 12 certified teachers, 2 with emergency certifications, 3 teachers without, oh, I knew it. Thank you. I'll put this in writing and submit it. Thank you for your work for the state of Alaska.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Suzanne Suttertig.
Hi, I am Suzanne Sauerteig. I live in Juneau. I'm a graduate of Ketchikan High School and University of Alaska Fairbanks. I have 2 boys, both attended community schools here in Juneau. One who benefited from very good CTE programs. Upon graduation, started an apprenticeship with Operating Engineers Union Local 302. He is now working in Prudhoe Bay supporting our state and your PFD. The second benefited from honors courses and others at the high school, many of which are no longer there. He graduated from Washington State with a degree in business, finance, accounting, and military science. He is a first lieutenant in the U.S. Army supporting our country. I am presently working as a paraeducator at Juneau Douglas Udat Kahle. Also as an event manager and a robotics coach because we are short-staffed. This school houses a high school and a charter school. The Juneau Symphony and other performing arts as a venue, and sports like gold medal basketball, summer schools, and camps. It is more than a great school. Please pass elevated funding of the BSA. Please invest in our students who are our future, and our teachers who may in the future serve our legislature, like my former teacher, Representative Dan Ortiz. The last thing, when I moved to Juneau 20 years ago, the precursor to Juneau, Alaska schools was lobbying for increased funding education. I could never have guessed then that we'd still be here and that that funding has continued to decline. Please support the BSA. Thank you.
I would like to now go to the Kodiak LIO, and I think it's the last LIO that we have. Judy Carlston.
He hasn't called me. Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, I didn't hear you introduce me. This is Judy Carstens. I am the existing Vice President of the Board of Education, and after listening to our Superintendent, Dr. Mika's input, I just have a few bullet points for everyone so we can move on. So I will just give you the bullet points. First of all, I'm also a big supporter of AASB and the work that they do, and I'm looking forward to visiting in the fly-in and seeing many of the legislatures face-to-face. Number one bullet, I don't support state control of charters. That's reserved for local control. We need 1,400 in BSA, not 300. We don't need a lump sum for teachers. We need an increase in BSA that will benefit teachers and students. Those are my 3 bullet points. And in closing, I want to just point out that the reason I've lived in Kodiak for many years, 30-some years, and the reason that I serve on the board is to support students and staff and top education. I thank you for your support, and as I said, I will visit most of you during the fly-in. Thank you for what you do.
Carrie Irons.
Yes, hi. My name is Carrie Irons, and I'm a retired educator from the Kodiak Island Borough School District, and I'm now on the Board of Education for my community. Thank you for providing an opportunity for public testimony on SB140. I believe that our state's greatest resource is our children. Don't we want them to find productive and successful lives here at home? Don't we want to be raising strong, educated, and committed citizens who will be the leaders of our communities in the future? Public education is where most of the children in our communities will receive the skills they need for that success. They deserve the very best education we can provide, and we can do it. I believe that a $300 increase in the BSA is inadequate to doing the job that needs to be done. We need to provide a BSA increase of $1,400, not $300. Not only will this allow us to provide the basic programs to support our students, including the mental health that the students are asking for. This ask isn't frivolous. It's needed to get us back to providing what our students need. It will also help realistically recruit and retain teachers and support the programs our students need to learn and grow. Our school board, like all school boards in the state, is in the difficult throes of budget conversations within our community. Please help us provide better for the kids of our state. Thank you for providing this opportunity for testimony.
Thank you. I believe that concludes all of the testimonies from the LIOs. And I think we've concluded everyone who signed up to testify in the room. Did you sign up? Okay. Well, then come forward and state your name. I don't have you on a list for some reason.
Sorry about that. I thought I put my name down. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the House Rules Committee. For the record, my name is Katie Boats, speaking on behalf of myself from Juneau, Alaska, in opposition of SB 140 as a whole. But we'll speak on things that I think we should consider to invest in upcoming years, but please mainly separate the bill. I am currently have approximately 68 kids as a school bus driver. None of my own personally, but each of my kids who comes onto my bus
I am very overly protective of because I love them. For the second time in my 15 years as a bus driver, the BSA level has been turning drivers away from being a school bus drivers into capital city transits, which makes about $67,000 a year. We are both professional drivers.
The greed
with a great gap in
and
our
the
pay.
entitlement is
Our job as school
astounding
bus
to me.
drivers are classified as part-time and isn't appealing for people to work anymore. For the current starting wage here in Juneau, it was brought to my attention that I should be compensated over $35 per hour to keep with the inflation. After 6 years, I'm not even getting $28. I do not have any 401k, no health care, nothing. Many people ask me, why don't I go into government jobs? But to be honest, my students need me on my route. For 2 years, Juneau School District has been paying people from out of town, guaranteed $80 an hour per diem and a place to stay. I have to work for every hour that I work here. Thank you for putting some money into our school transportation system. We may actually be able to keep a few drivers here in Juneau, but please consider more. As a bus driver, I have noticed many students are struggling both mentally and emotionally after COVID-19.
Please wrap up.
Please raise the student BSA. I would appreciate it.
Thank you. I believe that concludes a testimony from in the room. I'm going to take a very, very, very brief recess to make sure that I get actually the iPad's about to die, and make sure that I get everything in line for the off-net testimony to be coming. So let's do 5 minutes, and I'm really serious about 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, let's see if I've got my hot quick buttons fixed here. It looks like I do. That's a major improvement. And I tell you, after listening to the testimonies that we have for the next hour plus here that has just gone on, this is all I really have to add in for that particular discussion. And, well,
the greed and the entitlement is astounding to me.
We'll see.
I just don't fathom it.
Okay, yes, I tell you, it's just kind of makes you really shake your head when you listen into the testimony going on there. The last speaker there, even though they're not for what they were discussing there, it's clear that they, well, what's the best word that I could put there for it? They make it very clear that what they've got planned to do, what they're trying to do, it's all about the money. They still wanted more money. She wanted more money for the job that she's doing. And I can justify where she comes from by saying, yeah, she's got 68 kids on a bus. And she's got to haul each and every single one of them safely to and from school. Her job's very important. She makes sure their lives are kept safe as they are transported from our homes to our schools and from our schools back to our homes. Doesn't mean they're safe when they get into our schools. I mean, the majority in the testifying there in Juneau, their safety of our children is not their concern. They make that very clear. They're very proud of their DIE scores that they have been receiving, their ESG compliance, how they are #1 in the nation. They have received accolades for their achievements this past year as being the #1 city in the stars in the state of Alaska. It floors me when they were giving public testimony about girls and boys sports and boys and girls sports and playing, and the testimony that came out of Juneau last year. I mean, hearing medical practitioners bragging about converting 400 youth there in Juneau, personally converting them and protecting them from parents to match the agenda. And not a single criminal charge has been placed against these groomers, these pedophiles. And now here we are listening to the school administrators, the teachers, former teachers, parents of kids that are in school that are bought so into the lie that that is all they understand and believe anymore. And we really, really do need to do something to change the dynamics of the way things are going within our schools. The number one thing that our legislators could do is 100% defund the schools. Give them $1. That's all they need to give them, is just $1. Show me anywhere in our state constitution where it puts a dollar amount on the amount of money that they're supposed to be providing for our kids in school. $1. And then from there, they are to redesign all the schools. In other words, the way they are structured, eliminating the 54 districts that we have, the 504. I mean, it just, geez. I mean, just really makes you shake your head when you think about how many districts we have in the state of Alaska. I mean, Hawaii, who's just as spread out as we are here because they're islands, they only have, I believe it's 3 districts altogether for their entire region. And they got a population that outsurpasses us by volumes unfathomable. The greed, I tell you. So most of the testimony here today is all about increasing the BSA. This is supposed to be a bill about the internet for schools. And it's been completely hijacked to push the base student allocation, which failed to go through last year, which the governor vetoed the one-time increase portion of that back out again. They failed to override the veto here when they restarted this new session. And now they want to take this bill and they want to make it the new BSA. That is substantially less than what the old BSA is, but you know, we got to be able to push it through because we're going to hijack the bill title Internet for Schools, and the description given for this bill is all about the internet, nothing to do with base student allocation and funding for the schools. None of that. No. That was all added in after the fact, and they have not, and they're making sure this is as convoluted and confusing as possible to be able to know what this bill really is. I dug into it this morning. That was where a good portion of my morning went when I should have been helping to set up this broadcast with my quick buttons. Looks like I got them all ironed out to where the buttons are working now. Sorry if Natasha von Imhoff's voice there popped up a couple times during testimony. I was pushing buttons, trying to simplify my work here behind the scenes. But I read through the entire bill of the SB140, and what it started out as and what they have morphed it into. The pork they have added into this. They added in so many things that the fiscal conservative out there, whether it be a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, it don't matter what party you're in, the fiscal conservative of all Americans, of watching where every penny goes, maximizing the benefit of every dollar that we spend, goes to the best outcome that it can get for it. And when it comes to our schools, that's completely thrown out the window. There is no fiscal accountability. There is no justification for where that money is going. We're 2 to 3 times, depending on which school you're looking at, which district you're looking at, on whether or not they are 2 to 3 times over the rest of the nation. And this is not in Anchorage, Matsu, I mean everywhere. We are more than anywhere else in the nation, and they whine and complain they don't have enough money. Well, where's the money going? Why do we have 6 administrators to every teacher? Ask yourself that. Why is there 6 administrators for every teacher? There is no need for that. There is basically the amount of students that we have in school versus the number of administrators that we have, and then you take the putrid amount of students that are actually there, and you just I'm shaking my head. It looks like they're getting ready to get things rolling again there at Gavel. I'm seeing their screen popping back up. And so that should be back here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and get that ready to pop over here. All right, it is ready to switch screens and put myself in the corner of it when they do come live. So what do we do? Where do we stand at? What is the next step for this bill? This bill should be stopped right here and now. It should be thrown in the trash can. They should remove the internet portion out of it like it was supposed to be in the first place and then work on the rest of it. And there goes the gavel.
The House Rules Committee back to order. I appreciate the hard work of our fine staff by helping me get lined out. We're going to take the off-net testimony in the order that they signed in. We're going to start with Josh Smith in Anchorage. Are you there?
Yes, I am. My name is Josh Smith. I live in Chugach, but I grew up in Fairbanks and attended the Fairbanks school system. When I graduated from North Pole High School, most of my friends went into the teaching profession, are currently teachers in the state of Alaska, but I joined the military. So when I joined the military, I was in the Air Force during the sequestration years, and I was a staff sergeant. And our motto was do more with less. And so resources were tight. We kept doing that. But as the years went on and the resources dwindled, we started having to let things slide off. We started having to reprioritize. We started having to put Band-Aids and Band-Aids on Band-Aids. And what it resulted in was an overall degradation of not only training, but mission execution. So it came to my surprise when I got out of the Air Force, started talking with all my friends who joined the teaching profession, they're ready to leave. Because the reality is the BSA has not been raised in a meaningful way in over 10 years. But we've seen the price of everything, especially in rural Alaska, inflation, cost of everything, and they're ready to leave. And the reality is that people talk about getting back to the basics. That ship has sailed. The reality is the school system in Alaska is on life support, and they're barely clinging to life. So that power to that life support is flickering. And so the only way to actually bring the school system off of life support, listening to all these educators, is by increasing the BSA in a meaningful fashion, not the $300, but by over $1,400. Next, when it comes to teachers' bonuses, that is a feel-good Band-Aid that does nothing to address the issues. Unless you are funding paraprofessionals, support staff, and educators in a meaningful way, you will not address the loss of educators in the state of Alaska. Finally, when it comes to charter schools, we heard the commissioner herself talk about how ours are rated among the highest in the nation. Why would we change it from local control to state control when it's already rated so high? Make it make sense. So in conclusion, raising the BSA is the single best thing you could do to fulfill your constitutional requirement to fund public education in the state of Alaska. Please, by funding public education, you're funding the future of Alaska. Please do what's right and raise the BSA. Thank you.
Mike Coons.
Yes, this is Mike Coons. I'm from Palmer. In basis, I can't find sections 11 and 12 referencing the deaf and hard of hearing. Getting what all they should have had equal rights and resources. From what Representative Allard has told me, I fully support this. My wife and I taught hunter safety for several years. We had 2 classes for the deaf. First, a one-on-one, and that evolved into the next regular class, having almost a dozen deaf taking the class. Then the interpreters becoming hunter safety instructors for more classes for the deaf community. Sadly, we did see discrimination by some of the students who left on their own, or my wife and I encouraged them to leave. One would think in this day and age this would not be needed, yet it is. As a conservative, less government is a good thing, yet in this case, apparently government is needed to step in to right a wrong within the education system that sadly is more concerned about DEI, woke, CRT, LGBTQ than individual rights overall. Thus, I strongly support this section of SB 140. I do have concerns, however, on the internet side, since there's no indication that Starlink is in this or even being considered. Has anyone looked at the cost savings, since most rural villages have satellite capabilities versus the cost of cable by GCI? I believe this is a sweetheart deal with GCI. As to the BSA increase, I'm absolutely opposed to any increase and agree with Commissioner Bishop on strategic funding. I am very supportive of the charter school accountability and aspects in this bill as indicated in testimony by Commissioner Bishop. I will not oppose because there are good portions that good people will be harmed if this is not passed out of committee. I do strongly encourage passing amendments on the floor to remove the BSA increase and to hold off on the internet aspects, since this does not appear to be not well thought, does appear to be not well thought out and a sweetheart deal for GTI without serious considerations of Starlink. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Kelly.
Chair Johnson, members of the House Rules Committee, my name is Paul Kelly. I am an Assembly member for the City and Borough of Juneau, a former school board member, and a step-parent with 2 children in the Juneau School District. I am also a state employee working for the Department of Education and Early Development, but I am testifying on my own time, and my statements do not represent the views of the department or the executive branch. I am also speaking as an individual Assembly member and not on behalf of the full Assembly. I apologize that I couldn't attend in person today. My duties on the Assembly kept me from joining you earlier this morning. I am advocating on 2 fronts. First, I am insisting that you raise the base student allocation to a minimum of $1,400. Second, I stand in opposition to removing local control when it comes to charter schools. The proposed $300 increase when considering inflation still amounts to a cut. I've been sitting in a room all morning with a school board that is making some very tough decisions. When I served on the board 2.5 years ago, all the fat had been cut. Now, in order to survive, in order to persist in their mission of educating the next generation, they're cutting into the meat. As intelligent people, I ask you to look at the outcomes you're encouraging by lowering the BSA. People raising families who have the means to choose where they live choose to live in communities with a strong education system. When Alaskan businesses are having trouble finding local labor and people are migrating out, we need a reason for people to stay. On the second point, who knows our communities better, the state or the local school districts? The decision on whether or not to open charter schools in a community belongs in the hands of the leaders elected by that community. I thank you for hearing us today. Please increase the BSA to $1,400, and please reconsider allowing the state to wrestle yet more authority from our local school boards. Thank you.
Michaela Kolarok.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Michaela Kolarok. I am the parent of a child who attends a wonderful yet incredibly understaffed and underfunded public school. I'm also a proud graduate of the Anchorage School District, and I am a proud and dedicated special education teacher to students in an intensive needs setting. I'd like to thank the committee for the work that they are doing. However, I think all of us know that the $300 proposed for the BSA is not enough. It's half of the compromise amount that was reached by both parties last legislative session, and it is a fraction of what is actually needed to keep our schools running in a way that best serves our communities, our children, and our state. The legislature has a constitutional obligation to maintain public education for everyone. And I think when you look at the status quo, maintenance can't even begin to describe what is happening to our schools. What's happening is atrophy. I have attended public schools my whole life, and I'm proud of that. When I look at pictures from myself in elementary school all the way up through high school, there was not a single time where there were more than 15 students in a class while I was in elementary school. My colleagues who teach now at that level could tell you easily that in the Anchorage School District, class sizes are double that. We can't make the investments we need to make in our children if we don't prioritize the resources for those investments. The state wants kids to read better. We want them to achieve more, as we should. But there's no way that you can assist a struggling reader in a classroom that has over 30 students. It would be like getting mad at your doctor because they misdiagnosed you while they were simultaneously treating 31 other people. The way we make these investments obviously matters. The money matters. But we need to really think about, what do we want our schools to look like? Is it the bare minimum? I don't think so, and I certainly don't hope so. I hope that we raise the BSA because that allows us to change outcomes for our students. Class size is the greatest determiner of student achievement, and a class of 31 just doesn't cut it. One-time bonuses are nice, but they do absolutely nothing to support everyone who's part of a child's education.
Can you please
Whether
wrap
that be
up?
a bus driver, a paraprofessional, office staff.
Can you
We
please
have to do
wrap
what's
up?
right for our state and our kids. Please raise the BSA.
Gene Stone.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the House Rules Committee. I'm a longtime Alaskan educator, over 30 years. I'm superintendent of the Lower Yukon School District. I'm deeply invested in the future of our state and our children, and I'd like to share my perspective on the critical matter of funding for Alaska's public schools. I like to say that we can't ignore the disparity that exists as school BSA funding has eroded year after year. The result is our schools have seen shop teachers cut, music and art teachers, they don't exist, counselors, nurses, librarians, tech specialists, these have all been cut in our rural Lower Yukon School District. Sports programs were cut by $750,000 for this coming year. And rural Alaskans continue to see their seat at the table as a seat that's not available. Rural Alaska education isn't receiving what was promised. The BSA was designed as a mechanism to grow with inflation. If it was used as designed, we would not be in the position to request what appears to be a large ask. We shouldn't be in this position. Just would also, in terms of funding, to go on record and state that I do support the $1,413 increase. I know it appears to be a big ask, but given the flat funding scenarios year after year, I think it's an appropriate ask. And I just hope that we can recognize the urgency of a significant investment in our Alaska schools. And also, in terms of charter schools, I do support choice. I actually have done a lot of good work with our Commissioner Bishop, and I agree it should remain at local control. If we're touted as the best state, why would we want to try to fix something that's not broken? So another thing that I'd like to see, though, is some kind of funding mechanism for charter schools so that they can have facilities or build facilities for proven successful schools, charter schools. And
could you please wrap up?
I just would also like to say that I think Dr. Bishop, Commissioner Bishop, is the right person for this job. She has a challenging job, and I've seen her wisdom time and time again, and so I know she's in a difficult position, but I hope that we're just at the beginning of the conversation and that we can find some good resolutions to help everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
The school systems our kids deserve. Thank you.
Ed Pekar.
Yes. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ed Pekar. I am the Assistant Superintendent of the Lower Kuskokwim School District. I'm calling today to advocate against the committee substitute for Senate Bill 140 in its current form. LKSD completely supports an increase in the BAG grant, broadband speed from 25 meg to 100 meg. The district also supports an increase in pupil transportation funding. However, the proposed $300 increase to the base student allocation is not nearly enough. It's been made clear that in order to keep up with inflation, the BSA needs to increase by $1,413, and LKSD supports this amount. Funding Alaska's public school system is a constitutional duty. The far majority of our students in Alaska attend public schools. The continuous neglect and underinvestment in our public schools must end for the benefit of our students, families, and communities. With the sunset of ESSER funds, LKSD faces a budget deficit. Over the past few years, the district has seen dramatic cost increases in insurance, utilities, and construction to the tune of millions of dollars. A BSA increase of $1,413 is necessary to keep pace with inflation and ensure that all of our students have access to a quality education, resources, and opportunities that they rightfully deserve under our state constitution. Additionally, LKSD supports local control. Current language in SB140 gives the Board of Education the authority to authorize charter schools in a district under regulations adopted by the board, thus circumventing local control. We do not support this. Lastly, the lump sum payments to teachers proposed in SB 140 are not a substitute for pensions and do not support other staff critical to school operations.
Could you please wrap
Attract
up?
and retain quality teachers, a competitive retirement program that includes both defined benefits and defined contributions is needed. A significant investment in Alaska's school system.
Speaker, can you wrap up, please?
And I encourage members of the committee to make such an investment. Thank you for your time.
Becky Campbell.
Yes, hello. My name is Vicki Campbell. I'm a retired ASD teacher of 21 years from 2000 to 2021. Please increase the base student allocation by at least $1,400. An increase in the BSA would allow school districts to determine the main priorities for the funds, such as the ability to hire more educators, train paraprofessionals, and do true research-based interventions. When I began teaching as a first grade teacher, the average class size was 16 students. That average class size has continued to increase throughout the years, and my last class, I had 24 students. The last 4 years, I worked as an instructional coach with teachers who had anywhere from 25 to 35 students. A class size of 16 to 18 students allows teachers to work more closely with students in all scenarios, class settings, small groups, and as individuals. Educational research has shown that smaller class size results in stronger student outcomes. Another research-based area is using small group interventions for struggling students. By definition, small groups are 3 to 5 students. It was my experience for the last 5 years of my tenure with ASD that most schools were unable to have small groups anywhere close to that size. My last year in the classroom, I was teaching the students with the strongest needs. In other words, the weakest students. My small group was 17 students. That is not a small group. That is a class. An increase in the base student allocation will give districts the ability to hire qualified classroom teachers, paraprofessionals, and other support staff so all students can receive a research-based educational experience. By increasing the BSA, districts can put the money where it will have the most effect: smaller class size and more educators for small groups. As Dr. Bishop said, when we know better, we do better. And we have known for a long time smaller class sizes mean increase in educational outcomes.
Can you please wrap up? Thank you. Suzanne Likwiniak.
Hello, my name is Susanna Litwiniak. I am the mother of a Seward High School student, the secretary at Moose Pass School, and the president of the Kenai Peninsula Education Support Association. I would like you to imagine for a moment a paraprofessional in my district, or as you may know them, a special education aide. She has years of experience doing her job. She loves working with some of our most vulnerable students and feeling like she is making a difference in their lives, and she is making a difference in their lives. These last few years, things have gotten harder for her because starting wages for paras have not kept up with private industry wages, and the other paraprofessional positions at her school are unfilled, which means more work is being piled on her. Because of the cost of everything going up, she has had to pick up a second job. So now she's working 12-hour days and still just making ends meet. She comes to me and she says, "I can't do this anymore. I love my job, but I can't afford to work here anymore." This is a reality all over our district. This means that our students are losing people who love to work with them, who have built trusting relationships with them, because our district is not adequately funded. And the solution that this bill proposes is to give teachers a one-time bonus and to make a small increase to the BSA. This is not a sustainable solution. How does this help special education aides or any of our hardworking education support professionals who are on the front lines? How does this help our students? It's like trying to fill a cannonball-sized hole in our boat with a baseball. The BSA has not had a meaningful increase in over a decade, while costs of everything have continually risen. Please raise the BSA. please make a meaningful increase to the funding for public education so that we can do the jobs that we love, so that our students can have a staff at their schools who love what they're doing and are not exhausted from understaffing and inadequate pay. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Alexandria Montague.
Hi, my name is Alexandra McGuan, and I am a resident of Anchorage, Alaska. I am a parent of a first grader and a third grader going to school here in ASD, but I'm also a teacher who's been teaching in the state of Alaska since 2006. With regard to Senate Bill 140, I appreciate that the bill's intent is to better fund public education in Alaska, but after reading it, I see how it falls short of what we really need. The proposed $300 increase will actually result in less funding than last year. We need at least $1,400 in an increase to the BSA to keep up with inflation. Since 2016, inflation has increased by about 27%, but the BSA has only increased by 0.5%. This is not acceptable and has resulted in continuous cuts and cuts and cuts and cuts to our district's funding. Our school board right now is talking about which programs we can continue to cut. Are we cutting sports this year? Are we cutting performing arts? Are we cutting enrichment activities? Are we increasing class sizes? Every year I've taught, our class sizes have increased in size. But we all know, and research says, smaller class sizes create more participation for students and opportunities for individualized instruction. And while I appreciate the idea of a teacher bonus, in reality, it really does nothing to support long-term retention of our teachers. Teachers need a defined benefit retirement plan, and a bonus really is not an adequate substitution for that. Additionally, this proposed bonus doesn't include other educational support personnel. Our TAs, our paras, our substitute teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, office personnel, nurses, and more are vital to our education system. Their work supports our students' educational needs every single day. However, we can't fill many of these positions because their starting wages are so low. We don't often have all of our positions filled in our school, and just this week alone, I've had to combine classes and teach multiple classes at the same time because we do not have enough support personnel to keep our students safe in their classrooms.
Could you please wrap up?
Yep. We need an increase to the BSA that is substantial in order for you, as our legislator, to follow your constitutionally obligated demand to fund education. Please support an increase to the BSA. Thank you for your time.
Jessica Vanderrule.
The name's Jessica Vaudrey. Yes. Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
The name's Jessica Vaudrey, and I'm calling from Shishmaref, Alaska. I'm a homeschool parent, but I'm also a teacher in a remote location. And, you know, I've been sitting on the phone for 3 hours listening to the testimony, and, you know, I'm just kind of frustrated because everybody wants an increase in the BSA, you know, and the answer is in the correspondence school expansion. You know, everybody wants more money, $300 here, not less than $1,413, and, you know, students already have a $2,700 allotment from correspondence school. And, I mean, the answer is right there. And our governor prides himself in school choice. You know, I mean, not himself, but he knows exactly what the state needs, and it's choice. And, you know, because I'm a school teacher also, I get all these emails from the union about, you know, can you believe that this bill has been amended to, you know, add $36 million, you know, for correspondence school expansion, and wow, can you believe this? People want vouchers now, and we got to stop these vouchers. We have to stop these correspondence schools. We have to stop, you know, school choice and have this BSA increase so that everybody can be funneled into one classroom, you know, and a teacher can be struggling trying to figure out how to meet the needs of students with one curriculum, you know, and with the correspondence schools, students have choice, but what they don't have is a bit You know, if you want to read my article, I wrote an article last year. It's entitled, "The Village Monopoly on Education Needs to End." And that's essentially what's happening out in remote Alaska. Students don't have choice. You know, they have no music class, art class, you know, but with a correspondence building where students can pick their own curriculum, they can, you know, pick what they want to study instead of having the district choose for them. You know, and I just keep seeing ensuring school districts, you know, like the BSA. Why do we want to raise the BSA? Okay, so the districts can get more funding. Well, it's not about that. It's about the child getting the funding. You know, the proper books that they need, the proper tools, pencils, markers, all that, because, you know, the district's not going to supply that.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not downing, and I'm not, you know, harping on the district. I mean, we all do what we can, but I think that, you know,
Can you please wrap up your testimony?
More educational choice in remote Alaska. We need school buildings.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have to cut people off. We do have a limited time, and I certainly don't want to cut anybody short, but sometimes we just have to. Marilyn Pillafont?
I'm sorry to have to cut people off. We do have a limited time, and I certainly don't want to.
We're on a delay. Push the button.
Cut anybody short. Sometimes we just have to. Marilyn Pillafont?
Oh.
I'm sorry to have to cut people off. We do have a limited time.
What is this? Can we cut Jessica?
Hello?
Marilyn Pillafont?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Unmute me.
Yeah, who's speaking?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please begin.
Yes.
Identify yourself and begin your testimony.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Marilyn. Yes. Thank you. My name is Marilyn Pillafont. I am speaking as an individual. I am a 58-year resident of Alaska and a 28-year retired public school teacher, having taught special ed and all elementary grades. I want to thank the chair and members of the House Rules Committee for holding this public testimony for Senate Bill 140. And it's nice to see the whole committee is sticking it out to hear all the testimony. So that's very much appreciated. Now I want to support the original version of Senate Bill 140. It was clean and concise. However, this committee substitute for Senate Bill 140 has turned into an all-encompassing cornucopia of educational wants, a kind of shopping list, if you will, that has been snuck into the original Senate Bill 140. Now, it goes from 10 lines to 12 pages to include the shopping list of wants by whom, I don't know. I can only deduce that Governor Dunleavy and some legislators have bought into this. The Constitution states that the state will maintain a system of public schools. This has not been done or the case for decades. This perverted version of Senate Bill 140, HCS 140, adds a whole lot of stuff or issues.
Marilyn, could you please wrap up?
Ought to be dealt with separately with public testimony. Having said that, to clear up your muddled mess of a bill,
Marilyn, could you please wrap up?
To the original bill for internet access.
Thank you. Kathleen Wolf. Or Caitlin Wolf.
Good afternoon. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Wolf, and I am a resident of Anchorage.
Firstly, I would like to thank this committee for recognizing that the base student allocation needs to be increased. Unfortunately, as this bill is currently drafted, it will only worsen Alaska's educational crisis. This decision impacts me directly. I teach 6th grade in Anchorage. I am also a great educator. My classroom is a place where students feel safe, valued, and capable. I am making a difference in my students' lives every single day. My students are also making great strides in their learning journeys in my classroom. Data shows that my students are performing above the national average. I've worked very hard to be in this position, sacrificing my time, energy, and resources to become a more effective educator. I am a valuable asset to my students, my school, and my community. I will also lose my position at the school that I love, that my children attend this May if the BSA is not raised, along with 5 of my coworkers. I am angry. Our students are the future of our state of Alaska. Why would we not want to invest in our future? Education organizations have recommended an increase of $1,413, and this bill is less than half of what was previously proposed with a $680 increase. This suggested BSA increase in SB140 is not enough to adequately support our students. As a teacher, I don't want a bonus. I want to feel safe and secure in my position without worrying about displacement or being accessed so that I can focus on teaching my students. Without a meaningful increase to the BSA, many of my fellow educators will be left in the same position I will be put in. There's already a painfully visible shortage of educators and support staff in Alaska, and failing to raise the BSA will only exacerbate the problem. Without proper funding, educators and support staff and their families will continue to leave the profession and the state, leading to an ever-worsening educational crisis. I hope you take my testimony to heart. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Rachel Lord.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Lord, and I'm calling in as a parent from Homer. I have 2 elementary-age kids. My husband was born and raised here. He graduated from our K-12 schools. I oppose moving SB 140 in its current version out of committee. You are dramatically undercutting the public process and playing games with our kids. Our schools need a meaningful increase of the base student allocation. The bill before you is more than $1,000 short of that need. This apparently seems like smoke and mirrors to you and Juneau, but I promise you that we families and our communities are having these terrible conversations and negotiations each and every year with real numbers and real impacts to our kids. I'm not sure why, when you get to the Capitol, it seems harder to accept that inflation is real and it just costs more money to educate all of our kids over time. None of you would run a business the way you are expecting our schools to run. Hours ago, the Dean Commissioner said she doesn't see funding through the BSA as strategic, but here we are with just the facts on the ground. And if that's the case, there's no real leadership in this suggestion. This is just math. The Commissioner also mentioned she's a sports fan. Make no mistake, our sports programs are definitely on the table here in the Kenai Peninsula School District with our current resources needing to cover the classrooms and being limited. I would love to hear a specific walkthrough of how the proposed targeted spending will help our kids across the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District. These things sound really great in presentations, but the math just isn't working out. And it didn't work out when the Commissioner was at the Anchorage School District, and it doesn't work now. Without creating a stable work environment, I promise you that our teachers and working families will continue leaving the state. Finally, there's too much wrapped into this bill. Omnibus can be fine, albeit complicated and arguably lacking transparency. But the only way it can work is if it's given the due process and thoughtful calculation that this bill will not do if you keep moving it forward. Please do not proceed down this path. Our public process and our kids, each and every one of them, deserves better, and I know that we can do better. Thank you.
Molly Hayes.
Yes, my name's Molly Hayes, and I live in Anchorage. As a parent of 2 public school children, PTA board member, CTE teacher, and community member, I fully support an increase of the student-based allocation and improvement to internet access for rural schools. Unfortunately, this bill is missing the mark. Please reconsider increasing the SBA to reflect the inflation and real costs it takes to operate a school district in the state of Alaska today.
Dr. Bishop, we appreciated your advocacy as the superintendent of our two biggest school districts in the state of Alaska when you recognized how critical it was to increase the student-based allocation in order to successfully educate all children through public education. I recognize your role has changed. If we want teachers to address individual needs of students in order to have better outcomes, including reading, we need to be able to keep class sizes smaller and retain highly qualified teachers. If we want to increase access to school choice for all students, we need to offer transportation. All of these factors depend on an increase in our student-based allocation. Staff retention is obviously a huge issue in our communities. Offering a one-time bonus does not address the crisis we are in with Tier 3 teachers. We need a defined retirement benefit plan or Social Security. As a teacher, I do not feel supported by this bill. This is my 12th year working as a school district teacher, and I genuinely love my job. I would love to continue teaching in the state of Alaska, but at some point I will be forced to make a difficult decision that impacts my family's future if I continue to work in this system. It also doesn't address other critical support staff in our school buildings. A thriving public school system is so important to our children's future, our individual communities, and our economy. Please do not ignore the stress and negative outcomes that this short-sighted bill would cause for children, families, and our school communities. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Ann Elliott? Anna Elliott?
Hi, my name is Anna Elliott. I grew up in Anchorage, as well as my husband grew up in Eagle River, and we have a son in elementary school, and he has a hearing loss disability. And if you do the research, you'll notice that class size makes a big difference in effective communication. Why does effective communication matter? Because the Department of Justice says so. Their interpretation of ADA compliance, Title II, requires equal opportunity for effective communication. If this is not happening, it's a violation of ADA Title II. And you can call their Office for Civil Rights and report it. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather we reduce the class sizes and make things appropriate for the kids to be able to hear. Maybe that's not possible in the general classroom. Maybe you do it only in special ed so that helps bring the grades up, right? So we just need to do things that make sense. We need to be following federal law, not just IDEA, not just Section 504, but Americans with Disability Act, Title II. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Straw?
Hi, my name is Alan Straw. I live in Eagle River, and I'm a lifelong Alaskan. Today, the potential for a student to receive a good education in Alaska is being severely inhibited by the actions of this legislature. Our charter schools are wonderful, but robbing neighborhood schools to afford more of them and removing local control of them is in the wrong direction. Education is the foundation for success economically and societally. Teachers are the foundation for every other profession and vocation. Flat funding education has pushed us to the very bottom of the educational ladder for the entire country. Do we really want to overtake Mississippi for the worst educational system in the nation? I find it fascinating that Dr. Bishop believed that the BSA should be raised as long as her job was to advocate for students and teachers as an administrator. But when she went to work for the anti-education administration with whom she is now employed, that all changed. She grew, a 180-degree change. She advocates effectively doing more with less. You can't do more with less. Using students as political pawns is unacceptable. Denying teachers a decent living wage and some sort of defined compensation package so that they can retire with dignity is unacceptable. A $5,000 bonus is not a defined compensation package. Legislators giving yourself a 67% wage increase and then shafting teachers and students is unacceptable. 67%. 67%. I have never in my life heard of anyone giving themselves a raise that egregious and then turning around and ignoring those they are trusted to steward. The BSA must be raised by $1,413 level that both accounts for inflationary factors and provides the resources necessary to avoid Mississippi levels of educational mediocrity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Beth Short Rhodes.
Yes, hi. This is Beth Short Rhodes calling from Sitka, representing myself and speaking on Senate Bill 140, which offers far too modest a BSA increase, just $300, when what we need is more like $1,400. I was raised in Alaska, attended public schools in Anchorage, and I'm now raising my daughter with the help of our wonderful public schools here in Sitka. The first thing I know based on these experiences is that public schools are the bedrock of our communities. I see every day how schools provide Alaska's children with an excellent education, the social and emotional support that children need as they grow, extracurricular activities that keep them physically healthy, meals that keep them nourished, and a place of safety among trusted adults. There is no replacement for our public schools and no better investment than funding them fully. And I say this investment is not just for our kids, but for our state, because the students that public schools educate will be Alaska's leaders in the future. They'll be our workforce, our legislators, our neighbors. And who doesn't want neighbors that are employed, socially and emotionally healthy, and law-abiding, all factors that show a positive correlation with education. We all know about the ongoing decline in Alaska's population, and we know that it's because people are moving out of state and not moving here because of the way that schools are funded. That's a huge part of it. So we're sending the message that in Alaska, education doesn't matter, and quite frankly, it's an embarrassment. So let's start repairing our state's reputation with a return to full school funding and raise the BSA by an amount that at the very least keeps up with inflation, $1,400. Thank you.
Thank you. Micah Van Buskirk.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm Micah Van Buskirk. I'm a parent of an 11th and 12th grade students from Seward. For the last 13 years, I've watched education funding change and my kids' schools change significantly. Use of one-time funds instead of an increase to the base student allocation has caused extreme damage to schools. Even a 0.5 teacher cut dramatically reduces the educational opportunities available to our students. Most of our 11th and 12th graders are actually not in the school. They're either taking distance education because there are no in-person upper-level classes available to them, or they're on home release because there are no additional courses available. We have minimal CTEs, minimal counselors, and other support staff, and we're asking more and more of our teachers every year. We have no art. Well, we have art by special approval this year, but in the funding next year, we'll have no art, no music, and no drama, and every year our pool is on the chopping block. There's no relationship, there's no replacement for the relationship between an in-person teacher and our students. One-time funding and teacher bonuses does not allow our districts to plan programs and hire quality teachers. A $300 increase to the BSA will only meet half of our district's $13 million budget deficit with a status quo staffing and supplies. $680 will come close to fulfilling that, but still leaves our Seward schools with a skeleton staff. A higher increase to the BSA will help restore educational opportunities in Seward. As a huge supporter of charter schools, school choice, and homeschool, I just want you guys to be aware that in communities like ours, small communities that so much of Alaska has, we don't have the opportunity to have we have no charter school, no private school, and homeschooling
please wrap up, please?
For many parents. Thank you for addressing these concerns early, and please move these legislations along. Thank you very much.
Angela Head.
Hi, my name's Angela Head. I am in Homer, Alaska, and I am an extremely proud, grateful, involved, and active parent of two peanuts at Paul Banks Elementary School. Paul Banks is a really special place. It's the only intensive needs elementary school here on the lower Kenai Peninsula. Provides services to kids of all needs and abilities. It's like a family. It's just one of those magical places that we all love to go to every day. The teachers are very special. The teachers are very committed. The teachers are very overworked. I was really confused by comments I heard earlier about how funding should directly go to support classrooms, should directly be given to paraprofessionals and counselors, and I don't understand how that is possible without increasing the base student allocation, which is well need of a rate. I'm asking that you please fund it at much more than the pittance of $300 per student. Also, on another note, I was part of a group that did pitch a charter school here to the Kenai Peninsula Borough in the last year. It was not approved, so it did not go to the deed department for approval. But I do have to pitch the idea that charter schools are an incredibly valuable part of our public education system. Without funding the entire system, we're not going to have the opportunity to pursue those possibilities for families that would be very well served by other types of opportunities. So I'm asking you, please, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of my children, on behalf of the children that receive such valuable, loving care every single day when they go to school, please fund the schools as they need to be funded. Thank you very much.
And I would like to ask to everyone who is testifying if they could submit their testimony in writing. For us to hear it is one thing, for us to sit down and read it. So if you could submit your written testimony, I know a lot of people are reading from notes. Please submit that to us. We certainly would like to see that. Susan Dunham.
Yes. My name is
Susan, this isn't this.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Sounded like you were in a windstorm. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Susan Dunham, and I'm a 37-year educator with 30 years in Alaska. I came to Alaska in 1991 and was hired because they had 25 students in a fourth grade class, and that was way too many students to be able to educate them adequately. Now, if you ask a fourth grade teacher, they would be thrilled to have only 25 students in their class. So there's been a lot of changes. I urge you strongly to raise the BSA to the $1,400 level that would allow our schools to do their job. Over the years, I've noticed a number of changes. Number one, an increase in class sizes, but a decrease in the time that the teachers have with each student. An increase in the workload, but a decrease in the number of people doing the jobs. An increase in mental health needs, but a decrease in trained professionals, counselors and nurses. An increase in disruptive behaviors, but a decrease in attention spans. An increase in special needs, but a decrease in school personnel's working with those students. An increase in outsourcing of speech and OT and PT, but a decrease in in-person education. An increase in our aging schools, but a decrease in school maintenance budgets. All of these things can and should be prioritized by allowing a change in the BSA that gives us the funding that we need to make our Alaska schools great again. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate that the committee has moved this to the beginning of the session. And with all due respect to Dr. Bishop, I hope she can support an increase in the BSA and solve some of these problems. Thank you.
Richard Seville, with the Governor's Council of Disability, are you here to testify or did you just want to be here for questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here to testify.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Richard Seville. I'm staff person with the Governor's Council on Disabilities and Special Education. I'm testifying today in favor of Sections 11 and 12 of this bill. The language in these sections was formerly House Bill 111, the Deaf Children's Bill of Rights. 17 states have passed the Deaf Children's Bill of Rights. In the fall of 2020, Alaska's deaf community approached the Council and asked us to bring the Deaf Children's Bill of Rights forward. These sections will not only ensure Information and resources are available to all families with deaf and hard of hearing children, but will signal support for the value of the deaf community in Alaska. Deaf and hard of hearing children have the right to have their ability to communicate and to acquire language treated as a priority. They have a right to learn from qualified professionals who can communicate directly with deaf children. They have a right to have opportunities to interact with deaf adult role models. They have the right to have deaf peers of the same language mode, level, and age. And they have a right to have full access to unbiased information, specialized personnel, school programs, and social activities. Section 11 and 12 of this bill will ensure these rights are protected. They will ensure parents and families of deaf and hard of hearing children have the information and access to resources they need to make informed decisions about what is best for their children's future regarding language acquisition, development, and their education. Information and resources on American Sign Language are not always presented to families of children who are hard of hearing, leaving those families unaware of that option. Children who are hard of hearing are often put into regular classrooms where spoken English is the mode of communication. When this happens, those children often do not develop language as quickly or as normally as hearing children do. Missing language milestones can lead to language deficits, and will see them fall behind in their education because they are unable to communicate and or understand the lessons effectively. The Council urges you to support Sections 11 and 12 of this bill, which will ensure information and resources are available to all families who have children who are deaf and hard of hearing, and will reinforce to them they are valued members of our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Colleen Thornton. Colleen, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Colleen Thornton. I'm calling as a professional, as an individual from the perspective of a medical professional and a mother of 3 young kids. I'm a physician assistant. I'm married to a surgeon. And we chose to move here to Alaska in July of 2022 after my husband finished his residency. He was born and raised here, and we love so much about this beautiful state. We're excited to raise our kids here. And we were happy with a lot of the choices we had in schools. We were looking at where we should put our 3rd grader. There were a lot of choices, immersion, optional programs. We opted to put him in the highly gifted program at Rogers Park. But then the emails started coming. The first year, the buses weren't running. They were understaffed. Ultimately, I ended up driving my kiddo to school. This year, my son didn't have a teacher until December. There was just no one there. There was a substitute. His teacher showed up on the first day of school and immediately quit. It was overwhelming. She was not getting the support she needed. So that was tough. And, as a healthcare professional, we're always hoping to recruit colleagues. There's a huge need in Alaska for skilled professionals, and many folks starting their careers in medicine have young families. And it's hard to make the case that this is a good place to bring your skills if the school systems aren't supporting our families. My sense is the schools are kind of being held together with duct tape. We need good teachers. We need infrastructure. And so thanks for acknowledging that we need an increase in the BSA. It needs to meet that recommendation, $1,400. I want to stay here. I want to raise my kids here. Please make it something that we can do as a family, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Monica Whitman.
Hi, my name is Monica Whitman, and I'm calling from Eagle River, testifying on behalf of my family. I have 2 children currently attending Alaska Public Schools. This bill reads like a laundry list of competing priorities to me. Our schools are failing, and I urge you to stay focused on the issue at hand, raising the BSA. It's not lost on me that we're only 4 days into this session, and a bill titled Internet for Schools now includes a push for expanded school choice, which goes hand in hand with a radically conservative national movement that's pushing for government funding for vouchers to pay private school tuition. This is our children's future. It's our state's future. We don't have time for shell games. I urge you to improve internet access for rural public schools and fully fund the BSA. The rest is simply a distraction. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Banning. Lindsay, are you there?
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to provide testimony. My name is Dr. Lindsay Banning. I am the child of public school teachers. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. I'm the wife of an active duty Air Force officer, and I'm also the parent of 2 teens who attend Anchorage Public Schools. Given my own educational experience and our military moves with young kids, I've had the opportunity to observe and participate in a wide range of school districts around the country. The difference between the states and districts that have excelled and those have struggled, like Alaska, comes down to how well they listen to and meet the needs of educators and school staff. With that in mind, I am not urging you to listen to me. And with all due respect, I don't think you should be listening to each other either. I think we need to be focusing on and amplifying the voices of the folks who have their boots on the ground every single day. And what Alaskan educators and school staff are saying unequivocally is that they are against this bill as written. Most importantly, these folks who live and breathe this issue every single day are urging you to invest in and adequately fund our public schools by substantially raising the BSA by the recommended $1,413. Please trust the teachers and the educational organizations. Please trust the support staff. Trust the paraprofessionals. Invest in our kids. Fully fund the BSA. Thank you.
Mary Gaddis. Mary, are you there?
Hello, my name is Mary Geddes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we met you. Yes, we can.
Thank you. My husband and I are residents of and homeowners in Anchorage. We've lived here for 40 years or so. We chose to stay in Alaska as our children grew because the public schools here could and did provide a truly excellent education, but legislative failures over many recent years to adequately fund public education now puts at risk our grandchildren and our state's future. So I offer 5 specific recommendations today with relationship to the legislation in front of you. First, the proposal to fund increased internet speeds for rural school districts should be legislated and approved, but on a standalone basis in order to speed and assure its approval. Second, the BSA should be increased to $1,400, not the proposed $300, in order to maintain our public schools statewide. This increase should not be encumbered by any of the radical measures proposed in this bill. 3, I ask you to reject the truly radical proposal to end elected local control over charter schools. Speaking from our own family's experiences with public charter schools, we can assure you that the current local administration of charter schools has been a successful arrangement, and if it works, don't fix it. Next, the lump sum bonus idea included in the committee substitute for SB140 does not seriously address the exodus of teachers and many young adults from our state. Instead, the legislature must act to provide enough funding for competitive salaries and retirement benefits to attract and keep teachers as well as needed staff. 5, while I appreciate the chance to speak today, Chairman, please schedule additional and lengthier hearings on the many important subjects which have been rolled into this bill. Please allow other interested persons opportunity to participate.
Continuing on the current tack that we've been on for quite a while with conservative governance here, but
it's just continuing to whittle away at public education. I think a big thing is that there's a lot of talk about how public facilities should be run as like a business. And if this were a business, this would be running the business into the ground. Like if you want to bring on good people, you have to have good wages and good benefits. I've not seen many private sector jobs looking for good professionals that don't offer benefits, that don't have retirement. Like you get what you pay for, and we're not paying much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Danette Peterson.
Yes, Danette Peterson.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Danette Peterson. I'm calling in as an educator from Fairbanks. I'm also a mother of 3 in our public school system. One of my sons is hearing impaired, so I appreciate the part of the legislation that's being proposed that addresses the needs of hard of hearing students. First of all, Mr. Chair, I thank you for your service, and I thank the members of the House Rules Committee for this opportunity to speak. I do oppose the charter school provisions. I believe that local control of charter schools has been working. It's working here in Fairbanks. They are part of our public schools. One thing that may not have been really flushed out today amongst the hours of testimony is that our charter schools often have caps on class sizes. My children, 2 of them, attended Chinook Montessori School, and their kindergarten class is capped at 16. Other schools here in Fairbanks have up to 30 kindergartners. So when we look at why charter schools are being so successful, the small class size is certainly part of that recipe. I'm opposed to the teacher bonuses. It seems like a solution, but it really ignores that education is a team effort. It takes our counselors, our paras, our librarians, nutrition service workers, bus drivers, administrators, all of us working together to provide for the needs of our students. And the teacher bonuses that are being proposed fail to do that. The bonuses also fail to address that we have buildings that need repairs, infrastructure, class sizes that go up, whether or not those teachers get bonuses or not. Programs, arts, music, sports, gifted programs are being cut, as well as our CTE programs that are so vital to our local workforce.
Can you please wrap up?
Absolutely. We need a retirement that will retain teachers, and we need an increased BSA to address the myriad of issues our school districts are facing. Thank you for your service.
Erica Kluth-Painter.
Good afternoon, Chair Johnson and members of the House Rules Committee. For the record, my name is Erica Kluth-Painter, and I am the superintendent of the Petersburg School District. I am also the proud parent of 2 recent Petersburg High School graduates and have served the Petersburg School District as a principal and superintendent since 2001. I appreciate that education legislation is at the forefront of this session and this body. I am, however, concerned that the committee substitute of SB140, Internet for Schools, has essentially become word salad, holding the original broadband assistance grant hostage with multiple unrelated educational issues. Secondly, I am concerned with the continued inadequate funding of Alaska schools and Alaska students. With a minimal $30 increase to the BSA in the last 6 years, I appreciate the proposed $300 BSA increase included in this bill, but it is clearly not enough to support the necessary programs and learning opportunities for our students, most notably the requirements of the READS Act. If 3rd grade reading proficiency is the priority, then we are all accountable for ensuring our students, staff, and schools have the necessary resources and training to accomplish this. The proposed $300 increase to the BSA is not enough to counteract the effects of inflation. I support the $1,413 increase to the BSA. I am also concerned with the proposal that charter schools would not be under local control. This governance is critical to a democratic public process and to provide equitable oversight and accountability. Why are we disrupting a process that is currently thriving? Lastly, I am concerned with the proposed lump sum payments to teachers included in this bill. These payments do not include paraprofessionals or any other educational support staff and are not a substitute for pensions. To attract and retain quality teachers, a competitive retirement program that includes both defined benefits and defined contributions is needed. Recruitment and retention of quality educators remain at an absolute crisis level in my community of Petersburg and around the state. Our students deserve better. I do agree with the statement.
Can you please wrap up?
We do better. Let's do better. Thank you for your service and time.
Doug Veit.
This party elected. It continues for years and years, and he forgot that people kind of pay them salary and kind of say, okay, we choose you because you we believe that you have to do something for people. Over time, they started to think that they cannot be overthrown, and they started to do their bad things. Yeah, exactly. So familiar for me.
Yeah, it's self-fulfilling each election. They all vote for each other, and that's enough.
Mr. Veit, are you here to testify on a bill?
Hello.
Hello, you're here to testify on Senate Bill 140?
Yes, Doug Veit from Craig.
Yes, okay. Please proceed. Yes, you are, and have been for a while.
Oh, I haven't heard. I've been playing a chess game. I'm a 30-year resident of Alaska, basically Craig, 2 years in Utqiagvik, and 20 years here on Prince of Wales with the Community Mental Health Center as a clinical social worker. But I'm speaking as an individual today. I'm retired. And I'm dismayed that, like a lot of people, is, oh my gosh, this is another legislative session, and we're stymied by a governor who seems to just want to polish his MAGA Republican credentials, and we have people in the legislature who don't want to support education in any significant, meaningful way. Everybody else, I've been listening for a long time, everybody else has already said things, so I don't need to repeat them. And all I would like to do is, in terms of you guys going forward on the panel, in the committee, is channel Admiral Farragut from 1864, and that is damn the perm fund and full funding ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Arnold?
Yes?
You're on. Are you here to testify on Senate Bill 140?
Hello?
Hello.
Great. My name is Erica Arnold. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I'm a mother of 2 brilliant public school students. I'm a proud Alaskan, and I've graduated from the public school system. I'm also a teacher in the public school system. I live in Chugiak, Alaska. I support a significant increase to the BSA, and I urge this committee to restore the $680 increase originally included in the SB 140. In addition to this, I urge you to respect the local school boards to determine whether local school boards serve their communities. Please remove the State Board of Education charter school takeover from this legislation. Students in our community deserve to have a full and robust education that supports their individual learning goals. I support a significant increase in the BSA and urge this committee to restore the BSA amount and remove the attack on the local control of charter schools. The effort to empower the State Board of Education to take over our local charters does not serve students and opens the door to more unaccountable charter and correspondence schools outside of our local school districts. I implore you to support raising the BSA and continue the local control, school board control of our charter schools. Thank you so much for what you do, and I appreciate you listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Charlene Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Johnson and the members of the committee. My name is Charlene Brown. I live in Delta Junction. I currently work as a clerical educational support professional and was previously a prior professional for the intensive students in our district. I'm a parent of a student that previously graduated from the district, and I represent the Delta Greeley Educational Support Professionals Association. We take pride in our school district and the dedicated staff that work hard to ensure that children in our district and receive full educational opportunities to meet their individual future success. Our district is already highly impacted with high attrition, not only for our teachers, but also for the support staff, given that salaries and wages are less competitive, and our students are the ones who are greatly affected with the lack of the funding that we already have right now. Our community is growing, but we are in a bind in supporting this growth and failing to meet the needs of their community. I support the significant increase in the BSA and urge this committee to restore the amount increase included in SB140. The Base Student Allocation has not received a meaningful permanent increase in more than a decade, while inflation has hit an all-time high. In addition to this, I urge you to respect local school boards to determine which charter school best serve their communities. Please remove and reconsider the implication of the State Board of Education charter school takeover from this legislation. I know this sounds repetitive, but we cannot reiterate enough for your good office to consider our request. Do what is right for the children and for the numerous people who will be affected by this. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. David Boyle. David Boyle in Anchorage, are you there?
Yes, Chair Johnson, can you hear me?
We can.
Chair Johnson, Vice Chair Tilton, committee members, I'm David Boyle. I'm speaking for myself. In Alaska, there's one thing we constantly hear, quote, raise the BSA. I would counter that with, quote, raise student achievement, which we can't do. As Commissioner Bishop stated, we need to focus on the students, not the adults. I'm going to focus on the Anchorage School District with my comments. The Anchorage School District states it has a $98 million budget hole next year. Here's the truth. It has a piggy bank of more than $118 million. That's 21% of its operating budget in an unreserved general fund. If this were lowered to the state minimum of 5%, there would be $71 million to fill the so-called budget hole. Since 2013, the district has lost more than 6,000 students, a 13% decrease. Yet during that time, it has only closed 2 schools, both on J-Bear. This year, the district has lost another 1,279 students. It projects to lose thousands more by 2027 with a student population of about 32,000 students. The district negotiates union contracts, raises salaries and benefits, which it cannot pay for. Then it asks you, the legislators, to pay for its contracts. This is like my neighbor remodeling his home and asking me to help pay for it. That is not fair. I support the requirement for the state board to authorize charter schools. Local control is a red herring. Mount Edgecombe is a great example of state management, not local control. In the past, the ASD charter schools have had wait lists of more than 1,800 kids trying to get into the charter schools. And the district closed a charter school this year, the largest school in the district, and more than 600 of those students left the district. Listen to the customer, the parents. Increase the funding for our great correspondence schools and help parents choose the best education for their kids. Most school districts are blaming inflation for their need for more money. Many school districts, such as Anchorage, use one-time COVID money to pay salaries and benefits. And now they cry, raise the BSA. But inflation hits everyone,
wrap up?
Not just schools. Yes, sir. Finally, increase the bandwidth for the school internet. Or rather, please consider Elon Musk Starlink as an economical solution with 100 megabytes per second download speed. My daughter lives in King Salmon, has Starlink, and pays only $90 a month. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Earl Krieger.
My name is Earl Krager. I moved to Alaska in 1980 when our schools were rated number 3 out of 50 in the nation. Today we are rated number 49, which is below Mississippi. My son and daughter received an excellent education here in Alaska, but my 3 grandchildren now face a dysfunctional school system. There are 3 critical deficiencies with SB140. First, you must increase the base student allocation so our students receive a competitive learning opportunity. As you have heard, an amount closer to $1,400 is actually needed. Secondly, Alaska already has excellent policy that allows parents to choose homeschool and charter school options. Do not take local community control and give it to an appointed board who are largely anti-education. Lastly, this legislature needs to reintroduce a defined benefit program for our teachers and staff, not a bonus pay system. Without a defined benefit system, our state will continue to lose both teachers and staff to the other 49 states that have defined benefits after they gain a few years of experience here in Alaska. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to your hearing.
Terry Gottstein.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Terry Gottstein, and I'm a longtime Anchorage resident representing myself today and experiencing more than a bit of deja vu. Every year, legislators can be heard giving lip service to the value of education when they're asking for our votes. Every year, parents and community members take time to testify for more money for education. Last year, this years-long effort seemed to bear some fruit, and the legislature passed a modest increase to the BSA, only to have the governor swoop down to veto the money, to impose his will and maintain personal control of those dollars. If I sound annoyed, I'm more than annoyed. I'm here again to ask the legislature to provide a meaningful inflation-relevant $1,413 increase to the BSA, allowing the local authority most familiar with the needs of their schools to effectively spend the money where it's most needed. The same principle applies to my support for keeping oversight of charter schools under local rather than state control, which is more subject to political whim. Our priorities are reflected in how we spend our time and how we spend our money. That's true for all of us. A Martian coming down to Earth conducting an overview of state funding over the past 10 years could only conclude that our politicians have an interest in maintaining an undereducated citizenry. Please put our money where your mouth is during election season and meaningfully fund the BSA and quit playing politics with our kids' education and along with it, our future. Thank you.
Carolyn Storm.
Hello, good afternoon, committee members. I sincerely appreciate that you have now sat through over 4 hours of public testimony. My name is Caroline Storm. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Education Equity. Mr. Chairman, at 12:58 p.m., you said that you are here for the kids. And if that's true, I want to, I trust that this committee will have the integrity to take into account the overwhelming majority of articulate testimony today in opposition to this committee substitute and in favor of robust educational resources for our kids. A $300 BSA increase is woefully inadequate. The coalition supports an amount of $1,413 to account for inflation and to fund the READS Act, which continues to be a burdensome, unfunded mandate. Upit School District paid $420,000 more for fuel in 2023 than they did in 2021. LKSD is paying $1,300,000 more. I'm sorry, $1,300,000 more for insurance in 2023 than they did in 2021. Those costs have been paid by cutting teachers and programs. If the legislature continues to grossly underfund public education, litigation is inevitable, given that our Constitution is unambiguous about the requirement for the state to provide an adequate public education. We strongly oppose the state board being given the power to approve charter schools. This amendment is the epitome of overreach, which undermines local elected control and gives the power to an appointed board. The state board could just as easily terminate any existing charters with zero accountability. And if I'm not mistaken, many members of this committee have been calling for districts to be more accountable. I believe that legislators have the duty to be stewards of the state. That means not only passing laws that protect the rights of all Alaskans and passing a balanced budget, but also ensuring that the revenue exists to pay for public services.
Could you please wrap
set aside
up?
This committee substitute, and take up the original bill to focus on the need for robust internet access in rural Alaska and the BSA separately. Thank you.
Lisa Viano.
Hi, this is Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Lisa Villano. I am a registered super voter in District 35, and I say that because this is an issue that I will remember when I go to the polls in November. I am a lifelong Alaskan. I have attended schools in Alaska school systems from birth all the way through graduate school. I have two beloved nieces that are in the school systems here in Fairbanks. I am a second-year 7th and 8th grade resource teacher at Ryan Middle School, and prior to that I taught for 6 years in Shishmaref as a resource teacher there. At Ryan, I have I service kids in all 3 grades, 6th, 7th, and 8th. I have 37 on my caseload, which is quite a bit, if you ask me. For research teachers, we have 4 positions available, 4 full-time positions. 3 of them are filled. So the responsibilities of that 4th unfilled position fall to us, and it can be overwhelming. And it impacts the services that we are able to provide for the kids. They are not fully getting all the services that their IEP that they are entitled to. And that is because we can't fill that position because it's just not, it just doesn't seem like it's desirable. And I think the way to help that is to raise the BSA at the very least, to the $680 compromise. And also, as an aside, I'd also like to support the return to the defined benefits for teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Luann McVeigh.
Hello, this is Luann McVeigh. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm testifying against the committee substitute for SB140 on behalf of my husband, Richard Steele, and myself. We are retired teachers who combined served students in Alaskan schools for more than 51 years. We support the expanded internet this bill provides for Alaskan schools. Also, we're glad that the sponsors recognize that the current base student allocation is woefully inadequate. However, the bill's increase to the BSA is nowhere near the $1,413 the Association of Alaska School Boards estimated is needed to provide for inflation. Without an adequate increase to the BSA, Alaska will lose teachers and young families who will no longer be able to afford to live in our state. We worry that our 2 daughters and their families will have to leave the state where they grew up due to concerns about huge classes forced by inadequate funding. Individual teacher bonuses don't make a difference for all educators, and we don't support them. The legislature can make a difference to our state. Do what is needed to float the boats of all members of the Alaskan public education communities. Give us a BSA of at least $1,400 that will sustain our lives in our beloved state. Thank you for the time. I appreciate your service.
Roy Getchell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Johnson and the honorable members of the House Rules Committee for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Roy Getchell. I'm the proud superintendent of the Haynesboro School District, and I also serve as the president of the Alaska Superintendents Association and the Alaska Council of Administrators. Like you, I care for all the children of our state. There are components to this bill that I agree with, others that will require further conversation and research, and some I'm not in favor of at all. But the heart of this bill is about increasing internet speed for the children of rural Alaska. At a joint meeting with the Alaska Municipal League this September, I learned of conditions in our state that literally brought me to tears of anger. Hearing about non-functioning fire alarms in many of Western Alaska school sites, lack of adequate basic needs in their facilities, and rationed certified teacher instruction, it was shocking. Additionally, and please research this yourselves to check my facts, but those same students continue to learn in classrooms with 1/10 the bandwidth of students in the lower 48, and less than many countries considered to be in the developing world, like Togo and Haiti. Now, most shocking to me, however, was hearing my colleagues describe this as just another day, normal. Their students have to feel the same way. While I'm very proud of how Alaska's educators have all stepped up to face these challenges, I believe that the children of our state deserve opportunities that children in other states have. It's up to you to make that happen. We have until the end of February to do this with the Internet bill. So I urge you to act quickly. I look forward to engaging with you on the BAG grant and increasing the BSA and other important components of this bill in the future, and very much appreciate your time and service to our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Barron.
Yes, hello. My name is Sandra Barron, and I live in Sunrise, Alaska. I teach at Moose Pass School, which is a small rural school, and I've taught at Hope School as well, multi-grade, and our community is probably the most important thing that I could say I've heard some of. I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said, but our school and Seward schools, we definitely need the support with an increase in the BSA. It is the lowest it's been in 2 decades. I've been teaching for 21 years, including in Anchorage, and I just know it's hard everywhere. I'm concerned there's already 1,000 open positions in schools across Alaska. In the Kenai Peninsula, many schools have fewer teachers and support staff, and they're all doing more and finding it difficult to provide our students with everything they need. We love our jobs, and we're dedicated, and people are going above and beyond because of those little precious human beings and their future. Far too many excellent teachers are leaving the profession, and a one-time teacher bonus, in my opinion, won't solve the problem, and especially because I know our school functions because of our support staff, our custodian, our secretary, our food service person, and our aide, and my instructional aide is invaluable. I'm lucky to have them, but if times are tough, people are leaving. So right now, I think that education isn't working very well in a lot of the peninsula schools because of the revolving door. Staff members leave, and not because they want to. Housing is hard, and we want to be able to retain staff who will stay with the community where they work. Our community is super important to us, and we are very important to them. And for right now, we want to do what's best for the kids because we want to do what's best for their families and for the future. Please increase that BSA to the $1,413, and I'm glad that you have listened to all of the people who are here to speak for this reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod. I'm sorry, Mitchell Patterson.
Hi, it's Michael Patterson.
Michael Patterson.
I'm calling from Anchorage, Alaska, and I just want to say that I think this committee substitute bill is a great example of everything that's wrong with Juneau. I think this is a very anti-democratic effort to undermine education in Alaska. I have three children who are in public school in Anchorage. One attends a correspondence school, one attends a public charter school, and one attends a traditional public school. We have school choice in Alaska already. I'm also a board member of the Alaska Native Culture Charter School Academic Policy Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and I do not really appreciate this committee or the sponsors of this committee substitute using public charter schools to undermine public education. You know, if you want to help, you know what also hurts public charter schools? Not fully funding the BSA. And the fact that the commissioner can say with a straight face that she does not support fully funding the BSA, the commissioner is not acting in her capacity as an educator. She's acting in the capacity of a political operative and surrogate. And so please fund education properly. You all are creating the conditions for a failed state. You are purposely not funding education because you want to funnel money away from public education in an underhanded way towards like correspondence schools and public charter schools, and in a very weak attempt so that you can start teaching religious stuff in schools. And so do the right thing. Fully fund BSA, give teachers and paraprofessionals retirement and living wages. And I also find it pretty disgusting that we are using the hard of hearing community and rural communities as sort of a bludgeon to get this clearly politically motivated bill through. You need to give internet to the rural community. You need to make sure that hard of hearing students and deaf students have equitable access to education. But this is just a great example of a bill that should not be. It needs to be at least 2 or 3 different bills. And the fact that we are here discussing this at the beginning is just, it's already setting the tone for what I think this legislative session is going to be. And frankly, I think it's disgusting. And this...
Could you please wrap up?
Yes. So thank you for your time. Please do the right thing.
Thank you. Rod Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the House Committee. My name is Rod Morrison. I'm the superintendent of Southeast Island School District on Prince of Wales. First of all, I don't believe the BAG grant ought to be lumped with everything else, but we do need to support the BAG grant in SB140. If we're going to keep them together, I also support the increased public transportation and the increase of the BSA to 1413. The lump sum payments that were proposed to go to teachers needs to be distributed to all that work in schools, our paraeducators, our bus drivers, if that's going to be the fix. I think the fix is to put the money in the BSA. Because of past budget shortfalls, our schools currently don't have a counselor, school nurse, CTE teachers, librarian, and art teachers. We are currently struggling to meet our students' basic educational needs. We haven't had funding for student activity travels, sport travels. Our students all have to fundraise. Our communities are very poor, so it's hard for us to get enough money to send kids anywhere. We have cut our classified employees, including paraeducators, custodians, and administrative support, to part-time because we can't afford to pay their benefits. Our school facilities do not receive proper level of maintenance because of budget shortfalls. We have HVAC issues, with boiler issues, and school safety concerns. With the AK Reads Act and the required assessments, we don't have the budget to support it. We were not able to hire a reading teacher because we don't have the budget. I, again, strongly urge you to look at increasing the BSA to 1413. I've been an educator in Alaska since 2021. My daughter is a graduate and went into education. She looked at Alaska, and because of the retirement system, she chose to be in another state. I'm concerned what we're doing to our kids. They are our best resource. Thanks again for your time. I appreciate you letting me testify today.
Thank you. Phyllis Clove.
Hi, I'm here. I'm Phyllis Clough, a lifelong resident of the village of Old Harbor, NEA board member, Holistic Tribal Vice President, and advisory school board member. I'm also the proud mother, grandmother, godmother, and aunt of many Alaskan children who attend and have attended public schools. As an Alaska Native dedicated employee of the Kodiak Island Borough School District for over 4 decades, I want to emphasize the critical need to raise the base student allocation for our students in Alaska. Our children are the future, and investing in their education is paramount. In rural Alaska, the impact of underfunding is felt acutely and has a drastic impact on the quality of education for our children. Continuing to overlook the necessity of increasing the BSA is not just harmful, but also holds back the potential of every single student we serve. Raising the BSA is more than a financial decision. It's a commitment to the future of Alaska and to ensuring our children have the resources they need to thrive and to become the leaders of tomorrow. Our students have a right to the best education we can provide, and it is our duty as Alaskans to stand by them. Today, I'm calling on your Alaskan leadership to hear our voices, stand up, and commit to a long-term and consistent investment to our Alaskan children, because they are truly our most valuable natural resource. Kuyana for hearing our voices today, and thank you for all that you do. Phyllis.
In opposition to moving Senate Bill 140 in its current version out of committee. While there are some beneficial issues that it does address, it does not address the desperate need for a more significant increase to the BSA. The bill is woefully short of fulfilling that need. The lump sum payment, it comes without the foundation needed to recruit and retain teachers long term. It also leaves out paras and many other support staff who work tirelessly within our schools, and doesn't do anything to address the lacking retirement system that Tier 3 educators receive after years of service. You've heard all of this today over and over. I urge you to look for long-term solutions to support our students and teachers, as is this simply kicks the can down the road for a bit longer, and it does nothing to address the systemic issues our educators and family are facing. It's not just ethical, it's economical. We're losing 20% of our teachers and 10% of our administrators every year, and that's just for the schools on the road system. This lack of stability is not only damaging to students, it's costly to the state of Alaska. A study by UAA Anchorage's Institute for Social and Economic Research estimates that each teacher turnover costs the state $20,000 and $75,000 per administrator a year. The amount of 2022 teacher admin turnover put this total cost that year at $20 million. On a personal note, I also just want to say that the fact that all of us have to come back year after year to fight over scraps at the budget table when public ed for our kids is one thing that we should never have to fight over is in and of itself exhausting and demoralizing. It's also your constitutional responsibility, and I just look forward to a year when we can all say, holy cow, you guys made the right call right out of the gate. You crossed the aisles, you got creative, and you made the right decision together to begin with.
I speak to you as a 16-year veteran in my district, the spouse of another Alaskan by choice who theirself is a 10-year veteran school secretary and a proud believer in the power and importance of a well-educated community. While the internet in schools and pupil transportation aspects of this bill are essential for our students in schools, I favor these portions. I am appalled by a number of the other topics included. We must respect local school board control for charter schools and not extend chartering or control rights to a statewide board filled with political appointees. We must restore the BSA increase previously established, minimally to and preferably above the $1,413 recommended by the Alaska Association of School Boards, especially in recognition of the Legislative Finance Director's report to House Finance. Following this, I encourage you to forward fund primary, secondary, and post-secondary education in this state in perpetuity. The state constitution is clear. We must adequately fund and maintain public education. Alaskans used to believe that we were headed north to the future so fervently that it became our state motto. But what future does functional disinvestment in public education such as this build for our schools? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. With that, that concludes public testimony. So at this point, I'm going to close public testimony, and we are going to recess for 30 minutes to let everybody kind of get together, and we'll be back here at 3:45. Thank you. Appreciate everybody sitting through it.
I speak to you as a 16-year veteran in my district, the spouse.
Hello, my fellow Alaskans. Sorry about the delay there getting back to the stream. If you got me earlier, I am becoming a empty nester here shortly. I have been scrambling around here trying to make sure that the vehicles for transporting the household goods to their new house is fully available and able for them to use, and tires aired up, the works, you know, everything that is needed to make things happen. And so I'm running around with my head cut off here trying to also, and then of course the video is also stalling here right at the tail end, which doesn't surprise me. They're going to be back at 3:45, I think is what time they said, which is about a half hour from now, so they're taking a break. Then they're going to continue more public testimony. Now, mind you, this is all the people that have been on hold on the telephone since 10 o'clock this morning. They closed down all access to give testimony at noon. So if you weren't signed up or called in by noon, you weren't able to provide public testimony here today. And they also made sure that the phone lines have been locked up solid since 10 o'clock this morning. I've only heard about a half a dozen people that are not in support of this bill. Out of those half a dozen, several of them, the majority of them, have all been about this is for the internet. We need to get that clean bill for the internet back out of this. And out of those same supporters, they're also in for a BSA increase, but a separate bill for it. And then the other two people out of that half a dozen that's given testimony have outright just shook their head and says, you guys are a bunch of criminals. What do you think you're doing? This is not the way to go about things. No accountability, whining and crying, no inflation and proofing in over 2 decades. That's a lie. That they've had 30% increase over the last 2 decades. And I wish I could get a 30% increase on my wages, or the income coming into my division, like they kind of play it here. You know, this is part of this entire school districts of Alaska, but each one's got their own individual heartbreak-rendering reason why they need more money, retention and everything else. I'll give my own mom as a prime example. She worked her entire life all the way up until the point that she retired. She's living a very nice retirement now, and it had nothing to do with a pension or defined benefits that was given to her. You know, that doesn't even come into the equation. Didn't work that kind of work her entire life. But just like most people, when you make a decent income or a semi-decent income, you invest your money to make you more money so you have a retirement when you get of age. And that's exactly what she did. She invested it into 401k. And of course, under the Trump administration, all of a sudden became, in my opinion, a very rich person, doing much better than I am. I'll tell you, you know, we're a loving family, but we're also each to our own, as most conservative families are. We'll bend over backwards to help our family out. We will do everything in our power for them. We will jump off a bridge if we need to, if it means helping them or save their life for family. And family also, to me, it means my friends that I call family. And that I do have a lot here in Alaska. I have a lot of friends that I call my family here. But the story is, this is supposed to be about Internet for schools. It started out with a one-paragraph bill. It was very clean. It was talking about providing 25 megabytes per second download speeds, which is your average telephone download speed for everybody out there. Just to give you a concept, that is enough for you to watch your videos, play your video games, have your Roku playing in the background on your television, and you could do the works off of 20 megabytes per second download speeds, because that does not mean it does not mean that you are at slow. You have the access to be able to do what you need to do, but we're subsidizing companies like GCI for fiber optics that consistently fail. We hear the problems all the time. Communications are down. The phone systems are down. Don't call in for 911 because the services is down. Call the non-emergency line. That one's still up and running, or vice versa. These excuses out there of why they can't do it. But Starlink, on the other hand, it's up in outer space. You can't cut that cable. The only thing you can cut is the service coming from the satellite, because you didn't pay your bill. And cost per district, it would be 1/3 of what we're currently paying for internet services throughout our entire state to completely link up our entire state to Starlink. For what they're paying on a monthly basis for internet connections for each school, and each school district far outpaces what they would be paying Starlink for the same type of quality service for something that doesn't have a cable that can be severed. Look at Ukraine. Look at what Musk did for them when their communications went down. He sent his satellites over the top of them, and they gained internet access back all over again, back to the high speed that they were before. Pretty much they got their communications shut down, and there's no reason why Alaska can't do the exact same thing. We spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars a year and for our technology services that we have. If we were to streamline that type of stuff and make it more simpler and easier and reliable, we would eliminate a lot of the problems that we have there. That's what this bill was supposed to be about. But nope, it got hijacked by people like Senator Tobin and Gary Stevens and Matt Clayman and Bryce Edgman, and I could go through all the left and right wing extremists. And when I say right wing extremists, they're the rhinos that claim to be Republicans but are actually Democrats, like the person chairing, or the person that is I think he is the co-chair, the way they have things set up in the House. That would be Dan Sadler, their Rep. Sadler. And you can just see the games that are being played here with this bill. They are fast-tracking it through. Again, it got completely hijacked. You can hear the testimonies from the people that are giving testimony today. 99.9% of them all belong within the school district, work for the school district, our teachers, our employees, our school board members, and they are all advocating for their increase in their paychecks. And not a single one of them has brought up anything that had to do with actually providing a quality education to our students. It has everything to do with give us more money or we walk. We can't retain the teachers. We can't get the teachers to stay. Well, guess what, Alaska, this is not a unique problem. This is throughout the entire United States. This is going on right now. All 50 states have a retention problem. All 50 states are having a problem recruiting teachers. All 50 states do not have enough teachers to be able to support the students that they have there. This is common everywhere. When they're whining and crying that they need more money for more teachers, they can't even get the teachers to fill the positions they already have paid for, and they want more money. And the lunacy here, when you got basically almost a 20%, I think is what the average is. I could be wrong, could be less, but I think it might actually be more. 20% retention problem within our Alaska school districts of keeping teachers, and about that, out of that 20%, there's about a 10% of missing teachers in the field. They're not even there because they can't find them, they can't recruit them, they can't get them to stay. Nobody wants to come and work, and why would they? When you're in an indoctrination camp all day long doing nothing but teaching your children to do lessons that are prescribed in an indoctrinated fashion to where everybody is the same. You got to remember, you got diversity, inclusion, and equity. It's a 3-tier system. And you take the person that is on the top of the rung, and you take the person that is on the bottom of the rung way down here, and the idea is with DIE is to bring them all on an equal platform within the school system. So that way that really educated student, the one that is just achieving the world in front of them because they've got the go with all, they have the brain power, they're just that smart. Those students are brought down to the lowest students level of education, and then look at the diversity. Look how inclusive our schools are. Everybody is the same. There is no difference. We keep them all on a level platform, so the achievers get held down and the underachievers, well, basically the achievers are brought down to the underachievers level, and that's the education they expect us to be delivering to our children, and that's the education that they have been delivering. That's why Alaska is ranked 49th right now. When I started really advocating again, this was about 2018, we were number 52 in the United States. And of course, that includes Puerto Rico and Guam. We were ranked the worst in the United States. We still are the worst in the United States. Many, many, many third world countries, mind you, third world countries are out surpassing us when it comes to providing an education. They're doing it better than we are with 1/3 the money or less. And now all they want is more money, and they openly admit our schools are falling behind. We can't keep up with the lights, the electric, the upkeep, all these other things are all maintenance related. And then as soon as you get done with those issues, then it comes to the administrators. Not enough administrators. Wait a minute, we got 6 administrators to every 1 teacher. We don't got enough administrators. Oh man. But no, the reality is we got too many administrators and not enough Indians, which is the teachers. We got all the chiefs out there, and we got to make sure that those Indians, the educators, are the ones out there that are being elevated up so that they can actually do their job. They need to be not worried about did they mispronounce some student because today they magically became a girl or this boy magically became, whatever. And it gets so confusing. Even trying to think about it, I'm getting myself confused, boys becoming girls, girls becoming boys. Oh, geez, science means nothing. If we were actually providing an education, science would be the basis behind their pronouns that they use. And you know what? It is he, she, okay, I really can't come up with any other kind of pronoun out there to describe the different genders that we have. There's only 2. I mean, people really do need to get a reality check. And to quit supporting the mental illness that is going on within our education system and actually get some psychiatric help. Juneau is not the place to do that. If you listen to the testimonies last year on education when it came to the boys and girls sports in Juneau, the psychologists, the psychiatric wards there, the ones that are promoting the mental illness, giving public testimony, proudly declaring that they helped transition over 400 children, and the majority of them was behind their parents' backs. And they're so proud of that. And yet our Alaska legislators, when you're talking dozens upon dozens of people testifying that had openly admitted criminal acts of what they have done by the laws that we have when it comes to our children, is there any criminal charges being brought? Is there any investigations ever got started on it? Hell no. I even brought it up in a town hall, and the 2 senators that were there at that town hall on that day, neither one of them, they said, oh, well, could you just cut and clip those people that were testifying and we'll get that turned over to Ledge Legal for you? And I'm going, well, why in the hell should I do that? You guys were sitting in the room. Isn't that your job? You're lawmakers. You're supposed to be following the law. Well, that's obvious. They don't follow the law. They follow what their feelings tell them to do today. And their feelings come directly from the donors that are promoting and pushing that they testify here on this bill. And it was very clear, those testifying on this bill, that where their money and their inspiration and the wherewithal of where this all comes from is formulated at. This was a staged, orchestrated day of testimonies. The Alaska school districts had been putting out a nationwide notice that they were to call in today and make sure that they were inside of the LIOs, because they had determined that those sitting inside of an LIO, that if they were willing to get out of their house and get in their vehicle, go to an LIO, they could testify first. And all those of us like me who have to work for a living, got big agendas, it's a weekend. I've got, like I said, I've become an empty nester. I've been trying to do packing here all day long, trying to help my children pack up and go get their first house, and it's scary and exciting both at the same time. And so, I've got a lot to do. I tried for an hour and a half this morning. I started a little after 10, shortly after I got this video up and running. I started dialing that phone number. I tried for an hour and a half until it was like 20 minutes to 12. Every few seconds, I'd get the beep, beep, beep. Sorry, try back again. Okay, redial again. Beep, 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 busy tone, not enough lines. Try back again. Beep, beep, beep. After an hour and a half, I finally threw my hands up and said, this is getting ridiculous. I am never going to get through here today. And it's obvious by the testimony that before even 10 o'clock even got there, the special interests were already calling on the phone. They locked up all of the phone lines. It was obvious that happened. And I know the one conservative, if you want to call him that called in and testified very early on when the phone testimony started up, was one of those that was calling before 9:30 or just shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning to make sure that they were that high up on the call-in list, because every phone call person that has been testified so far, it's all been the exact same formulated. They're reading off of a script, repeating almost identically what each one has said before. Where did a bill for internet for schools become the new vehicle to bring base student allocation increase into our schools? There has been no discussion about how this is to be funded. How is it going to be paid for? Where does that money come from? We're not generating new income as a state. We're not taxing more anywhere else. They keep telling us that we're losing revenue off of our oil fields anymore. They're not quite producing what they were. They had to have the POMV draw SB140, the very corrupt bill that has violated our Constitution laws that we have, our state laws that we have in regards to our permanent fund dividend. That law is still on the books, yet they ignored that law to do the POMV law, which is violating one law to do another law that has completely subverted the law that it was supposed to be changing, which they never changed. And yet, here they are, they're doing the same thing to this bill. I mean, how many people saw this? They went to Gavel, they read the headline, Internet for Schools. And that's what this bill is all about. And this is what we're going to be doing, and this is what we're talking about. Then they go read the expanded title, SB140, an act relating to funding the Internet services for school districts and providing an effective date. SB number 140, an act relating to funding internet services for school districts and providing for an effective date. Be it enacted by legislator of the state of Alaska, Section 1 as 14.03.127, Section A is amended to read, each fiscal year a district in which one or more schools qualify for a discounted rate for internet services under the Federal Universal Service Program is eligible to receive an amount for each school that is equal to the amount needed to bring that applicant's share to 125 megabytes per second of download a second of internet services speed. This act takes effect immediately as 01.10.070 Section C. One very short and sweet paragraph is the entire title. Now, if you go and look at the bill as it is currently written, on the other hand, we have gone to, that's version A, and then version B, and this was in May of 2023, and then in June of 2023 they rewrote it, and it still says the same thing, the exact same thing. And there is no difference when it was heard again in June, and it was voted on, and it got pushed through, and then it goes to SB140C, which is the final version that we're currently looking at right now. And let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pages. We went from one paragraph that filled up a quarter of a sheet, a piece of paper, to 12 pages on a bill that is supposed to be about internet services to Alaska, throughout the state of Alaska, and to our schools. And we went from that to, here's the BSA formula, we're going to change that, and we're going to give one-time bonuses, and we're going to restrict funding to some people, and we're going to give better access to more funding to other people. And the more DIE you are within your school district, the more money you'll get, and the less DIE you are, the less money you get. And you can hear the teachers, the mayors and the administrative assembly members, or whoever is in charge, the administrators within the schools themselves, all advocating, look, we've got a $9 million shortfall, we got a $6 million shortfall, we got a $7 million shortfall, $300 per student isn't going to be enough. That's not going to cover that $9 million shortfall that we, the school district ourselves, created, pushing our DIE programs out there that have 6 administrators overruling the top of the teachers that are understaffed within our school systems. It's not that they're underfunded, they're understaffed. They've got the funds to pay for these teachers. These teachers just don't want the job. And this isn't just here in Alaska. Again, this is a nationwide problem throughout the United States. Name me one state that doesn't have a teacher shortage right now. Name me one state that has a high retention of teachers. They do not fall within the top, or the bottom 30%, or I should say the bottom 70% of our education within the United States. When they claim Alaska's got some of the best education in the United States, they're highlighting one school in one district out of the 504 schools that we have sitting out there right now. One. You know, and then they'll say, oh, look, well, we've got 6 total out of 504. Look at how good we're doing. We are phenomenal that are actually making achieved above standards. Well, what is above standards? What do they mean by that? Is that a passing grade? Is that they're straight across A students inside of their school district and school system? They're all overachievers. They're compared to the rest of the average throughout Alaska. Are they that high up on the scale? Well, if you go and look at the testings and the scores and the academics that are coming out of our schools, no, they're all ranking just better than, slightly better than 70 percentile when it comes to the average within their school themselves, not the school district, but within that school. But you look at the rest of the district, or the rest of the schools that are within that district, and all of a sudden you discover, oh, wait a minute. These guys are sitting at 50 percentile, 40 percentile. Oh man, almost 60, but not quite. And that's the majority. I mean, that is basically 60% of our school systems are 50% or below for providing an education. If you did 50% of your job at work, would you have a job? I wouldn't. I'd be fired. I wouldn't even be sitting here in front of you, because I would be, I'm so dumb. Let me put on my redneck shirt, and I'm going to go out, I'm going to go get me my crawfish, and I'm going to sit here and suck on my Bud Lights. And that would be the basic story of the day when it comes to the education here in Alaska, and that's kind of what we are providing now. You know, we've got the Bud Light generation of education happening here, when we need to have ourselves a good old-fashioned American beer, instead providing an education, you know, the one that grassroots, been around forever, the beer that is everlasting. Oh, wait a minute, those of you have been shut down, out of business, because some of the oldest breweries in the United States no longer can be in business anymore, because they are located in some of the wokest cities in the United States that have taxed them to death, made it unable to be able to do business anymore, and they're finding themselves going bankrupt rapidly and closing their doors. And this is a trend going on across the United States. That's why you keep seeing the consolidation inside of the businesses out there. I mean, they're whining and crying about Kroger and Cars merging. And what happened the last time that happened, when Cars and Safeway merged, and then we got those Alaska stores that popped up in the old Cars Safeway stores that closed down, and they got muscled out because the distributors were making sure their product was going to the Cars and Safeway stores, while the Alaska store was only receiving the product after they were not needed elsewhere. I know that whole story. I happened to be working behind the scenes way back when, and man, you can call it conspiracy theories all you want. The good guys scratching the bad guys' back all the time. And it's who you classify as being the good guys, you know, the good old boys that scratch their back to the bad guys. And I call them the bad guys, the good guys, because you can't tell the difference between them. The white hats are actually the black hats, and the black hats that are out there are actually the white hats. You can see it in our legislative body. You believe that I'm even being threatened with another lawsuit because somebody down there, some people in Juneau don't like me calling them corrupt? Man, you are morally and ethically corrupt down there in Juneau. The FBI has you listed as #2 in the United States as being the most corrupt government in the United States, second only to those in D.C. And that's D.C., the city. All right? That is where we are talking about. And you just got to understand that when we are #2 for the entire state, for the United States, and #2 is, and #1 is a city in Washington, that explains how the how corrupt Alaska really is and what a farce this particular committee is pushing through as a bill that's supposed to be about internet for schools, which is everything but internet for schools. I mean, I only heard a handful of people. I mean, out of the dozen, like I said, out of the half dozen out there that I heard wanted to separate this, and out of those half dozen, 4 of them were still in for give us the BSA too. Just separate the bills apart. Don't corrupt our internet access with this BSA bill, thinking because we need internet that you're just going to blindly get legislators to vote on it and push it through. It's just not going to happen. So where do we go from here? At this point, have you shared this video? I really do appreciate it. If you haven't, to please do that now. And go to our website at politadick.com. You can always watch us live on our website at any time when we are live. We have a live link there. It is a portable player. Unlike what Facebook has done nowadays, you can't even carry that player around with you anymore. You're either watching the video or you're not watching the video. You can find this on YouTube, Twitter, and on Rumble. And all of those have portable players. I think Twitter is portable, but don't quote me on that. But I know YouTube and Rumble is definitely portable players. I can carry the video around and watch it while I'm surfing on Facebook, or I'm looking at other things on YouTube, or if I'm on Rumble and I'm looking around on Rumble, that video will still continue to play in the portable player. I don't have to stop watching the video because I want to go look at something else. Facebook has done everything they can to shut down and make it even harder for creators like me, for people that do this type of stuff, to be able to keep an audience on anymore, because you can't carry around our video and do other things, or it's either watch it or don't watch it. So if you don't like YouTube, go to YouTube. I mean, there's a reason to join YouTube. If nothing more, just to subscribe to us to get notified that we are live, so you can have a portable player to carry around while you're doing your other busy work. I mean, I'm sitting here, you can see my ears set up right now. I'm monitoring this on the screen here, listening to what's going on so that I know where we stand at for everything here in front of us. And I had it monitoring basically the sound of the desktop so that I could hear when the gavel was going on, and watching my little meter on the screen here telling me that my mic is working and it's in the green, and the little mic symbol is lit up white telling me that I'm live and you guys can all hear everything that I'm saying, and that's a good thing. And what are we going to do next? What's the next stage from here? Well, if you couldn't call in and get to do public testimony today, write them. Make sure you send them an email. And I meant to look that up earlier, and sure enough, I forgot to do it. I am so sorry. Let me go back and let's see. That would be under what? Committees. That would be under special committees. Because I am not seeing it. Oh, maybe that's it right there. Yeah, that looks like the one that we are in right now. House Rules Committee. It is House, House, dot rules, RULES, at akleg.gov. That is House house.rules@akleg.gov. Send them an email about this. This is House Bill SB, or I should say Senate Bill 140. It might be House Bill 140. I think it was definitely was Senate Bill 140. I've been a long day so far, and HCS 140 is what this bill is, and constantly, daily, yeah, I had it right the first time, SB 140. So SB 140 is the bill. It's been hijacked. It got converted from an internet bill into a base student allocation bill. Here, let's add $300 million. Last year, they started out with $1,413 per student. Now it's $300 per student, which bakes down to about $40 million. That $40 million is actually double that, so that actually means $80 million. And they're upset because that's still not enough money. They want billions, not millions. They want it closer to the $600 million mark, if not more. I mean, if they went to the full 1,400 times 130,000 students out there, you do the math. You can figure out what that's going to be on an increase out there. That's just the state increase. That doesn't include the increase that will come from federal. That will not include the increase that is going to have to come from the local communities like the Matsu Borough, the Anchorage Assembly, the Anchorage Muni, and all these, and Fairbanks, North Star Borough. You can just go through the entire list there. All of these different places that are going to have to come up with their portion of that money. And so what does that mean to the rest of us and the populace out here? Our taxes go up on our properties. We have to pay more because we got to pay a higher budget on education on a local level through those taxes, because they've increased it on a state level, which also increased it on the federal level. And you can see the chain, how that works. The Bidenomics fully at work there, taking from the bottom and the middle and distributing it to those up on top, up above. And that's exactly what they have done here. They're taking it from us and they're distributing it back up to the top. That's where the permanent fund dividend goes. The SB 21, the corrupt bill I was mentioning earlier. The 5.25 POMV draw that is now overdrawing our permanent fund dividend account out there. They're withdrawing more money than what the fund actually is going to be bringing in over the next few years. So what does that mean for us in our permanent fund dividend? Well, in their minds, government comes first. PFD is a handout. It's welfare. You guys don't deserve any portion of the rights that we gave up to become a state within the United States, to become the 49th state. It is, in their opinion, we are the, excuse my French, the bastard child out there that is only supposed to be doing what their parents tell them to do. That if we don't tell you you're allowed to do it, you can't do it. You are cut off. You are completely without any merit. You guys got to suffer. That is the way things are. Looks like they're getting closer to being on here. And they've now got the people walking into the room. I will swap it over there. I'll put myself in the corner here so that you guys can see them. As soon as I see them gavel, I will switch the microphone so that you can hear them and get my pretty little mug off of the screen there. And again, share this video. And it looks like they have gone live. Let me double check here. And yes, they have gone live. So here we go.
Thank everyone who testified. Sat through a very long day. I appreciate it. We all take public testimony very seriously. That brings us to the amendment process. Before us, we have amendment number 1. Representative Sumner.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 1.
And I'll object for the purposes of discussion. Representative Sumner or Representative Allard. I think both of your names are on this. So
I'll speak briefly, and Representative Allard, I assume, also will. Mr. Chair, amendment number 1 levels the playing field and provides parity across education funding for correspondence students. Current laws limit and the language in the committee substitute limit funding to 90% of what it would be for non-correspondence students, and the amendment simply provides the same amount of funding for correspondence students. Thank you.
Representative Allard?
Yeah, I agree with, I'm going to be very honest right now, Chair. I didn't hear a word you just said. So I might be repeating myself.
That's quite all right.
But this amendment makes them whole as the correspondence at the same level as their brick and mortar. The funding correspondence students at the same level as other students is only fair and timely. We often talk about inflation, and we talk about increased cost of living and how difficult it is for schools, staff, and families with families. Correspondence students and their families are no different. If we support increasing education funding, let's be fair to ensure all students are accounted for in the same way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I should have done this earlier, but just for clarification, Representative Field will be able to vote on amendments, but because he is not present in the room, will not be able to vote on the final passage of the bill. So his comments and recommendations are appropriate coming from off or through the Teams meeting. Is there any further discussion on amendment number 1? I will remove my objection. Is there further objections? Hearing and seeing no objections, amendment number 1 is passed. It brings before us amendment number 2. Representative Sumner.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 2.
And I will object for discussions as our purposes of discussion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, amendment number 2 takes the language of the other body's president and inserts it into the committee substitute for Senate Bill 140, providing civics curriculum and assessment requirements. And I would say, I think civics education is important for young folks that are about to be exercising their franchise and voting. I fondly remember in high school my civics and U.S. government class. We did a exercise where we did a model Congress. We had a president and different members of senators and reps and lobbyists, and I believe I was a West Virginia senator that had to pass tobacco legislation and coal mining legislation, and I feel like it was one of the things I remember the most fondly in high school, and I think it's an important addition to our education system.
Yet you still chose to be elected.
That's my legislation.
Yeah. Any other comments? Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair and Representative Schrage, for the record, appreciate this amendment being brought forward. I certainly have an appreciation for civics education. I too remember fondly my experience in high school. I actually attended Service High School in Anchorage, a traditional neighborhood public school, and was very fortunate to get a strong civics education through the programs offered at Service High School. Involved participation at local assembly meetings, thinking through the philosophy of government, and ultimately I think was part of the reason that I ultimately joined the accounting club as the club parliamentarian and got involved in local politics and ultimately ran for office. So certainly appreciate that it's an important foundation of a student's education. I do have a little bit of concern that this is ultimately an unfunded mandate, especially given that the BSA increase outlined in this bill is actually a cut in overall total funding to education this year over last year's funding. And so I do worry about adding another state requirement to our local schools without providing the funding to be able to carry that out. We heard earlier from Dr. Bishop that it's very difficult to balance all the priorities that face our schools, and I worry that this adds another priority to be balanced with very limited funds. I wish that this amendment were coming after one of the amendments to increase the total amount of education funding, don't think I'm going to oppose the amendment just because I do appreciate the value of civics education, but I do have a lot of concern that this does just drive up costs for schools when in many cases, as was in my case, civics education is already present in our local schools. And I hope that if not in committee, then on the floor, where I suspect it's more likely, we would see an increase to the BSA to help cover some of these unfunded mandates being put down onto our local schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the amendment, and I think at a time that democracy is under attack from Ukraine to Israel, it's important to remind people about the values of democracy. I would hesitate to support it if we were not increasing education funding. The amount in the bill as it stands now is not nearly adequate, but I'm optimistic that the amount will ultimately be significantly higher. So I'll support it with that optimism. Consideration of this amendment does make me think about a lot of legislative discussion we've had on everything from recess to school lunch to civics, and the Rules Committee would not be the proper place, but it does kind of raise the urgency of looking at a longer school day, which would align with more advanced nations and frankly be a huge relief for working parents. And perhaps that's something that the Education Committee can take up, but without a doubt, civics education is important and I'll support it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I would like to make a comment. I plan on supporting this, but it has nothing to do with the original sponsor. We are an independent body, and I'm voting on it because I think it's good policy, not because it was originally brought forward by a member of the other body. So I want to be very clear that this is because I believe in what it does and not who issued it. So I would encourage each and every one of you to take that into consideration during your vote. Is there further comments? With that, I will remove my objection. Are there further objections? Hearing and seeing none, amendment number 2 passes. That brings before us amendment number 3.
I move amendment number 3.
And I will object for purposes of discussion.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, amendment number 3 deals with the state control of charter schools. So just walking members through the amendment line by line, page 1, lines 3 through 4, removes the charter school language in the bill title. Next, it removes the section 3, which includes language giving the State Board of Education authority to approve charter schools and establish regulations to do so. It also removes language requiring local school boards to operate charter schools approved by the board. Next, it removes section 6, which includes language requiring the Board of Education to establish regulations regarding the implementation and approval of charter schools. Following that, it removes section 16, which establishes transition language for the state board to establish and adopt regulations necessary to implement the changes in section 3 and 6 of this act. Next is a conforming change. Next, removes the effective date of section 16, which this amendment removes. And finally, another conforming change. I bring this amendment forward for a number of reasons, I think, which were articulated well by those who testified today. I think this is ultimately the change proposed in this bill to have the state take over the authorization of charter schools with no local input is a solution in search of a problem. I believe strongly that government functions best when the government is most closely aligned with the people. And what this change outlined in the bill would ultimately do is take away all of that local control and put it in the hands of a board which is not elected and which it serves at the whim of the governor. While many boards are made up of members which are appointed and can only be removed by cause, this is a board that is not structured as such and serves at the sole discretion of the governor, ultimately meaning that the governor has 100% control of that board and the members that serve on it. I think that's incredibly problematic when we look at the diverse geographic regions of the state, the diverse needs of the state, whether you're on the North Slope, Western Alaska, Urban Alaska, Southeast, each region incredibly diverse, and the regions within each of those even more diverse. And so the idea that we would take local school issues and the approval of schools within those local communities and hand that to the state, I think is incredibly problematic. It's my understanding from some of the questions asked today and the answers provided that charter schools are not required to provide transportation to their students. They're not required to take special education students. And I just really worry that removing any sort of local input, removing that close relationship between the school board and the charter schools makes the entire system that serves the public less effective and less responsive to the needs of the people in that local community. And so I would ask for the committee's support. However, given the makeup of the committee, I suspect this may be doomed for failure, but nonetheless, I'd like to make my beliefs and priorities clear, and so I offer this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. You know, it was interesting to listen to our own debate, and I reflected on, you know, if you had just tuned in, what your impression of public school choice would be. And I think it's important to remember we have public school choice right now. The study that the governor cites lauding our highly effective system of school choice would suggest that our system is working well right now. And really the only question in this bill is the nature of accountability. Do we have accountability only at the state level, or do we have accountability at both the local and the state level? I think accountability at the local and state level, which is the status quo, is probably the better model. And I just want to give one example. Most of our charter schools are doing well and complying with the law. We did have one in Anchorage called Family Partnership, and they were illegally buying religious material in violation of the Constitution. And the school board told them to stop doing that. They didn't stop doing that. And then ultimately the school board had to change the management of that charter school. That charter school is not shut down. They are now in compliance with the law. So it's just an example of how you can have accountability at the local level simply by virtue of being able to know what's going on and be in touch with your local community. So I think that accountability is important to simply maintain adherence with the law. Thank you.
Commissioner Bishop, would you like to come forward and speak to this amendment? Would you put your name on the record?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Dina Bishop, and I just wanted to offer my correction to the testimony by Representative Fields. Family Partnership is no longer a charter school. They removed the charter. And so I just wanted to share that.
Any additional comments on amendment number 3?
Sure. So I would, I think that the piece of evidence about success of charter schools and statewide authorizers is key. And I think the idea to build that capacity, understanding perhaps where are the parts that we don't know of when they have fallen down. So at the local level, is there insight from the legislature or the state board? And I would say, you know, president of the state board at the local level, we don't have insight into how many parents and educators have come forward with ideas that were not heard. We heard from a person who testified today that shared, I don't know, she used the word monopolized. And so I was surprised at that, not having experience in rural Alaska, but trying to understand, are there, when we say that we're trying to solve or somebody said no problem that we're trying to solve or whatever, I just want to know, what don't we know? Like, so I would like to look and see, are there charter school entities or folks that have written charter schools that would like them to move through, and then what are those challenges? And if the challenges don't exist, and the system works, but I think we could look into that and see. But the evidence is through statewide charters, and that's what this was for, is to support a state authorization. We presently have a state authorization, and this expands it. That was the key to this.
Thank you. Question of the commissioner.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. So, you know, I've heard a number of times in public testimony, not that many times, but a couple times, it's worth addressing, and you've brought it up or referred to that testimony just now, that we don't know how many charter applications are being denied by local school boards. And so that, as I understand it, is part of the rationale as to why we should remove all local control and put it in the hands of the governor. why would we not, rather than take such a heavy-handed bludgeoning approach to the management of charter schools in the state of Alaska, why would we not simply mandate that local school boards notify the state of Alaska Department of Education when a charter application is denied? And I'd just like to remind those in the listening public that's watching the meeting today that there is an appeal process, is there not? So a parent that wants to bring forward a charter school, another community member that wants to bring forward a charter school, if they feel they've been wrongly denied by a local school board, why would they not just come to the state to appeal that decision, knowing that they had a solid plan for a charter school that would serve students in that community well?
Through the chair to Member Schrage, a couple of things. I don't believe that this legislation actually takes away local control. It adds another avenue. So it's not a heavy hand to undo something that we already have. It's to expand something that we already have and to grow it. Certainly, there is a provision to move on, to appeal at a higher level. I would say that just being in the education system, when you're a teacher with an idea about, I have an innovation, I'm working with my parents, and you take it to a board and you work for that school district, there is some kind of a lack of like wanting to move on because you don't want to make trouble if someone doesn't like something. So there might be some pressure in that area. But in addition, you had one other question, and I was going to share that. I was thinking, but I should have written down all your questions at the time. But yeah, so there could be, I know. I just want to share too that we've had the law in a long time and there aren't very many charter schools. And so the idea that doing a charter school is very difficult to do the paperwork for it. There are high standards in our state. And again, those standards are set by the state. The State Board of Education has set those standards. They're in legislation. I would say when you don't go to the local level, what I have seen in my tenure is that the folks are just deflated and they just feel that so much work was put into it that they can't muster up the energy to do the next level. And when you really want to ask about experiences, those are just some of my own.
Separate question, but follow up, maybe?
As long as let's stay on subject with.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Representative Schrage, for the record. I don't know the answer to this question, so maybe it's not a good question to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyways. What is the Department of Education's capacity to manage charter schools statewide? I have some concern beyond just the removal of local control, and I would push back that we're not removing local control because I'm not sure in what instance a school board would be able to weigh in on the approval of a charter school should this bill pass as currently drafted. So not exactly sure how school boards still have local control, but if we are to take these authorities and provide them to the Department of Education, I can think of numerous state departments over the last year that have had failures due to lack of capacity or because of the effects of inflation. What assurances can you provide that the Department of Education will be able to adequately approve and also manage then charter schools in off years, given so many of the failures over the last year from Medicaid and food stamp renewals to on and on and on in the state of Alaska?
Sure. Through the chair to Member Schrage. That's a great question. So to the first one about not removing it, I believe that districts will still continue to approve charters. So that provision is not removed, and that's what I meant by, it's just another streamlined avenue that there could be another way to have a charter school with the same rules. Given those, I would say that the State Board of Education has done an excellent job of setting the standards high. The State Board of Education also operates Mount Edgecombe. Similarly to charter schools, Mount Edgecombe has its own operations board, and it's overseen by the State Board of Education. Charter schools have that same provision that's written into the law, which are academic policy committees that local school boards keep in contact with as well, that they actually manage at that level, and then the checks and balances and audits are done at the school district level. That would operate the same way, and I do see the capacity of the State Board of Education doing that, because that would be the capacity of the people in the department who are already doing that for charter schools now. So it already exists, I guess, is my response.
In the same vein, Representative Sharkey?
You know, I'll actually hold off for now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Representative Allard, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, thank you. Can you give me some clarity on the local government's control of the charter schools, just really quick? Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. When what you just stated to Representative Shragi.
Sure. Through the chair to Member Allard, presently, when you write a charter, generally the local district can add, information that they would like, but the applications actually have to meet the law for the state of Alaska. And so at the local level, school districts basically charters turn in their budgets and things like that to the local school districts, but it's the academic policy committee that are running them. And so that's the local control, and those wouldn't go away. They can continue to hear charter schools and bring them forward at their local level. That still exists. This just adds another streamlined approach.
A couple of comments.
Let's get somebody else in the queue and give you some. Representative Allard.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I continue to hear the concerns about the local control over school districts, which we just heard from Dr. Bishop, a little bit different thought process on it, and that the local school districts will be undermined by the state board, but actually they won't. It just puts in, like we've heard from Dr. Bishop, a little bit more. And what this means is that a local charter school that is funded by taxpayers will have the ability to go to their school district and say, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is development of what we want for a charter school. We want you to work with us so we could do this. But what I'm seeing very often is that individuals, parents, and children who are a part of the community, when they say, let the experts, let the locals know, they have their pulse on the ground, they know what's going on. I'm a parent. I know exactly what's going on. I have children in the public school, and they've been in the public school their entire lives. So when I'm hearing everybody say something that's not actually accurate, what it allows is, and by the way, we do not have an appeal process with the state of Alaska right now with charter schools. So you had one of the largest, I got that letter from Deed last year that the Anchorage Family Partnership could not appeal the process, and it was completely shut down. I hear people making comments, well, the charter schools are doing so great, why are we interfering with something that's not broken? I'll tell you why. Because right now, you had the largest charter school in the entire state of Alaska that gave their numbers nationally at how great we were, just shut down. So what's going to happen with our numbers here in Alaska? It's probably not going to be the same as it was the year before. So we need to continue to help our children to learn in every aspect and every avenue that they possibly can learn. So the Constitution assigns the legislature the responsibility maintaining a system of public education, not the executive branch, not local municipalities. It is the legislature's duty. So when individuals are speaking, they need to speak from information, fact, not something that's just randomly put out there. Therefore, opposing the state board's potential new role in addition to the local school districts is misguided. It's misguided. So you have the school districts that are still going to have input and say, but it also allows those charter schools to come straight up to Deed, and it gives incentive for our local school districts to work with the charter schools and the parents of the public charter schools. It's almost like when you have McDonald's and Burger King says, you can't open up next to me because I want to sell my burgers. They're better than yours. We can't do that. And lastly, Chair, if you may, thank you. The legislature, this is Article 7, Health, Education, and Welfare, State Statute 1, Public Education. The legislature shall be general law establishment and maintain a system of public schools open to all children of the state and may provide for other public educational institutions, schools, and institutions so established shall be free from sectarian control. Means that no discrimination or prejudice. No money shall be paid from public funds for the direct benefit of any religious or other private educational institutions. So I would also like to say representatives, legislators, us elected officials need to be very careful of what we insinuate and what we say if we're not looking and reading directly from the Constitution or state statutes. I don't think there's a question in there, but I appreciate you being here, Dr. Bishop.
A great closing argument. Representative Fields.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, Ms. Bishop said I was wrong in describing what happened with family partnership. I'm just going to read from reporting in Alaska Public Media. It says, quote, many people who testified shared fears that removing the policy committee and dissolving the charter would fundamentally change the school. However, the district administration noted that the only meaningful difference is dissolving the academic policy committee. Instead, the school will be guided by an academic advisory council. So, you know, public reporting suggests that what I said is accurate, and the Anchorage School District has simply made sure this charter is following the law. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. First, just a clarification through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. We just heard that there is not an appeal process. Can you clarify whether or not there is an appeal process today, currently, as law exists?
Sure. Through the chair to Member Schrage, I think we were discussing two different appeal processes. So there is an appeal process for the local level to, if there one is turned down, but there is not appeal process, as Member Allard said, when the local school district took away the charter. So the question was, is family partnership a charter school in Alaska? Family partnership is no longer a charter school in Alaska. Family partnership is a school, a correspondence school in Anchorage School District. I think a charter is a separate contract with a board, could be a state board or a local board, that allows for the flexibility, up to 50% of the curriculum, hiring, it could be leadership. Our state statutes call for certified teachers, so our teachers would be very similar to other, all of our schools. So I hope that clarifies. I'm speaking to the charter, which is a very specific piece of legislation. Family partnership is no longer a charter school.
And just as forewarning, through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, I do have just a few questions because I think this is a very big policy change that we're just now dealing with in the Rules Committee. So I hope I'll have your indulgence in just a number of small questions.
We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Johnson. My next question is just on family partnership charter school, because it, I think, has become such a flashpoint over this whole issue. Was family partnership charter school in violation of either state or local laws with respect to the administration of education and the expenditure of funds?
Through the chair to Member Schrage, in my tenure at the Anchorage School District, I did not find them to be so, but I think there is a court case now that will determine your question.
Okay. So through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, sounds like that is still to be determined, but a court case is underway and certainly some concerns over their expenditures.
May I follow up with that?
Yes.
Through the chair to Member Schrage, that is true, and I do share that other charter schools and other district schools have had almost identical policies as this, so this is a larger issue than a charter school issue.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, another question, if I may. Thank you, Chair Johnson. Representative Schrage, for the record. And then just, again, thinking about the relationship currently between local school districts and charter schools. If this bill were to pass as proposed and a charter school were to be approved without local input, but approved by the Department of Education, is there any funding obligation or mandate on the local municipality or school district with respect to that charter school?
Through the chair to Member Schrage, I don't, at this point in time, I wouldn't have that answer because that would probably be demonstrated through some type of regulation. But at this point in time, we do have, I would say, students that reside in districts that go to other public schools in our state. And at this point in time, that is not the case. So if I reside in Mat-Su-Borough School District, but I attend another public school in the state, Mat-Su-Borough does not contribute to that child's education in that other location run by a different public school district. So I would say that the precedent has set for that not to be the case, but this isn't passed legislation.
Seems like an important question to know the answer to, as the financial ramifications on school districts could be severe. I think I'm going to stop. Actually, I had one more question. Last one, if I may.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Representative Fields.
Very good.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on that a little bit, to the extent that we have a structure where a state board can approve a charter, and the evidence from programs like this from other states, the state of Arizona, 75% of students in programs like these were actually just previously enrolled in private school. So it's basically kids in private school suddenly getting public money, which is sort of what it appears this is designed to do. We would have a state agency forcing a local government to spend more money. Anchorage taxes to the cap and makes contributions to the cap. So at that point, does state law supersede local law? Are we breaking the tax cap? Are we raising the tax burden on Anchorage homeowners and business owners? Or are we diverting money from actual Anchorage school district students? I think that's unresolved. It's a huge question. It has huge ramifications for levels of taxation in addition to resources for actual bona fide public school students. Thank you.
Through
I promoted you already.
Yeah, through Chair Johnson, really if you consider it at the local level, their local taxes support their own children. So I think that at the local level, they would have that decision to be made, would be my thoughts.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Fields, or you? I didn't see you raise your hand again. Okay.
I apologize.
That one of the things, we could deal with what ifs. There appears to be a case on this. If something comes up, then it's wrong, and it is our job to pass legislation. It's not our job to adjudicate legislation. So to think that we do something because it might be adjudicated is beyond the purview of what the legislature should be doing, and quite frankly, in my opinion, we should be very careful about the separation of powers. So I would rather not deal with the what ifs and deal with the facts, and we don't have some facts. And every law and every statute that we pass is subject to judicial review, and that doesn't prevent us from doing it because we think it's the right thing. And if this is the right thing, we pass it. If it's not, we don't. But I think to look into a crystal ball of what a judge or a court might do is premature and somewhat ill-advised in dealing with the legislation we're dealing with today. Did you still have a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, and appreciate that. I do think we have an obligation as legislators to seriously contemplate and research the work that is before us, and to not play what ifs necessarily, but certainly to think through the financial consequences of the legislation that we pass or not pass. I do have a question, though, on a separate line. It's my last question, I think, on this issue, at least that I can think of at this moment. I like to chew on things as we go, Chair Johnson.
You've already said you asked your last question in the last.
No. I think I said I had one last one, and then we went to Representative Fields. Yeah. But to be clear, this is the last one that I have on the mind at this moment. And I know that there's been, again, through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, and appreciate your indulgence, there's been a lot of time spent highlighting the success of our charter schools. And I know there's been a recent report highlighting that success as well. And again, I don't doubt that many of our charter schools do a very good job educating their students. But I do want to ask about testing in both our traditional public schools as well as our charter schools. And it's my understanding that within our traditional public schools, we have a very good participation rate in performance testing, or I'm failing to think of the correct word, but to ensure that you're proficiency testing. Is there any data that would suggest that traditional public school participation in those proficiency evaluations is better than in charter schools? Because I have heard concern from constituents that at many of the charter schools, they have exceptionally high rates of students opting out of state testing and opting out of proficiency testing. And so I have some worry that when we look at the data coming out of our charter schools, that there's not enough data and that the data we have is incomplete, where students that know that they're going to perform well and that the test will benefit them take the test, and then those that are falling behind or otherwise are feeling nervous about the testing opt out for some reason. Is there any, can you talk to me about performance or participation rates with that testing?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Schrage, we do collect data, those data on test participation. I will have to look at those, but I do not see that charter schools, in my experience, are opter-outers, if you will. We do have other schools where there may be a percentage of students opting out, especially at the upper grade levels sometimes. It is allowable by law to not take an assessment. And so within our current parameters, those types of opting out are permissible. But I would not say, and I will go back and look and send you the participation rates, but in my recent experience in schools, charter schools were not opting out at large rates.
And just a comment maybe, and I'll wrap up. Through the chair, thank you very much. Representative Schrage, for the record, I would very much appreciate that data, especially before this bill gets to the floor, if we could. Certainly not suggesting that any students are doing something illegal by opting out of testing. Recognize that that is their right to do should they want, but accountability has been such a key word in the legislature, especially around the topic of education, and I would hate to see us substantially increase funding and opportunities for charter schools without seeing that same level of accountability that we expect from our traditional public schools. And so I look forward to seeing that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Allard.
Thank you, and through the chair. Dr. Bishop, I just have a question, and you don't know the answer. You don't have to answer it. Do you have any idea why the leadership within the school districts or government officials hate charter schools so much, public charter schools?
I'm going to interject here. I think that calls for a response to, I'm going to rule that question out of order, Representative Allard.
Thank you.
I appreciate the vein, and it's knowledge I'd certainly like to have, but I don't think this is the platform nor the forum to be dealing with at this point. So, thank you. Okay. Are there any additional questions of the commissioner? Are there any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner. With that, I will withdraw my objections to amendment number 3. Are there further objections? There are still objections. Will the secretary take the roll?
Representative Allard.
No.
Representative Sumner.
No.
Representative Shaw.
No.
Representative Fields.
Yes.
Representative Schrage.
Yes.
Representative Tilton.
No.
Chair Johnson.
No.
2 yeas, 5 nays.
So with a vote of 5-2, amendment number 3 has failed to pass. That brings before us amendment number 4. Representative Schrage.
Brief at ease.
Brief at ease.
All right, I see you guys see me messing around here again on the video here. Got a few seconds. Oh, they're back. All right. Oh, nope, that was me that's back there. Nope, they are back. All right, here we go.
The BSA increase listed in SB140 to the amount requested by both the Anchorage School District and the Association of School Boards to a total amount of $1413 or excuse me, to an increase of $14.13 per student. I think this is essential. As a product of our public education system in Alaska, I was born in 1991, and I know that we had one of our testifiers today talk about coming up to Alaska in 1991 and the stark difference in support for education that testifier experienced in the 90s compared to today. And I can tell you as a student that went to school in the 90s and that looks at public education today, as a proud father of a 10-month-old now who my hope will go to a public school in my community, not the same elementary school I did. That was shut down, unfortunately, due to declining enrollment and lack of state support. But nonetheless, a 10-month-old that I hope will in the future attend our local public schools. I am gravely concerned by the decline in state support. Our Constitution mandates that we maintain a system of education in Alaska to provide every student opportunities. And I look at the chart provided to us by ACSA today, and for the committee, we've all seen the graph. This does not look like maintenance to me. This looks like decline, attrition. This looks like austerity. It looks like divestment. It looks like a lack of support for public education. And I think it is shameful that the state of Alaska fails to invest in our most valuable and precious resource that we have as a citizenry. The $300 increase that is in this bill today is not an increase. It's an increase to the BSA of $300. But the increase to education funding last year was $340. This will cut public education funds in aggregate by 5%. Cut public education funds after another year of inflation, increasing healthcare costs, increasing burden on our administrators, on our teachers, on our families, at a time where they have come out of COVID and mental health challenges are higher than they have ever been, where social media rots the minds of our youth, and our teachers deal with disciplinary actions and behavioral issues in the classroom that are unprecedented. Every other state in the nation that I have looked at is investing in public education today to provide their teachers and their school systems the support they need to meet this unprecedented challenge in public education. And the state of Alaska has said, no, we will not invest in our students. We will not invest in our future workers. We will not invest in education, and it is a shame. It is a shame. It is a travesty. It is a dereliction of duty. And it makes me pissed off, it makes me sad, it makes me just about every emotion that you don't want to hold in your heart. It makes me want to cry about the state of our state. It makes me worry about our future. Where are we going to be in a decade if our students do not overcome these challenges, if we do not prepare them to enter the workforce, if we do not prepare them for college, if we do not prepare them with the life skills necessary to live a successful life? We will have failed as a state and we will have no future. This amendment does nothing but help to hold funding flat after years of inflation and status quo approach to education. I don't think this amendment's going to pass. I've seen the makeup of this committee. I know it will not pass. I hope we do. I hope we pass this. I hope that as a body, we stand up for a number higher than $300, which is a cut to public education. And I think I've made my argument. I think those who have called in to testify today have made the argument. We have an obligation, we have a constitutional obligation, we have a moral obligation to fund education at an adequate level, and this amendment would do that. I'll stop there, and I'll go to the committee for testimony.
I'd appreciate that. Representative Fields?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think it's important to recognize that we live in a global labor market. We live in a global market for goods and services. So parents have a choice of where they live, where we live. Companies have a choice of where they invest. And we have to recognize that our public schools are the number one influence on whether our population grows or shrinks. And they're our number one influence on whether we stem the tide of outmigration. You know, the State Department of Labor reported, and newspapers reported the other day, that for every 2 job openings, there's only 1 Alaskan to take those jobs. So, you know, there's some really good news in Alaska right now. It's the healthiest climate we've had for energy development in a decade. Willow, Pika, renewable energy investments, very innovative energy storage. But we can't grow if we aren't retaining working age families here, if we aren't developing our workforce, and that does start with schools. I wanted to just provide a little bit of detail from one school district, my school district, about what it means in terms of BSA, because it's, we've heard a lot of numbers. I think from what I'm guessing is well over 100 people today, we've heard about the value that Alaskans have for public education and for an adequate BSA, but I want to be really specific. So these are some of the cuts that are on the plate for the Anchorage School District if they don't get an adequate BSA. And this just shows you how deep to the bone the cuts have been over the last decade. Cutting the Ignite program, which again, necessary to retain families. Reducing immersion program staffing. Again, the immersion program is actually one of the things that retains families here, and their immersion programs from Chugiak to downtown to South Anchorage to East Anchorage in many levels, and immersion is very important for our competitiveness as a state. One of the things that's on the chopping block without adequate funding in Anchorage is the number of holdback teachers. And I wouldn't expect every state legislator to know what a holdback teacher is, but as you know, Alaskans have a right to choose where they live and to enroll their students in a public school. And invariably every year, some schools get a little more enrollment, other schools get a little less enrollment than schools think. So by late August, you may have some school classrooms that have 30 kids and others that have, say, 19. So what holdback teachers do is when some schools have higher enrollment, it allows the district to make sure that those classes have adequately small class sizes that teachers can teach. And this actually happened in one of the local schools in my district this year in Inlet View, where we had, they actually had to do a combo class of first and second grade, and there were like 33 kids in that combo class. Now, 33 kids is actually about twice the number that's recommended to have at that grade level. But Anchorage School District did have a teacher who they were able to allocate and break up that class size to be an adequate and teachable size. So, if we were only to fund the schools, as Representative Schrage said, a 5% cut from what we allocated last year, one of the things on the chopping block in the Anchorage School District is the ability to manage class sizes with the inevitable population shifts that the school district navigates every year. One of the other things on the chopping block is summer school enrichment. Again, this is for kids who need to catch up a little bit to be at grade level. That's one of the things that would be unaffordable. I think the most damaging district-wide is that, once again, the Anchorage School District would have to increase class sizes, grade levels 4 through 12. We already have massive class sizes. Far too many of our classes have well over 30 kids. We have elementary schools with class sizes in the upper 20s. What the best practice for our lower grades, kindergarten, first grade, is class sizes under 20. Educational best practices don't recommend having class sizes in excess of 25 for any of the elementary class sizes. Our class sizes are already way too big. I think it's the primary reason that our level of funding is grossly unconstitutional right now. And at the funding proposed in the committee CS as it stands now, class sizes would grow, meaning that we will have fallen even further from meeting our constitutional mandate. I think one of the more mind-boggling things that the Anchorage School District is in a position to contemplate is they won't even be able to replace the broken Chromebooks as they break. And we test our students to death right now. The average student in an Anchorage School District gets tested for about 2 weeks, which to me is a huge opportunity cost in terms of actual instruction. But they do have to do some of the testing on these Chromebooks. And my daughter, who's a kindergartner, does these tests on Chromebooks. So one of the cuts on the table in the Anchorage School District is so dire that students wouldn't have the most basic equipment to do assessments, to do lessons. Another proposed cut on the chopping block, if we don't adequately fund schools, is curriculum. And, this is I have a skills workbook here. And just to show you how parsimonious our funding is, the schools workbooks that my kids bring home from the Anchorage School District are pieces of paper cut out and stapled together. At the level in this bill, funding for the most basic supplies and curriculum would be cut even further. And I think it's important to note, on the cover of this, it says, great for remote learning. So as we've seen a breakdown of state services at all levels, from SNAP to Medicaid recertification to snow plowing, it's a reality that our students and our districts have to have the flexibility to learn at home when the plows just don't show up for days at a time, right? So the ability of a student to bring home a Chromebook to do their lessons online, some basic paper materials to do a little bit of learning when they're marooned at home because we don't even plow the roads anymore. It's just a very, very basic thing. And again, that's the kind of thing that we won't be able to fund with the grossly inadequate level of funding in this bill as it stands right now. So anyway, in closing, I do want to thank the chairman for the flexibility to appear remotely. My daughter has eaten 3 Pedialyte popsicles in the duration of the hearing today. So she still had a fever last night, but she's feeling better. So appreciate the flexibility. I do appreciate advancing this bill to the floor early in the session. I have disagreements, obviously. Hey, Simone, I'm almost done. I have disagreements with some of the elements, but the idea of getting on the floor and letting everyone have a voice in it, I think is a very positive thing. So this amendment is very important. I hope we ultimately have a higher BSA on the floor. I hope we learn more from every district across the state from our members, but I do support the amendment and appreciate you all listening to learn more about the Anchorage School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I certainly have some, or one. I want to point out a huge difference in what $300 is versus what the 680 was or is. The 680 is one-time funding. 1 year. What could you do? What happens if you give one-time funding to someone halfway through the year? They're going to spend it. On what? I've had testimony from our people talk to me saying, you can't give them that money now because it's not going to go to instructions. It's not going to go to this. It's going to go to spending the money because they want to spend the money because they don't want to have surplus money. We've all been in businesses where the year ends and you've got to spend the money or you're going to get your budget cut next year. I think every department in the state of Alaska does that. What the $300 is a permanent $300 year after year after year. And if you look at the long-term value of money, more money now is not as good as much money. I mean, let me make clear, I'm being clear here, as the long-term cost of money. So be very clear, and everybody's throwing away the BSA. We're talking about a one-time funding in the governor's bill and the previous bill. What we have done, and I don't disagree that the legislature is underfunded, but I don't think they've given the money in a way that it can be used. The one-time money, and for the last 6 years, it's been one-time money. And so this is the first substantive increase in a long-term, permanent pot of money that the schools can start saying, we have this now. We have this next year. We will have it the following year. The value of that has not been considered. So with that, I will withdraw my amendment. Are there my objections? Are there further objections?
Object.
There are. Would the secretary take the roll?
Representative Tilton.
No.
Representative Allard.
No.
Representative Sumner.
No.
Representative Shaw.
No.
Representative Fields.
Yes.
Representative Schrage.
Yes.
Chair Johnson.
No.
2 yeas, 5 nays.
So by a vote of 5-2, amendment number 4 has failed to pass the Rules Committee. Amendment number 5 is by me. I will move the amendment and I will ask someone to object to it for discussion or not. There is an objection. And to present the amendment will be my Chief of Staff, Tom Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the record, my name is Tom Wright, staff to Representative Johnson. Amendment 5 does two things. First, it requires the Department of Education and Early Development to conduct a financial audit of at least 4 randomly selected school districts each year. There have been some schools that have had some accounting problems lately, and hopefully we are going to be able to help them resolve some of these problems if we catch them early enough. The second part of the bill requires that the state and House education committees prepare jointly a report, deliver the report to the respective presiding officers and the chief clerk. And the report shall contain any recommendations for any change to public school funding that the department may support. We'll consult with the department. A survey of each school district's curriculum, programs, and services, and an explanation of whether or not there's duplication of the curriculum, programs, and services within the district. Also requires a definition of accountability, as that term applies to measuring school and student performance, and recommending metrics for determining school and student performance other than the standardized testing that is currently used. That's the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion. Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. Just a couple of questions that come to mind. I certainly appreciate the value of an audit. My wife's a CPA. I have an accounting degree, so a little bit of experience there. But, from what I know of municipal governments and school boards, they typically have to prepare annual financial statements and typically have fairly robust mandated audit procedures already. Can you explain to me why this is necessary on top of the audits that already take place, as opposed to, this just seems like duplicative work and growth in government for the sake of just double checking.
Mr. Chairman, I think, again, I don't want to point fingers at school districts, but there have been incidents where the accounting was not accurate. And this will just help make sure that, we know what school districts are spending, what they're receiving. And, I think we can have Dr. Bishop explain that even further if you'd like.
She's on her way. She's already there. Thank you. Would you put your name on the record? And
Thank you. I am Dina Bishop, and Commissioner Bishop, and through the chair to Member Schrage, that's a great question. And as a math teacher myself, in figuring this out, another example of just taking a look at a broader range of data analysis, this body passed a fund balance request, because last year one of the big surprises was that, there's a school district with over $300 million in fund balance. How could this be and then be broke? And so you passed legislation to get a look into fund balance. Well, that fund balance is one moment in time, and some school districts, the way that their local government funds them might be in one lump sum at the beginning, over time, and so really those are some dynamic numbers. This audit procedure would actually allow some of your questions to be answered in a better way, because you would have your legislation that you already have about what is the fund balance, as of December 1. You would also have the prior submitted budget that you get on July 1 here. And then you would also have their actual budget that would be their audited numbers as well as their corrected budget. And so this would allow just randomly to select, like, what do our school districts really look like? And we can identify where are the school districts and their locations that maybe they really are struggling with funds, and others that it's like, wow, they seem to have more fluid, and then you could study it longer. But the need to have those different pieces might give the insight that I believe your intent was in your fund balance request last year. So this actually would support some of the things that the information that you've asked for.
Clarifying question, if I may?
Schrage.
Yeah, through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. Thank you for that. So I think there was a lot there. What I heard was the stated reason is why we need duplicative audits is so that we can get updated fund balances just at a different timing. Was that?
Through the
kind of what I
chair,
heard?
no. So I must not have explained that well. The information that you seek, an individual point in time might not give you the necessary information that you need. And certainly what was brought up was a school district had all those things, but yet there was an issue with, accounting, if you will. So my goal is investment in education, and sometimes we need to answer questions broadly, and you, meaning the body, you ask questions. And so I don't believe that this is a duplicative process. I think it is more of a comprehensive process of a complex issue of school funding.
Follow-up, Representative
Yeah,
Schrage?
through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, I must be a little slow. I'm having a hard time understanding. You said they have all the information that we're looking for, but I don't understand what that means. Didn't they find the financial issues through their own audit, which was then reported to the public and to the state?
Juneau School District, is that
Yes.
what you're referring to through the chair? Yes. I'm speaking to the broader sense of your, in adding just an initial additional reason, was the, last year when the funding was passed, there was a report that was due to provide additional information to the legislature in regard to school districts and their funding. And so this is just assisting with that.
Representative Allard.
Thank you, and I'm going to, thank you through the chair. I'm going to kind of ask this question to kind of rephrase so that maybe everybody in the room can understand more clear. Do you believe that these checks and balances with this audit was in place prior to, I'm just going to say it, it's public record, Juneau School District, or even other school districts, that it could have prevented some of the issues that have arisen since then, or have arisen since then?
Through the chair to Member Allen, I'm not definite that something could have been prevented. What I would say is that collectively, a broader sense of insight could be given to answer the questions that the legislature asks of school districts and how they're run. And for me, transparency is a good thing to demonstrate need.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage here. So just thinking back to my limited insights into the world of accounting, but maybe more than just your general member of the public, audits are quite work-intensive and costly, are they not? Including not just for those that are administering the audit, but those that are under audit. I see you nodding your head, so thank you for that. You know, and for that reason, when accountants or those that perform audits look at how to conduct those audits and where to audit, they typically use a risk-driven approach. Do you have any thoughts on the idea that we would just randomly select 4 school districts for audit? And then this is going to be a multiple part question. So should we not go beyond just 4 school districts when looking at doing random audits? And then maybe just as a kind of second half of that question, we talked about audits being able to catch things, or we'd have assurances that everything is on the up and up. But audits don't necessarily always catch financial misstatements. Even with audits, we can still end up in the exact same situation that the Juneau School District is in, or other school districts could end up in the same position, even with additional audits. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member Schrage, that is correct, which I didn't obviously do a good explain that well. That could happen with a single point in time. Hence, having a secondary look or a broader look over time would be beneficial, I believe. The state of Alaska does expend, although we're requesting additional inputs into education, a large portion of its funds into public education, and it's under scrutiny quite a bit. Having an additional audit or a random audit of districts to look at pieces of information from that district to share the story of education in that district for us all to learn, to understand where input should be, is a benefit.
Tom?
Well, also, if you look at the language, it says, in response to Representative Schrage's question, it says at least 4 randomly selected schools. That's all subject to appropriation by the legislature as to the number of schools that will be audited, but it does say at least 4.
Through the chair, if I may. Thank you, Representative Schrage. For the record, you know, if the information that this provides us that's useful, you mentioned we asked for fund balances last year, and I think that was in specific, or that was specifically because of the veto to education and the possibility of addressing a supplemental this year, wanting to make sure that fund balances really were what they were stated to be. Why would we not just require school districts to report fund balances on a more regular basis? Why is a costly and lengthy audit process the solution to that? And I don't necessarily expect you to answer this because this is not your amendment from what I understand, but it just seems like this is like cramming a square-shaped peg into a round hole to stop a leak. I don't really get why the audit is the solution as opposed to just asking for fund balances more regularly. And if the problem that we're trying to solve is to have, real accountability on the, as you mentioned, very large amount of public dollars going towards education, why wouldn't we just require an additional audit twice a year on every school district? Why just 4 at that point? Either to...
Was there a question in there other than why would we do it?
Yes, I believe the questions are why a costly audit as a solution for fund balance information or financial information from school districts as opposed to just requiring in statute more regular reporting? And if we want to ensure that everything is on the up and up, why limit it to just 4 school districts and not every school district? I would think that we'd want to make sure that all of our dollars have accountability.
I would like to, I hate to even bring up the IRS, but I think the IRS, the threat of an audit, keeps a lot of people in line. And if you've got, at any time, you can be audited, I think that gives assurance to the people who are funding it, which is not you or I. It is the people of Alaska, assurances that all we've heard is give us more money, give us more money. And maybe that's what we need to do. But I think that if we audit, we justify, we see where the deficiencies are, we see where maybe they're not, it would give us a clearer path towards helping in funding, making sure the schools are performing properly, and doing what they say they would do. So I don't want to go through costly audits of every school. Wish we could. But I think just the absolute, and I don't want to say fear, because if you're doing things right, you have nothing to fear, but the absolute that someday within the next 5 years, someone's going to walk in this door and count the beans. And that's going to have an effect of maybe, no, I think it definitely will, making sure that they don't just say, and brush through it, do the paperwork at the end of the year, make sure that it's proper, because some point someone's going to come in and say, boy, this is pretty shoddy. So holding the school district's responsibility for their expenditures without auditing every single one of them. Because at some point in the next 5 years, they're going to get audited. And that's going to cause them to take a closer look at their work, make sure that they're doing the right things, and hopefully, and I hope this is the case, we find that we go in there and it's like, those guys are doing it just right, 100% of the schools. I can't believe that's true because we have so many school districts that some mistakes aren't made. And it's the right of the people that fund the schools, which quite frankly is not us. And in my city, it's the taxpayers, and then money from the earnings and the other revenues. It's the citizens' money, and they have a right to know where it's spent. And I think this will give them a certain amount of comfort into what we're doing. We got people supporting it, people not. Let's bring everybody on the same page and know that we're supporting something that is working and the money's not being wasted. Representative Fields?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it is a good intent to help legislators and citizens understand flow balances throughout the year. Obviously, when you have uncertain funding, you have to hold more money in reserves. And I think your earlier comments about the importance of a permanent increase are very much on point, because when we have reliable funding, school districts will have to hold less in reserves. One concern I have about this amendment is I always hear from people in Anchorage, they want more money in the classroom relative to administration. And I think it is the structure of the amendment with an audit per se versus some other means of information sharing that would necessarily entail quite a bit of staff work for districts. I don't know how many FTEs Obviously it's more time in a large district like Anchorage. I don't know what the capacity is in some of the smaller districts. Are they hiring contractors to do these audits? So I'm going to respectfully oppose the amendment and hope that we can find a different way of more frequent information sharing to complement both existing audits that all the districts do, which any of us could request at any time, and also the annual report from DEED to the legislature, which just came out this month. Surely there is some supplementary information, ideally, without driving up the administrative headcount at the districts. Thank you.
Representative Aller, did you have a question, or was I okay? Representative Schrage, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. Yeah, I think Representative Fields actually just touched on one thing that I was going to note, because I certainly appreciate your answer that the risk of an audit has has an effect on those that manage a financial institution or a school district or what have you. But my understanding is school districts are already required to do audits yearly. So I think that kind of threat of someone coming in to count the beans and check to make sure everything's, as it's been stated to be, already exists. And that's, again, where I feel that this is just a duplicative expense that could burden our school districts. But I'm going to leave that aside for the moment and go to the second part of this amendment just really quickly for a question. Section 16 here talks about a report to the legislature. And, I know that we have a member of the other body who is very concerned about the number of reports that are in state statute that sounded like a good idea at the time and then end up getting forgotten about, or there's really no enforcement mechanism and they just kind of end up in statute and they don't really serve any intent after some time. Is there anything that actually would require this to happen? Because I can see, first off, we're telling the Senate through this amendment that the Senate would be required, the Senate Education Committee would be required to jointly prepare a report each year, and I'm just kind of wondering about the mechanism and enforceability of this. I could see future legislatures not wanting to follow the direction of our astute and wise minds, unfortunate as that might be, and I'm just curious if this has any enforceability.
I think no legislature can encumber another one, so anything we could do could be removed in statute. I think the purpose of this is to establish, with the amendment before us, part of the amendment is to establish financial accountability to the districts. This is to set up a framework that we can also look at student accountability. And so it sets up, without us having to go in and define it, it sets up a task force is probably not the right word, but a joint committee. And in terms of the other body doing it, they don't have to vote for this. And if they don't, then it'll be conferenceable and they can say yes. And then the leadership or the body can decide that they want to do it on their own. So enforceability is going to be up to those who want to have the information. And if you don't want to have the information, well, I would like to have an explanation for why not.
May I ask one follow-up question, sure. Chair Johnson? Thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record. This sounds like something that would be very appropriate for DEED to take on. Why go the route of a joint report by the House and Senate Education Committees as opposed to utilizing DEED and their expertise to prepare that report and recommendations?
I think that if it goes back to kind of what you were arguing on charter schools. And although I don't agree with you on charter schools being best governed locally, I think in the case of us trying to find out and define stuff and find out where it is, it's best if we do it ourselves. We are the policy makers, and we should be making that policy, and it should be based on information that we gather using other sources. But I think it ought to have the stamp of the legislature on it when it comes out. I think we ought to take ownership.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to comment, I think many of my constituents would disagree that legislators are typically the best people, and that's not exclusive to my constituents, but I think a lot of doubt in the public that the legislature is best to handle that. But I appreciate the answer and something to consider. Thank you.
And in just, I don't want to get in a tit for tat, but I think that a lot of that is a result of, some of the things that have happened in the past where, they think and I'll just use funding, that, you know, it's $680 in the BSA. Well, it's really not. It's just one-time funding. And so there's a lot of smoke and mirrors that go on here. And I think that my goal is to be transparent. I think we've had many conversations about this particular meeting, that everything's going to be on the table. We're going to discuss it. And hopefully we can go in the direction of renewing some of that trust so that when we do come down here, they can sleep at night. I don't know who it was, but one of the early founders of our country said something to the effect of hide the wife and children, the legislature is in session, and nobody's safe. So.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's fair to disclose, this is Tom Wright for the record, that originally we had the department doing these duties. And after consulting with the co-chairs of the House Education Committee, they felt it would be better if they undertook that task themselves.
Representative Allard, I didn't mean to open a can of worms, but go, Representative Allard.
So I will, if I could just make a comment, Chair. I will tell you, my district is excited that I am co-chair at Education. They're very excited about this amendment, and they're happy that I will be here to show that transparency. And if future legislators decide to change that statute, that would be on them. Thank you, Chair.
With that, any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will withdraw my objections. Are there further objections? There is objections. Will the secretary take the roll?
No.
Yes.
Daddy, you.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Representative Shaw.
No. Wait a minute here. I got confused.
Got confused.
Over here.
Can we
Yeah,
start?
can we start
Over?
Representative Fields sort of interrupted.
Yeah, she's so cute.
rudely.
It kind of
That
took
was it,
sucked all the air out of the room, didn't it?
Yeah.
Let's start over. Void the roll.
Please.
Shall Amendment number 5 pass the Rules Committee? Members, would you please take the roll?
Representative Fields.
No.
Representative Shrug.
No.
Representative Tilton.
Yes.
Representative Allard.
Yes.
Representative Sumner.
Yes.
Representative Shaw.
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
So by vote 5-2, Amendment number 5 has passed the House, or passed the Rules Committee. I'm ahead of myself. Amendment number 6 will not be offered. So that brings the bill before us. Is there committee discussion? Oh, yes. Could the commissioner come up and discuss the physical notes, or is that, or Lexi, somebody? Oh. Thank you, Tom. Put yourself on the record and please go through this.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, Vice Chair Tilton. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Laurel Shoup. I serve the Department of Education and Early Development as the Legislative Liaison and Special Assistant to the Commissioner. Today, I am presenting the department's fiscal note for the Broadband Assistance Grants component in the department's budget for SB 140. This bill amends Alaska Statute 1403127, Funding for Internet Services. For those listening at home, currently, this statute provides the authority to the department to provide state-funded grants to schools for the purposes of increasing their internet download speeds up to 25 megabits per second. In 2014, the 28th legislature created the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program nearly 1 decade ago. When it was created, the intent of the program was to help schools that receive funding from the federal E-rate program additional state assistance to increase their internet download speed to a maximum of 10 megabits per second. 4 years ago, in 2020, the 31st legislature amended the statutory authority for the program by increasing the allowable maximum internet download speeds to 25 megabits per second under the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program. SB 140 would amend the maximum download speed allowable under the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program to 100 megabits per second download speed for internet services. In state fiscal year 2023, the Alaska State Legislature appropriated $6.6 million to the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program for purposes of providing state-funded grants to 151 eligible schools who applied to the program to reach that maximum download speed of 25 megabits per second. The 33rd Legislature appropriated $6.7 million this fiscal year, 2024, to the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program, which provided the state-funded grants to 136 eligible Alaska schools to reach internet download speeds to 25 megabits per second. The department posted a request for information on the State of Alaska online public notices website titled School Internet Service Increase Cost Estimate. The department sought input from the Alaska internet service industry to estimate the total projected funding needs for schools to increase their internet download speeds from 25 megabits per second to 100 megabits per second. Although the department received responses that provided general narrative descriptions of pricing changes, the information that the department received was limited due to proprietary processes that were kept confidential. Additionally, it is unknown how many newly eligible schools will apply for the School Broadband Assistance Grants Program if the funding cap is increased to allow download speeds up to 100 megabits per second. The department's fiscal note reflects its understanding of the potential fiscal impact to the department should the maximum download speed be raised to 100 megabits per second when more newly eligible schools apply for the program. The department's fiscal note estimates $39.4 million would be needed to provide funding to the potentially newly eligible schools. The department would require a 1.5% indirect rate adjustment for administration of the program, which would continue to be used to process grant applications and award funding to schools. Heidi Teschner, Policy Analyst at the Office of Management and Budget, will present the department's remaining fiscal notes.
Good afternoon. I believe it's still afternoon. For the record, Heidi Teschner, Policy Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. I will go through the remaining 7, starting with OMB component number 141. This is the Foundation Program Allocation. This fiscal note addresses both the correspondence program funding as well as the Base Student Allocation increase. The correspondence program funding changes as are outlined in Section 9 of the bill. So applying the special needs factor of 1.20 to the 90% multiplier for the correspondence program's average daily membership results in an increase for fiscal year 2025 projected state aid by $23.5 million. In addition, the fiscal note addresses the increase to the base student allocation from 5,960 to 6,260. So the $300 increase outlined in Section 10 of the bill. This combined with the special needs increase results in a 25 projected state aid increase of $78.2 million. So the total combined for the foundation program for these two changes is $101.7 million. You will note that the fiscal note is a zero. That is because the funding mechanism is a general fund transfer to the public education fund. So there is a separate fiscal note that shows the capitalization of the public education fund, which I'll get to in a moment. Moving on to the next one, OMB component number 144, the pupil transportation allocation. So this increases the per student amounts that are set out in Alaska Statute 1409, 010, or Section 7 of the bill. So we're using the fiscal year 2025 projected brick and mortar average daily memberships multiplied by those per student increases in the bill results in an increase for fiscal year 2025 projected to be $77.8 million. Again, this fiscal note is also zero because it is a general fund transfer to the public education fund. So the next fiscal note, if there's no questions, OMB component number 2804, this is the public education fund, so this capitalizes that fund, so for both the foundation and the pupil transportation programs. Page 3 of this fiscal note shows the increases for both the pupil transportation and the foundation program changes by district. So you can see what they're expected to get by district on page 3 of the public education fund fiscal note. If there are no questions, I will move on to OMB component number 1060, which is the Mount Edgecombe High School allocation. Mount Edgecombe is a division of the Department of Education and Early Development. As a result, their funding is for the foundation program is considered interagency receipt authority. So based on the increase to the base student allocation, it requires a budgeted increase to their interagency receipts of $218,000. So this fiscal note just reflects that increase to make it budgeted interagency receipts. Moving on to OMB component number 148. This is the residential schools program allocation. So this fiscal note addresses the increases to the per student monthly stipend amounts that are outlined in section 8 of the bill. The current fiscal year 2025 residential school funding is estimated at about $8.4 million, with the increases to the 5 stipends, monthly regional stipend amounts. The projected increase would be, total funding would be $12.4 million. This results in a little over $4 million increase for fiscal year 2025 for the residential schools in the state. And for the committee and the public's awareness, there are 9 residential school programs across the state in 8 of our school districts. And the last fiscal note before you is the OMB component number 2796. This is the student and school achievement allocation. So this fiscal note addresses the most of what's remaining in the bill, the school for the deaf, the teacher educator lump sum grants, the state board education charter school establishment, and then the post-high school school data dashboard in collaboration with the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. I'll just go through each of these so you can understand the costs, but also on page 3 of this fiscal note, you can see the breakdown by program for your awareness as I speak to them. So for the School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing in sections 11 and 12 of the bill, this is a one-time cost in fiscal year 2025 of $6,000 for legal services associated with development of regulations. For the teacher educator lump sum grants, this is in section 15 of the bill. The total grant payments are estimated to be $51.5 million, starting in fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2027. The bill also considers the lump sum payments compensation for the purposes of the teacher retirement system. So also included in this fiscal note is the estimated about $6.5 million so that we can provide that funding to districts and they can process the payments accordingly and make sure it hits the retirement accordingly. DEED would also need 1 non-perm position starting in fiscal year 2024 to implement the payments and develop the regulations and applications and review those applications. So in the fiscal note is 1 educator associate 3 at a range 17, step BC at an annual cost of $89.5 thousand plus a $16.5 thousand annual amount for the department chargebacks, as well as a one-time cost for supplies and equipment of $5,000. So the total funding needed for these teacher grants is $126,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $58.1 million annually from fiscal year 2025 through 27. The next aspect of this fiscal note is the State Board of Education charter, establishing that authority in sections 3 and 6 of the bill. And this is a one-time cost of $6,000 for the regulations to determine that process that the department and the board will follow. And that is a one-time cost in fiscal year 2024. And the final piece of this fiscal note is for the post-high school data dashboard and collaboration with the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. And this is in sections 1, 4, 5, and 13 of the bill. So in order to fully implement this work, the department is requesting 1 full-time position starting in fiscal year 2025. It's a program coordinator 1 at a range 18 at a cost of $124,000 annually, plus the $16,500 for department chargebacks and one-time costs of $5,000 for supplies and equipment. So for that work, it's $145,900 in fiscal year 2025 and $149,900 annually starting in fiscal year 2026. And the overall for the committee's awareness in the public, all 7 fiscal notes for fiscal year 2025, it's projecting to cost just about $211 million. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Schrage.
Thank you, through the chair, Representative Schrage. For the record, it's been an interesting process to get here today. Quite a few fiscal notes. Which of these fiscal notes have been scrutinized by either House or Senate Finance? Can you walk me through just kind of which ones, yes or no, have undergone some scrutiny in a Finance Committee?
Through the chair, Representative Schrage, my understanding is I believe most of these have gone through some kind of committee process.
But through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, Finance Committee process and scrutiny? Because I believe a number of proposals and amendments have been entered into this bill through the committee substitute process, and so I'm wondering to what extent new fiscal notes have been scrutinized by either Finance Committee? And maybe we need to take an at ease for a moment.
Do you have an answer? Do you need a second?
Chair Johnson, may we have an at ease, please?
Take a brief at ease.
All right, my fellow Alaskans, hopefully you can see and hear me. I think I had it there.
All right, my fellow Alaskans,
there we go.
You can see and hear me. I think I had it there. All right, my fellow Alaskans.
Uh-oh, I see what's going on now. Trying to monitor everything that's going on here, and I've got one too many things in the sound quality. All right, we've been listening to the breakdown of the finances. The bottom line is when they said, where is this money to come from? They said the general fund. Well, the general fund itself doesn't have any money. I mean, it's absolutely broke. And so now they want to, where's that money come from? I mean, seriously, that's the number one question that I've always had when they come down to breaking down how this is supposed to work is, where does that money end up coming from in the first place? And they make it pretty clear that the money is going to be out there in ways that comes from our permanent fund dividend. I mean, well, let's be honest, they're not bringing in enough revenue from the oil companies anymore because they've shut down any production of oil. They're not getting anything from the natural gas production because they've shut down the natural gas production in the Cook Inlet. We're not seeing anything that is going on for coal because they've shut down our coal processing, even though they claim they got another one being opened up. When it comes to mining any rare minerals, climate change activists, even when there's a 0.00001% chance that the worst climate disaster in history, we're talking biblical proportions, that outdoes the flood and the ark in proportions. I mean, that's how catastrophic things would have to be before there would be actually hurt the environment where this mine was to be developed. It still gets shut down. Anything and everything to generate revenue within our state in the form of taxes to go into the general fund is shut down. And, well, where do they get the money from? Again, it comes from our permanent fund dividend. They'd rather steal from children, from women, from men, us, and they want to take our money, the money that belongs to us. I mean, they're taxing children. I mean, you can't call it anything else. It's a tax. It's our money. They're taking our money away from us. They are using it to fund government services, which do not do benefit the majority of all Alaskans. They want to provide more money to an education system, and this BSA increase in a bill that's meant for internet for schools. It had nothing to do with the Base Student Allocation until it got hijacked, and this is the most corrupt level form of government you could ever ask for. I mean, honestly, you're already disrespecting the citizens of Alaska by misrepresenting what this bill really is, just with the title, just with the introduction of what is supposed to be in this bill in the first place, which is about the internet and 20 megabytes per second download speeds, the requirement. And they were just saying a second ago, they would want to see 100 megabytes per second download speed, which is what I'm currently running here at the studio. And I should say I'm actually higher than that, but my router can only process 100 megabytes per second. I mean, it's as fast as they get. There are ones faster out there, but boy, you want to talk about paying some big bucks. But my internet connection also matches my speed of my router. I mean, I'm paying through the nose to keep streams like this up and running in-house. All of this stuff is provided to you, and I do it at an extremely low cost. I mean, I could have all of my televisions in the house running, every computer up and running. We are gaming on another console in the back room, gaming on a console here in the front, and they're all internet-based games. And you're competing against other people. And I've yet to even touch the potential of what my internet speeds can get to. And I'm not paying a small fraction of a price compared to what they are trying to get pushed through with their bill. I mean, $6 million. I mean, that's just 504 schools. Divide that into $6 million. And you get the average of what per school is paying for an internet connection. That's just this last year. Imagine that $6 million every single year. And I've never done the math. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to think that we could have that. Well, why not? Let's just do it really quick. It perked my curiosity here. We got 6,504 schools. That's $11,904 per school. I mean, seriously, $11,904 to pay for their internet per school. I mean, could you imagine having 11 grand every single year to pay for your internet? I mean, we could be on Starlink right now for a fraction of the cost. Starlink provides business accounts that are extremely accessible, and I think they're averaging right around $240 per month. Oh, just gavelled back in there.
Let's start from the scratch. I believe the question was how many of these bills have been through the Finance Committee or the fiscal notes. I do want to point out that anytime we pass a bill on the floor, those two have not been through any financial or Finance Committee fiscal notes. So it is not unusual. It is more standard process to pass the bill without scrutiny of the Finance Committee. So with that, if you have an answer to the question, I will entertain that.
Again, for the record, Heidi Teschner, and thank you for the opportunity to regroup about where these bills are at. Through the chair, Representative Schrage. So the charter school application, so the state board establishment, that one, that there is a bill in House Ways and Means, so that one would not have gone through finance yet.
And one interruption, if I may, just quickly. Through the chair, Representative Schrage, for the record, can we go through the OMB component numbers for any public that's trying to track? It's not always obvious which ones are for which components of the bill.
Absolutely, and through the chair, that was OMB component number 27696, which is the student and school achievement component. The other piece of all of the fiscal notes that has not gone through the Finance Committee right now. Obviously, the $300 BSA increases, there's been, Senate Bill 52 had other BSA amounts, but for the 300, that one is, and that one is an O and B component number, the 2804, the Public Education Fund, capitalizing that one. And then the teacher educator lump sum, and apologize for jumping around back to O&B component number 2796 for student school achievement. That is the lump sum the teacher pays. That was House Bill 106. That is currently in House Finance. It was scheduled but not heard. Bill hearing was canceled. So all other pieces of the bill have gone through, the fiscal notes have gone through House, a Finance Committee.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I may. Thank you,
Wrap this up.
Representative Stragi, for the record, and certainly appreciate the desire to wrap this up. I, too, would like to see this bill move quickly, but I have a duty to my constituents to make sure that the legislation we move forward has been properly vetted and that we understand the potentially serious financial consequences of these bills. And I'd like to note for the listening public, while commonly we do pass bills on the floor that have had amendments that have not had fiscal notes produced for them, those amendments are typically smaller in scope, and there's a reason we have a prohibition on amending entire bills into another bill on the floor, because oftentimes those can have huge fiscal impacts, and I believe that those fiscal impacts are required to go to the Finance Committee because frankly, the finance committees are often made up of the most veteran and experienced legislators with the best ability to scrutinize, again, the financial impact of these bills. This topic before us today, SB140, just again for the public watching to better understand the process, this is a Senate bill. So there is no further opportunity for Senate Finance to scrutinize any changes made in the House. And given that this is the House Rules Committee and the final stop before the floor, there will be no opportunity for the House Finance Committee to scrutinize these numbers either. So I appreciate the desire to move quickly, but this is probably the one and only time that we will have an opportunity to make sure that we, again, understand the financial consequences of our actions. So to that point, I have two fiscal notes that I'd like some more information on, please. First, on the Internet for Schools bag grants. Can you walk me through specifically how this fiscal note was calculated?
For the record, Laurel Shoup, Department of Education and Early Development Legislative Liaison, through the chair, Representative Stragi, thank you so much for the question. Currently, the department, the legislature in 2024 appropriated approximately $6.7 million. And currently, the maximum internet capacity for download speeds is 25 megabits per second. After our request for information that we put out publicly to all interested parties, specifically looking for input from the internet services providers in Alaska, we received a lot of information from the industry. You'll notice that our fiscal note reflects our original fiscal note that we submitted to the committee, the Senate Finance Committee, which was not accepted. However, our calculation was based on the fact that 25 megabits going up to 100 megabits per second would potentially bring on a lot more schools. Unfortunately, we don't know, we cannot prognosticate how many schools precisely will apply for the grant program, be eligible for the grant program, should this cap be increased. The feedback that we received from the internet service providers was that there was not sufficient information to make a precise fiscal determination. Our current OMB director, Lacey Sanders, helped develop this fiscal note last legislative session, and we continue to be confident in those approximate numbers.
Okay, thank you. I may want to return to that in a moment. The other question I have is with respect to the administration of charter schools. Do we have a fiscal note for this component of the bill as it is now? Has this been, do we have a fiscal note to outline the costs of administration and just, again, the assumption of control for charter schools? Can you walk me through that?
Again, for the record, Heidi Teschner, through the chair, Representative Schrage. So that's going to be in OMB component number 2796, the Student and School Achievement Allocation. There's 4 aspects of the bill that are outlined in there, but it is a one-time cost of $6,000 for the legal services to develop the regulations. And so that is what the department is projecting for that portion of the bill.
Okay. And then one last question regarding fiscal notes, if I may, through the chair.
And Representative Schrage, I'd encourage you to ask your questions within the room and turn your phone upside down so the questions aren't coming from other places. So these should be coming from members.
Through the
if I've not misinterpreted what I'm saying.
Well, through the chair, certainly I would make note for the committee, Representative Schrage, for the record, that, again, these fiscal notes have not been vetted. The typical process in the legislature is that these would come before the Finance Committee, and we would invite stakeholders from the community impacted or involved in the proposed efforts to the Senate Finance or House Finance Committee.
Representative Schrage, that's irrelevant to what I just said. What I suggest is that you go through the system. If you have a question, you deliver it to staff. Staff will deliver it to you, and then you can make that question. But I encourage you not to use your electronic device during this meeting.
Chair Johnson, certainly appreciate your rules. As the rules chairman, I hope that we have uniform rules across all of our committees moving forward in that we do not allow outside input into the committee process.
I can only speak to what I allow in my committee.
Well, through the chair, I'll move off that topic. Representative Schrage, for the record, I would like to ask about the component of 4 randomly selected audits of school districts. Again, I have some experience in the world of accounting and know that audits can be quite expensive for both those administering the audits and those under audit. Do we have any idea as to the financial impacts of requiring 4 audits per year, up to 4, or at least 4 audits, excuse me, of school districts in the state of Alaska?
Through the chair, Representative Schrage, I'm seeing that the amendments were just discussed today. I don't believe the department has had a chance, and nor has the Office of Management Budget, to determine what that would be.
Representative Schrage, I will assure you that I will do everything I can do to have the fiscal note for that before it gets on the floor. But since there was an amendment that's been adopted within the last 2 hours, it is unreasonable to even suggest that anyone would have a fiscal note on that particular amendment, as goes to any of the other amendments, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you, guys. I appreciate you being here and kibitzing a little bit to just to help where you can. With that brings the bill before us. Are there any additional discussions? Representative Schrage.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Representative Schrage here. Lots of thoughts about this bill. I think it'll be no surprise to anyone that I'm a strong supporter of education and would like to see this bill moved expeditiously. However, I have very strong concerns with the bill as it is currently written for a number of reasons. Frankly, I think that both the substance and the process that this bill has gone through represents some of the worst of government. It creates redundancy, it grows government, it reduces local control. We've heard about good process, and I think nothing about this bill has followed the standard or regular process of the legislature, not the least of which is its appearance before the Finance Committee for scrutiny of its fiscal notes. I think that it neglects our obligations to our constituents to understand what it is that we are moving forward or the costs of it, and to make sure that there are not unintended consequences of our actions. And frankly, I think the idea that so many substantive proposals have been turduckened into this bill, frankly, turduckens are a topic of just major controversy in the legislature, oftentimes spoken quite poorly of, and certainly by the public. And I think this bill is a prime example of exactly that. I had high hopes that we would start this year off with good process, and I think that this bill fails to meet that standard. Nonetheless, I will support moving the bill forward. For the public, my yes vote on moving the bill does not necessitate my support for the bill. We have options as committee members to indicate whether we would like to see this move forward either amended or as is, and I will certainly be indicating that I would like this bill amended for all the reasons that I have already stated. So again, I appreciate the fact that this bill did receive a prompt hearing, and I appreciate the committee's attention to it today, having spent much of our Saturday on this bill, but I find there to be major issues both substantively and with the process, and I think that this is a rather poor start to our approach to legislative issues this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will not comment. Are there any other comments? Zach? Representative Fields, I apologize. You're not wearing a tie, so it's Zach.
No problem. I just wanted to comment that I'm also very supportive of getting the bill to the floor. I think this is the earliest in the calendar year since I've been in the legislature that the House meaningfully took up public education, and it seems that we're on track to get a bill passed conference and concurred within the BAG timeline of late February. And if we achieve that, and I'm optimistic we can meet at a point where all the caucuses are supportive of a BSA level, if we achieve that, we'll have given school districts some predictability by the time they're in their budget cycle, and that would be a very good thing. So even though I disagree with some of the bill elements, I definitely appreciate the pace with which we're bringing it to the floor, and appreciate the time with all of you today. Any
additional comments? Hearing and seeing none. Oh. Representative Sumner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think while I did not support the amendment to remove all the charter language, I do think that some important points were raised on the obligations or lack thereof, or where it would stand on the local district's requirements for funding charters. And I think that might be something we might want to take a little, more look at, possibly in an amendment in full consideration of the House. I believe that something can probably be worked out, and we can address education early in this session. So with that, I will support moving this bill on from committee. Thank you.
Any other comments? I will remove my objection.
There's no objection, there's no motion.
I'm sorry.
You have to have a motion first.
I am ahead of myself. Representative Tilton.
I move Senate Bill 140, version 33, LS 0687/D as amended from the House Rules Committee with individual recommendations and attached fiscal notes, and give legislative legal the authority to make any technical or conforming changes that may be needed.
Are there objections? Hearing and seeing none, SB140 passes the Rules Committee. I want to thank everyone's indulgence. We all are tired. It is unusual to have not only the bill this early onto the floor, but it's also unusual for legislators and people who want to testify to use their whole Saturday for what we believe is the betterment of the state of Alaska. So I want to thank all of the testifiers, all of the members, and thank everyone for being here and paying close attention. And it is this is next to the last step of the process, or it's one of the last steps of the process. Who knows? Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn.
All right, fellow Alaskans, hopefully everything here is up and working the way it is supposed to. Looks like my buttons are clicking now expeditiously. Getting a lot done here in the background. As you guys all know, I am becoming an empty nester today. I've been helping the kids pack up all day long, keep loading up the truck. They keep disappearing. They come back, they get another load, and pack up back and forth, back and forth. And in between, I'm helping them do a lot of the packing here in the back room. All right, let's go ahead and just see if my newest button here works. And gonna give it a shot. Oh, it It worked. It completely shuts down all the audio of everything else. Any other broadcast that may have been on the screen puts me up in front like we see right now. And looks like the mic is working perfectly. It sounds like I can hear that one in the other ear coming out of there just like it should. So we're all doing good on both ends. Long day. I give kudos, credit to the person signing today. She did a phenomenal job. She didn't miss a beat, has been going solid since 10 o'clock this morning, and I believe she needs a bonus for the performance that she has done today. She definitely earned it. It has been a long day. I'm sure she's ready to go home and rest, and so is the rest of us. I mean, it's been a long day for me too. We got to listen to over 100 people testify on why this bill should be moved forward. As you just heard in the final vote there, they have unanimously, it appears, progress this out of the Rules Committee and moving it on to the next committee. Exciting, exciting. Talk about fast-tracking a corrupted bill. This is exactly why Alaska is number 2 on the FBI list for the most corrupt government in the United States. This bill is advertised as being internet for schools. It was never supposed to have the base student allocation put into it and all of this other crap that they've added onto it. It was 1 paragraph, now it's 12 pages, and just grew even more with the amendments that they just added into it today. They still don't even have a solid fiscal note other than to say, oh, well, don't worry about it. It will all come from the general fund. Well, the general fund is short by billions already for the current budget for a failing education system, for a triple the cost healthcare system, and also for a double to triple the cost for our education system. So already you can see where those billions extras are already being spent that they don't have. So where did they get the money when they don't have it? They've been taking it through their corrupted Bill SB140, the POMV draw, which is 5.25%, coming from our permanent fund dividends every single year. They have drawn so much over the last few years with their POMV draw that the PFD, the main corpus of the account, and the invested part of it is not bringing back bigger than a 5.25% increase that they are taking back out of there. We're not seeing that revenue fully come back in. We're not seeing the billions upon billions, $20 billion come in a year like we did before. We're back down to more normal levels where it's in the 5% range. And at the current rate of spending, it's going to be gone. I received a text message showing that Tuesday they got SB 88 getting pushed through. This is the defined benefits and pensions program. Been watching that bill closely since last year, and that bill is being pushed through right now again, trying to get out of their, basically we've got a system that they're trying to reinstate that we got rid of once before. I believe it was back in 2006. We were over 20 billion in the hole to that program, and we are, after nearly 2 decades since it's been gone, we're still billions in the hole. Last count, it was somewhere between $4 to $6 billion has still not been fully repaid back off from that debt that was created the last time they installed these kind of defined benefits and pension programs into our system for public employees working for our government. And it just gets worse from there. I mean, this is just a vehicle for them to put in the one-time funding, half of it that the governor had actually left in there, and the one-time funding from last year, half of that as an actual increase to the actual formula. So it would become permanent. I mean, that's $300 per student. That's an additional $40 million a year that has to come from somewhere. Where does that money come from? Again, they're not bringing it in with the tax revenue, so they're going to tax each child in Alaska, each man and woman, and they're going to take it directly out of our permanent fund dividends, our money that belongs to us. It is law, and they continue to keep stealing it to fund government services that are the worst performers in the nation at double the triple the cost. Again, healthcare, education, worst in the nation at double the cost. I mean, we've got to fly people out of state for surgeries and stuff like that because it's cheaper to do it elsewhere, to buy the plane ticket, to buy the hotel rooms, to have the stay at the hospital. All of those expenses covered by our state because it's cheaper to fly them out of state to have those services done than it is to perform them here. Why did they have to write a bill that actually made that into a law so that it could be possible to do that? Well, because they can't fix what is broken here in our state. They refuse to do the actual hard thing, and that's actually bring accountability to where every penny that we have as a state gets spent. That's my money, your money that they're spending, and they need to be accountable for it. This was in house.rules@akleg.gov. Send them an email if you did not get to testify today. Again, I believe it's unanimously fast-tracked this into the next committee. It's now out of the Rules Committee, and it really needs to be scrutinized through and through. They need to change the title on this bill so they quit lying to us, the Alaskans, about what this bill is really about. They need to change the one paragraph that this is about internet, because until you get into the 12 pages and their attached documents, you think this is all about the internet. You wouldn't even known to have been able to call in and testify today, let alone that the fact that they were only going to allow people that were in the LIOs to be the first to testify. This was an internal memo that was sent throughout our entire school district, which was obvious by the testimony that was given here today, and that if you were inside of an LIO, you had first priority for giving testimony today, and they were only taking testimony from LIO first until everybody that was sitting there had testified. Then for the rest of us who have things to do but are very interested in the public process and wanted to utilize the telephones, sat on hold. Well, they only have a specific amount of phone lines available for each and every one of us to be able to call into. That was maxed out, I believe, by the 10 o'clock hour. If you did not call in before 10 o'clock in the morning when this meeting was to start for listening to this bill and taking our testimony, you did not get through. I spent an hour and a half trying to call. Every time it would give me the busy signal, I'd hang up and redial again. Spent an hour and a half listening to a busy signal trying to get through. It was obvious it was not going to happen because all the phone lines were completely 100% full. They had been filled up by the special interests, and if you didn't call or get through by 12 o'clock, then you didn't get through at all. Well, they didn't start taking testimony from the people who had called in until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think it was after 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they actually started taking testimony from people that called. And at that point, there were people that were dropping off that were now giving testimony, open free phone lines. Well, it didn't matter. We weren't allowed to call in anymore because they closed all call in for testimony and everything else at 12 o'clock. And this gives you a concept. I mean, if you walked into an LIO after 12 o'clock, they would take your testimony. But if you weren't in an LIO, then no, they weren't going to take your testimony because there was no phone lines free for you to get through to, and the closed out for calling in after that was impossible because they were no longer allowing people after 12 o'clock, which you can see the vicious circle they created on purpose. This has been, again, fast-tracked through. The people that voted on this don't care about Alaskans. I made my full statement about how corrupt our government is, and this just solidifies that platform, or that where I stand at, why I keep stating that, because it's so true. If you just look at what they're doing, the title of the bill, the paragraph provided for the explanation, and then the reality of the 12 pages that you have to go and look for. All right. On another note, if you guys haven't liked, shared this video yet, you need to do that. Please do that. At least like this video and tell the social media gods that you want more of these put into your feed. If you have not subscribed to us, please do that right now. We are on Twitter, X, and we are found on Facebook at Politadick and Politadick Unfiltered. We made that as a video channel only. And then you can always watch on YouTube and Rumble, and they're all at Politadick except for the extra Facebook one. And then of course while we're live, you can always watch us on our website at politadick.com/live. I think there's an underscore in there. I can't remember exactly how that worked out, but if you just go to our politadick.com page, and if we were live, there's a little video player there right up on the main screen, and you can scroll down to it, click on it, open it up, and it is a portable player, something that if you're watching on Facebook right now no longer provides. And you can do other things while you're watching our video. And but unfortunately we have not been able to hook up with the services yet to keep our streams on the website once we are done with them, but you can always find them again on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble. There always will be there unless they decide to ban them. YouTube loves to do that from time to time. Go to our website and click the support button. It's supporters like you that have made this broadcast possible for me to be able to sit here for the last 8+ hours live streaming this to you, keeping you updated and informed in the in-between at-ease sessions on what I understand and my views and my opinions. And again, these are just my views and my opinions, but it is your support, it is your donations that you have made that have made these broadcasts possible. This will not be the last one this legislative session. SB 88 is going to be an interesting one to also keep up on top of. We need to do what we can, where we can. We need to give testimony, or we need to send emails to these legislators personally. That every single one that's on the House Rules Committee needs emails from the conservatives of Alaska, the fiscal conservatives, the ones that want accountability for our dollars being spent. I believe education needs to be funded, but I want my education system to be ranked up near the top 1%, not at the bottom 0%. You know, the 100%. Or the 1%. When I say 1%, I meant the top. But the 1% who's down at the bottom, or the top 100% of the school systems out there for our dollars being spent. And we don't even rank at the top. We're at the bottom 1%. And out of 50 states, we are 49th right now. That's the last statistic that they just came out with. We have been between 49th and 52, including Puerto Rico and Guam, for many years now, and for at least the last decade we've been floating in that range. For the last 2 decades, Puerto Rico and Guam were worse than we were for an education, and they have improved theirs to where they even beat us. So that is pretty sad when it comes to an education. When you look at it, we're 49th. That doesn't include Puerto Rico and Guam. So if you include Puerto Rico and Guam, we are currently sitting at 51. So we are literally the worst in the nation, and they just don't want to admit that to any of us for the tax dollars that we are spending out there for a failed, corrupt education system. That diversity, equity, inclusion is more important to be teaching our students use of proper pronouns than actually how to read, write, and do arithmetic. And you can hear that in the statements going on there. And if you would like to become a proud supporter and find yourself being advertised with us at the end of our broadcast, just let me know. We have different levels of being able to do that. You can send me an email directly at politadick@politadick.com. And you can send me an email directly, and I would be more than happy to correspond with you and see about advertising at the end of our broadcast. And I will warn you, though, that the wokeism that is out there will come and try to do everything they can in their power to make life miserable when your advertisement shows up on broadcasts like mine. I'm sure you've heard that when it comes to conservatives out there and their broadcasting and being censored, and how the woke left out there will go and target businesses that are advertising on these programs like Tucker or Fox News. You know, you get the idea that they will go after your advertising revenue to prevent you from being able to do what you do. And I don't want to promote you if you're not willing to fight the good fight, but I would be more than happy to have you as a proud sponsor to us, and internally know and be grateful that you are. It helps cover the gas money and the ever-increasing costs of being able to keep these broadcasts up and running. High-speed internet and the restream services do not come cheap, and it's your support that makes that possible. I know I've went off kind of on a tangent there, but I'm a little bit peeved to find out that the school board member, or the school public, so I got to get school out of there, the public library review committee, one of the committee members out there has gone and they are not hesitating to target anybody that does not agree with their DEI woke mentality that they are presenting, and they are vicious. They are making threats. They are saying they're going to shut your business down. They're going to go and tell everybody not to patronize you because you don't buy into her agenda. And if any of you guys have kept up on the library and at the public library, the discussion that was held at the Borough Assembly at the Mat-Su, I streamed it earlier this week. The committee members up there, they up and walked off. They adjourned. They couldn't take the scrutiny of the public being there and listening to their woke drivel why these very sick books needed to be on the public schools or the public libraries and accessible to children. They couldn't explain it. We're going to their explanation is we're going to shelve it in the adult section, in the 16-year-old or older section. That still doesn't stop a child from going and checking it out, because there is no age restriction once a parent signs the release for them to use the public library. Get that into your thick heads. There is no protection for our children when you sign that document saying they can have a public library card that gives them access to every book that's within the library. No restrictions. The restrictions are supposed to be that you, the parent, are supposed to know your child is checking out and being able to have access to those kind of books. And you're supposed to be there over their shoulder, watching them every second of the day when they're inside of any public library, making sure that they do not have these books in their hands, because that's inappropriate for children to be reading them. One of the people that was in that committee sat there and broke down into tears. The emotional drama, I can relate. I was there. This book spoke to me, and it was so emotionally traumatizing to read this book. It was very hard to get through. I could relate to everything that was there, and then justify that this book needs to be on the shelves because they have a shared experience with all of the trauma in the book that glorifies pedophilia. I mean, it was just absolutely sickening. And I mean, it met all the requirements. I believe it's called the Miller's test. You name it, that says that if it fails any of these tests, it doesn't go into the public libraries and stuff like that. This book in multiple areas fails that test. And these committee members just up and walked out. Next one is going to be on February 27th is when the board is supposed to meet, I believe. And it's going to be out there in Talkeetna. Amazing how they put it out in the middle of nowhere, hard to get to for the Mat-Su Valley, and inconvenient for most of us, but convenient for them. And but I plan on being there because I know this committee member that is targeting anybody that wanted to support me if I do it publicly. I'm going to get you on record. You're going after private businesses using your position as a public library to go and push your agenda and target businesses that had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. It's sickening. The disgust I have for the wokeism being pushed out there, just like this bill that they're trying to push through right now, internet for schools, it's anything but. It's all about increasing their base student allocation formula, $300 per student, another $40 million a year that they have no place other to get the money to be able to pay for that other than steal more from our permanent fund dividend. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. I hear the truck is pulling back into the driveway, so that means that I got another load to load up so that my kids can get moved into their new Adobe. I'm so proud of them getting their own house, and moving out, spreading their wings. First time I've been an empty nester in over 20 years, and I really don't know what to do. I'm excited and sad at the same time that this is happening. I mean, I love my kids. They are wonderful. They are the best in the world. And they are one of the ones that they helped me open up my eyes to the public school system and how bad it is. A little over 4 years ago, the pandemic was wonderful for America when it came to our schools. It really opened up the eyes to parents. We actually had time to actually scrutinize what our children were being taught in school. These school districts can't handle it now that the cat's out of the bag, and they're doing everything they can to try to keep that cat in the bag. But once you let it out of the bag, it's impossible to shove back in again, especially the way the claws have been out. And the pushback is out there. The radical left, the wokeism that is being pushed, it's not stopping. And if we don't get vocal, we're not in their face, we're not making it in the public scrutiny to where maximizing the coverage so the max amount of people can be able to listen and hear to what's going on, this stuff's not going to get out there. Like these committee meeting, they shut off their video when they adjourned. They walked out the door. Well, we sat there and addressed our grievances for another 45 minutes after they had walked out. They literally, no better word for it other than I believe they appeared, you know, my opinion, it's just an opinion, that there are just a bunch of cowards that can't handle the public knowing what they're doing to our children and allowing to access to our children. One of the excuses is, well, they can't be held accountable for the books that are inside of the libraries because they didn't read them. They shelved them, but because they didn't read them, they're not accountable for, you know, talking about sexual penetration, enjoying it, glorifying pedophilia, you know. They're not responsible for those books being there. You can't hold the law accountable for putting this type of material into children's hands. Now, can you? Yes, you can. I mean, this is ridiculous, the protection that they think they have, because the excuse that, well, they just didn't read it. And so how could they be held accountable if they didn't know it was in there? Well, now that they know that it's in there, they're still allowing it onto the shelves. I mean, I really would love to see what Red Hood is going to happen. I mean, that book is just... Oh, the two books that were scrutinized, it just absolutely floors me that these books are allowed in the public library system. You can go and buy them at the bookstore. Go to Barnes & Noble or order them off Amazon Prime. I mean, you can get these books anywhere you want to. Just quit using our taxpayers' money, my money, your money, to put the smut inside the access to our children to be able to get in their hands, put ideas into their heads. If you know how subliminal messaging works, you repeat a phrase so many times, that phrase gets locked into your brain. After a while, your brain begins to repeat that phrase. After a while, that phrase becomes motto. Pretty soon, you find yourself out in the middle of the street going, rah, rah, sis, boom, bah, you know, because you've heard it 100 times. This is no different than what they're doing within our school system right now, no different than what they've been exposed within our school libraries and our public libraries, and the wokeism out there, the woke do not like that it's been exposed, and they're doing everything to fight it back. And the ACLU of Alaska has joined the lawsuit against these, with these woke people, and pushing back on making sure that these books, no matter how pornographic, how sickening, how much they glorify pedophilia are, that they're still left within the public reach using our tax dollars to be able to access them. And it's really atrocious what our weaponized government lawfare is actually doing out there. And I mean, I could keep going, but I got a kid in the background now that's staring at me. So like, share this video. Find it on X, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, while we're live on our website, politadick.com. Also, click that support button while you're there at our website. Show your support. Every donation goes right back into what we're doing. Our fees and services are quite expensive to operate this throughout the year, and your support has been making that possible. One day I'd like to have enough supporters out there to be able to have people around the state doing what I'm doing right now, having the time to be able to sit in school board meetings, assembly meetings, sitting in Juneau. I love that job. Sitting in Juneau in their committee meetings, waiting for them to walk out and stand outside so that I could talk to them in the chamber halls and live stream their latest views on what they just discussed and talked about. And get it all on record, something our own mainstream media should be doing already, but they won't. And keeping the focus of where our tax dollars are being spent within our state, no matter what level of government it is coming from. I would love to have people streaming out there inside of these places, and it can be very possible to do that. The O'Keefe Media Group does exactly that. I mean, they make it possible, and it's all through support and donations from folks like you that make that possible. So go to website, politadick.com, click the support button. Thank you guys all for having a great time sitting through 8+ hours with me today. I mean, literally 8+ hours, and I'm tired. I need to get going. Have a great night, and we will see you the next time. Oh, it didn't turn off the mic. Uh-oh.